Losing to any mid laner sucks, but it would suck more depending on if they're your close friend or not. Bjergsen, I've known the guy since he first moved to LA, actually, before he was announced for TSM. In comes this new kid, right? And then the first 2 seasons, I'm pretty sure we stomped them. You know, I would hate losing to him, and thankfully, I didn't lose him very much.
Look at how frequently he's using that aggressive.
The flash, the ignite, the chain, and the kill from high.
Big plays from high.
I have a long history of beating him in the beginning.
There's a TF ulti. Bjergsen's gonna get stunned. He's gonna get stunned again, and down he goes. Cloud9 finds the pick.
And then, you know, something changed, and now I've lost for a very long time against him, actually.
Teleport 2 on this one. He will
already in the back.
One in the shockwave on the side of Bjergsen. They lock down high. Protobelt only hit about 2 of the missiles. Evo play goes down, flash forward. Tides of blood washes high away.
For me to lose Bjergsen's always a sad time because I want to show that I can still compete with him, that I can still play versus him, and that I can still win against him.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us this Saturday afternoon for more North American League action. I'm standings are shaping up as we approach the halfway mark of the split, and no team wants to be left behind. And the fans are out here in force to cheer on their favorite teams as they make their climbs up the standings, looking towards that playoff picture and a possible opportunity for a world's berth. Here we have FlyQuest as well as TSM making their way into the arenas. Big matchup between the two of them today. Elimination with his tea in hand, looking very calm and collected. Aframu and the rest of CLG sporting those fancy purple jerseys. They had him on yesterday. I love the look. They're up against Niski in his debut along with Envy today. Hello, everyone. I'm James Patterson. You might think your eyes are deceiving you, but no, they're not. It's true. I got both Mark Zimmerman and Isaac Zale Cummings-Bentley today on the desk. Gentlemen, what did I do to get so lucky and deserve both of you?
I don't know, man. I think they just kind of told us we had to be here.
Yeah,
didn't really have any say in it.
Don't do that to me. Don't tear me down like that. It's the beginning of the day, Azale.
Don't worry.
All right, let's go ahead and begin with a look at how the teams rank coming into the day. Immortals are currently in sole possession of first, while Team Dignitas will get their chance at climbing, or rather claiming the throne later in the day. And despite picking up their first win, FlyQuest still remain in 10th, but look to transfer last night's momentum into a mid-season climb. We'll see what teams can influence their fates with our matches today. We kick things off with TSM taking on FlyQuest on NALCS1, then Cloud9 hit the Rift versus Team Liquid. If you're tuning in on NALCS2, your day starts with Counterlogic Gaming taking on Rookie Niski and Team Envy, followed by another battle for first as Team Dignitas aim to defeat Immortals. Now, last night, Immortals claimed first after a solid 2-0 victory over Counterlogic Gaming. Let's talk about that matchup a little bit because, again, talk of the town with the trade. This time, McSmithy getting the better of Dardoch in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think Immortals looked incredibly good last night. Game 1 in particular, their vision control and how efficiently and how dominantly they closed out that game was extremely impressive.
Yeah, and even on Game 2 when they fell behind like a little bit early on, they showed that they can play from behind. They had really good rotations all over the map, and then they just blow their leads wide open. Like you said, as soon as they have a couple thousand goal lead, it feels like the games just end very quickly.
I mean, it's pretty insane to think that they were behind pretty heavily at the start of Game 2, and they closed that game out in like 28 minutes, something like that. Like, that is domination.
Yeah, it was very impressive to watch them play last night. Of course, their jobs don't get any easier today up against the other team that's kind of vying for that first place slot in Dignitas. What are the key factors of this matchup that we're looking at today?
I think the big one is the jungle matchup. It doesn't, go from Dardoch, aggressive early game player, into Shrimp, who's like probably the craziest early game jungler right now, just going for all these like 2-camp and gank attempts or early invades. So if Smithy can match up fine versus him and stop Dignitas from getting off the ground, that's the first area I'd probably look at for Immortals.
I'd also say the top lane is going to be very hotly contested. Somebody has been crushing it, and actually Flame has been really dominant himself without getting much help at all from Smithy. So I'm going to be very interested to see, the jungler's choices in affecting that lane. Does Smithy leave Flame to his own devices and try to have him win 1v1 against Someday, or even hold on 1v2 against Someday and Shrimp?
And now, while Immortals impressed yesterday, FlyQuest did as well. They found their first match victory of the split here in Week 4, and they're building on those improvements that they had kind of shown during Week 3 with Mike Young and Special being added to the roster.
I just love saying his name. It's the funnest name.
It is a very fun name to say, but let's talk about this kid because, again, with his addition in Week 3, we saw gold leads being developed for this team while they couldn't necessarily close out the matches themselves, and then just last night, they're able to close it out against Equifox in 2-0 fashion.
He has been playing extremely well, looked good on the Nidalee. I think that they are helping him a lot in the early game with some of these really creative kind of like leashes and heavy leashes and stuff, but that's propelling him forward and allowing him to be successful in the game and enable some of the other teammates like Arrow. The P1 owner talked about the fact that Arrow was the MVP. They need to give him the pieces to kind of enable him, and with Xpecial and Mike Young, it seems like they're finally doing that.
Yeah, and I think touching on Xpecial a little bit, obviously Mike Young, the flashy early game player, really easy to talk about him, but Xpecial a little unheralded in that regard, where he's the one helping out with their late game, because this was a team that was struggling at all facets of the game, and now all of a sudden their bot lane looks stable, and you see now that all of a sudden Jin's back in the meta a little bit too, probably helping Arrow have his 2 best games of the split so far. Really nice to see him back in his form.
I mean, they got their first win yesterday, but they have a long road ahead of them in terms of moving themselves up the standings. Now, luckily for them, with that 3rd place finish, they've got a nice bank of championship points that if it comes to it, they most likely will be playing in the gauntlet later in the year. As always, per usual, every 2 weeks, we're dealing with a new patch, and that's where I want to transition to now, 7.12. What are the key item changes, champion changes that we expect to see affecting pro play this week?
I mean, Mark touched on Jhin, which had gotten some buffs, but I think, you know, 2 more champions that I'm really looking at a lot is Corki. I think in the mid lane, it's incredibly strong, especially since even more of his damage is now AP. Like, this is just an AP mid laner that can match up very well against a plethora of different champions. And Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai was already getting picked before the buffs. Now it got a bunch of them. We're going to see this guy all the time.
We saw Rek'Sai last night. Successful early ganks, although didn't grab the victory there in Dardoch's hands. Let's talk about Locket as well and its new changes.
Yes, this is a big one that a lot of people are talking about, just that it added a percentage health to the shield. So the more health you have, the bigger your shield becomes. A lot of people are comboing with Gargoyle Stoneplate, so you pop that to get a massive health increase, and then you pop the shield to cover up your whole team. It works fine with other items as well. Any health item, which is generally, there's a lot of them in the game right now that people are buying. And then it kind of, I thought it was going to push out Zeke's Convergence a little bit more, but I saw an interesting team comp in the Challenger Series where it was like the Jarvan, Galio, Gragas, just like super beefy frontline, and they built it, and it makes more sense in a comp like that. But you might still not see too much of Zeke's Convergence, which got reworked this patch as well.
I mean, specifically looking at this Corki pick, I've got to look towards that TSM FlyQuest matchup and say, hi, you know, finding a lot of success on the Corki pick in spring now that it's back in the meta, you know, for that kind of grudge match between the 2 mid laners there could be a very useful pick for him. Either way, there's a reminder that we're going on, our tickets rather are going on sale for the summer finals in Boston. Pre-sale bundles go live Monday, June 26th, with the general sale going live Tuesday, June 27th. For more information on registering for the pre-sale and how you can get the best seats in the TD Garden, head on over to LulEsports.com. Mark, you're from Boston, right? You gonna be there?
I don't know. It's usually up to them, but am I allowed to go?
Well, if it's up to me, what I'm actually going to do is I think I'm just going to pass this off to the viewers and say, hey, you guys weigh in with the Twitter question of the day. Hashtag leave Mark, hashtag take Mark. Let us know, should he be making his way to the TD Garden with us in Boston?
Hey, what are you doing over there?
No, you gotta put me.
Is that you casting your vote over there?
No,
you know what? I should probably get mine in too. Hey, while we cast our votes for whether or not Mark should go to Boston, we're going to send it over the captions to get us into the games. Enjoy, guys.
Next dash! I'm Julian Pesci-Damkar, and this splendid soul to my right is Aiden's Iron Moon. Irene, what's your vote?
I don't know. I'd probably leave Mark.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. We're gearing up for our first series as TSM takes on FlyQuest. And for FlyQuest, they're looking to break a funk that's been clouding them since halfway through the spring split.
Yeah, FlyQuest in their LCS regular season game record since week 5 of the spring split, they're 12-26, so a 30% win rate for the team since the beginning of spring or middle of spring there. But it's important to note that when playoffs came around, they did turn it on and they collected 8 wins from their 6th place seeding. But if they do want to have a chance at playoffs this split, they need things to come together now.
And it hasn't been completely smooth sailing for TSM either, but they are very close to claiming a spot back in the top of the standings.
Yeah, fans are worrying about TSM a little bit, but I feel like it might be unnecessary because if you look at their record, they're 4-2, but they lost to Team Dignitas and Immortals, 2 teams that are at the top of the standings, and they already beat CLG, the team that's above them right now, and that was tied for first coming into this week. So right now, TSM are 4-2 with 5 losses, so they actually have tied for least losses in terms of games in the whole league right now. So fans kind of getting a little bit ahead of themselves.
Certainly a very fun matchup as well. And for High, every game against Bjergsen adds to the long historical rivalry between the 2 of them.
Bjergsen, I've known the guy since he first moved to LA, actually. Before he was announced for TSM, I met him because I was hanging out with Reginald at the time, and that's when I first met him, and they were telling me about how Reginald's getting replaced by this guy. I'm like, wait, what? Reggie's getting replaced? Because I loved playing for Reggie. It was so much fun every single time. So then in comes this new kid, right? And then the first 2 seasons, I'm pretty sure we stomped them. I don't think I had a single death in one of the playoffs, and the other playoff, maybe a couple deaths. But we were doing really well, and I even got to, play team over him, and I won the game. So it's just like, I have a long history of beating him in the beginning, and then, something changed, and now I've lost for a very long time against him, actually. They beat us out in 2 finals following that, and then ever since then, I don't think I've beaten him in a best of 3 at all. So for me to lose Bjergsen's always a sad time because I want to show that I can still compete with him, that I can still play versus him, and that I can still win against him.
Well, we'll see if I can do that today. It is time to jump into the starting rosters. On the blue side, it's TSM. In the top lane, Hornsar, jungle Svenskeren, mid lane Bjergsen, bot Doublelift, support Biofrost, and Coach Path.
And of course, that means facing off against them on the red side, it'll be FlyQuest. In the top lane, Balls. Jungle will be Moon. High in the mid lane looking for that best of win versus Bjergsen. Wild Turtle in the bot with Lemonation support. And Thomas Thinkard Slotkins.
And it certainly is a very fun matchup here in a lot of different reasons. I mean, You talked about High and his history with Bjergsen, but I mean, of course, Turtle recently won a championship with TSM in the spring. So there's kind of a lot to play for here. And in general, TSM certainly been trending upward for FlyQuest. I mean, they have to look at every match saying we can win this. It's just a matter of how they go about it. Because they have struggled, to me, to really get a cohesive game plan together in a lot of games, which was not true in the start of spring, despite how chaotic their playstyle was.
Yeah, in the start of spring, they came in with a little bit of a carefree attitude. You know, people were kind of taking them not as seriously, and then Moon showed up, and High and Moon had this great synergy coming through. But now I feel like a synergy that needs to develop is this bottom lane of Wild Turtle elimination and get on track there, because the bottom lane has been giving up a lot of deaths. Wild Turtle right now, most deaths for an AD carry. He actually is the only AD carry who has more deaths than kills. And Elimination has actually yet to play a melee support this split. So he's a little bit behind in the playmaking times, but they're kind of looking for High and Moon to make those plays. So I'm wondering if they're going to adhere to the meta a little bit more as the weeks develop, or if FlyQuest are going to stick to their guns, because that's how it's always been for Elimination, right? He's always been a meta breaker in a way. Back when Ashe and Zyra weren't really played, was one of the first people to play that combo. Even when Karma wasn't a support, he was one of the first people to bring that out too.
I mean, look, patch change here in 7-12. Maybe there is a change here on the horizon for the team, but we're pretty into the draft now for TSM FlyQuest. LeBlanc, Orianna, and Gragas all banned out there for TSM, and Caitlyn, Galio, and Zac, the FlyQuest band. So a lot of different champions being pretty keenly targeted.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because the Lee Sin being picked up, Rek'Sai still on the table. They're just taking that away from Moon, but I feel like it's just because it's Sven Skaren's best champion right now. Fans are always saying, teams are losing against TSM because they keep giving them Lee Sin. Well, they're picking up first pick here, kind of reinforcing that this is the pick for the team.
Well, already some changes here for FlyQuest, though. Tahm Kench and Jhin are actually the first two picks, so Jhin continuing to meteorically rise back up in the pick order for ADs. I mean, only one banned on Caitlyn, everything else was up, and the first overall pick for Fly is this AD.
Yeah, I actually really think Jhin is strong. People have figured out, Youmuu's Ghostblade into Infinity Edge or just Infinity Edge and start going towards the rest of your build, but he actually does do very well with the Energizer build, and with a Tahm Kench next to him, that's going to help Wild Turtle in that safety department, and this is the first time that we've seen Elimination on a melee support this split.
Yep, on for the Tahm there, as Syndra is picked up for Bjergsen and TSM. Pretty safe blind pick there for him.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bans against TSM. They receive 71% Syndra bans. So Syndra is the most banned champion against TSM, and it made it through today. And they picked it up knowing that they can see, FlyQuest will be able to see what the mid lane is and have a good matchup for High.
Yeah, it feels like it blocks off kind of a number of picks High might want to take, and of course it's a very safe pick for him. Braum is the other champion TSM have picked up to finish phase 1, and there's Rumble actually for balls. So a lot of comfort there on that pick in particular for them, but it is also fun to see, again, a lot of more meta changes. Braum, to me, haven't quite figured out why he's emerged back in the meta, but a lot of players are picking him up again.
Yeah, a lot of people were attributing the whole Doran's shield changes to it, but Doran's shield got nerfed a little bit here, so it's not as good because you don't have 2 potions at the start. But I feel like Braum, just in general, people said, oh, somebody who can make plays, prevent plays, has a good level 1, and has kill potential in the laning phase. So this is another champion that's built for protection. They can get double lift a hyper carry if they want to. But the interesting thing here for me is FlyQuest now have an AP top laner with the Rumble, so they can run an AD mid like a Zed, or even the Lucian that just got banned out.
Yeah, Lucian banned. Talon also another big pick for High, so that's available. But Renekton, Fiora are going to get banned away from Haunter, so some of the more deadly and aggressive top laners getting taken out here. And there's the Zed ban. Good read by TSM.
Yeah, banning away the Zed. It was something that got banned against FlyQuest last week, and it was kind of that head scratcher. We haven't seen him play it yet. But this is going to be interesting because also, we don't know what's going to be played in that Rumble, but you can play Jarvan, you can play Camille. Kennen is up right now for Hansur as well.
Well, also a Jarvan pickup here, so a lot of things being mixed up already. I mean, I'm pretty sure High has played a mid-Jarvan game within the last year, so there is possibility there. I mean, Rumble can jungle. There's a lot of different flexibility here.
Jarvan can jungle as well. Jarvan right now in solo queue, 52% win rate jungler, so it's not bad in the jungle, and we've seen Moon pull things out like Kindred, etc. That I think can really work out for him here. But with Rek'Sai on the table, it is a little bit of close. Head scratcher.
That's actually Tristana picked up for double. Another champion that's kind of rising back up into the bot lane.
Yeah, people are going, oh, Static Shiv is incredibly good. It clears out caster minions when you crit it. Why not just go with a crit build? And that would be so good in this composition. You can keep her safe with the fact that she has her own way of like jumping away and keeping herself peeled. and then you have the Braum on top of it just to make it even harder to kill the Tristana.
Well, Bifrost having some fun. The last pick, though, is Shen. That'll be Haunter's champion in the top lane, so we'll have to see how FlyQuest wants to finish off this draft, and maybe more importantly, just exactly where all these champions are going.
But I like this because FlyQuest, they're kind of sticking to their guns and playing a lot of meta things or old meta things with like the lack of a range support. But now it seemed like they've made a lot of adjustments. Where is this Jarvan going? Where's this Rumble going? It's going to be a Rumble top, Corki mid. Like we were saying in 7-12, Corki got some buffs, got shifted towards magic damage. It looks like it's Jarvan jungle here.
Yep, so understandably, he's going to be playing Corki here. I thought he might stray away from it with the Syndra, but High feeling confident.
Well, one of the things I like about Corki mid is they take exhaust typically. So they can run double exhaust in this composition up against Bjergsen's Syndra. So the Corki can stand a good chance. Hex Drinker early on after Trinity Force could be a good buy for him. But the changes to Corki were he got a base AD increase, which means he gets a little more damage out of Trinity Force. He got an attack speed increase, which means buying Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon is even better on him. But then also his passive that made it a 50-50 split in Magic Physical is now 80% Magic, 20% Physical. So that means Sork Shoes is even better. Void Staff is even better because he's doing a larger majority of his damage is Magic damage now.
Yeah, just really is kind of a Magic damage champion. He was considered that in a lot of ways when he was being played in the mid lane, but now really fitting that identity. So certainly, again, this new patch may have heralded some new life for FlyQuest and at least their draft phase. Very excited to see Jarvan jungle here for Moon, and Akai, we expected he to be the one to bust out Corki, and he has not disappointed us here in game number 1.
Not at all. And looking at it, FlyQuest, High is actually going to take Teleport here to possibly go for a 1-3-1, so no double exhaust here for the Corki mid.
I think understanding that, you know what, this lane's probably going to be a bit rough, does help you get through the laning phase as well. So kind of fun to see how that all shakes out. I wonder if a lack of friends is going to cost him, but we'll have to think about that later, because we have a game 2 start the crowd. It's been awfully great so far. We'll see what happens as we get under the rift for game 1. TSM versus FlyQuest.
Like you said, a lot of rivalries here on the rift. Wild Turtle versus Double Lift. Bjergsen versus High. We got some classics.
Certainly do. Looks like TSM might be stacking together as 4. Makes a lot of sense with that level 1 of Braum that you mentioned.
Exactly.
So might have been spot High here hiding in the brush.
If they hug the wall, this is kind of what happened at MSI.
He got tagged. No
Right.
clashing in, but Valkyrie forced to be taken and used.
Exactly. Valkyrie level 1 will stop his shoving power. He will have some auto attacks onto Bjergsen, but the difference between actually going for the auto attacks versus the Q onto the minion wave from the Syndra is big. So she'll have the shoving power.
Nice trade there from Haunter. Actually, now going back in onto balls, but Moon is going to complete his recall. Did have to use some potion. Thankfully, it is a refill, so doesn't lose any efficiency there.
Yeah, so what happened in that level 1 is TSM get a lot of information. They get wards down on the blue buff and on the Raptor camp, so they'll have a pretty high chance of seeing where Moon actually starts here, whether it's the Raptors. But if he starts red buff, they actually won't know unless it's based off of the leash.
Well, Turtle just sticking around. See if he can't get a little bit of vision. Looks like a red start loop for Svenskeren. Duolan's going to help out there. And Moon, we can see still around that red buff area.
Yeah, so he won't be spotted out here unless Haunter goes for an invade. Haunter sees balls come back, or they'll know when the bottom lane shows because they didn't leash.
Well, you can see Moon and Balls going to team up here for this first buff. Moon is going to smite this by the looks of things, so nothing super crazy coming out, just very standard leashes here.
Yeah.
Haunter, though, runs into Balls, and he's going to get some really good trade damage down. So Haunter kind of abusing all the information he had and just staying for a bit of extra damage.
Yep, got those 4 auto attacks off on him, and Moon just clears out the...
oh my.
Looks like he went for level 2, didn't go for Raptors there, but looking for a mid lane gank, but he was spotted by the ward. The ward timed out a little bit later.
Yeah, Bjergsen playing on the correct side here. Only level 1, no flash. Oh, not going to quite connect as the knockback does come out. Bjergsen still has his flash. He's going to ghost away as High. Looks to get aggressive. They're really trying to take him down, but Bjergsen holds on to his second summoner spell.
Yeah, just uses the ghost there. High didn't hit level 2 yet.
Oh no!
Svenskeren!
Though knocked up, and now Elimination's roamed up. Going for us to the right.
Turtle!
Save him, Turtle. Looks to try and get the damage down. Heal by double. It's going to save him as Turtle gets stunned.
And you can see just the difference in the shoving power means a lot there. Double Lift already level 2, Wild Turtle no level 2 there for a Deadly Flourish, and it's those types of differences. Bjergsen hit 2, so he had Scatter the Weak and was able to knock back the Jarvan a little bit, whereas High wasn't level 2 before that gank came through.
Great rims by both supports as well, and we have a lot of action already. FlyQuest, I like that they're trying something a little different, but they used a lot of resources and got nothing of it.
Yeah, and Svenskeren was rather aggressive there. He did, I believe, take away the blue buff, so that didn't go over to Moon. and was able to get out of the jungle with it too. So that was what cost his flash.
Yep. Risky invade, but pays off there as TSM collapse to save their jungle up. Bjergsen's back, so took a pair of boots, wanting to dodge the next sequence of ganks that might come through. And now on the actual 2v2, now that everyone's staying in their lanes for a little while longer, like you said, some early shot power there for Doublelift, treating him to a very early and very slight CS.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference here is going to be the jungle, because Jarvan is actually quite far behind. He picked up his jungle item after, or second part of his jungle item after backing, but he hasn't cleared any of his camps except his buffs. And we all know the buffs have those longer respawn timers, but these camps mean Svenskeren is a level and a half up, and Moon still has to hold
great
on.
stun. The Q misses though for Sven. Still going to get the slowdown onto high, who is forced to flash.
Yeah, didn't hit that Q, and that may have been the big difference there. But they do get the flash out. So Svenskeren actually able to apply some mid-pressure here, because Moon pretty much has no pressure until he clears his camps. You want to clear them so they come up again and have those extra levels on them, so you get more experience. And that's where Svenskeren is now, is at the point where his Raptors will be coming up shortly. He'll be able to clear that out, and you'll be pretty close to level 5 after just a few more camps here.
Yeah, and while it might not look like a huge lead at the moment, you can see that kind of all bear out. Svenskeren kind of goes back to farming his jungle. Moon sitting mid once again, but this lane is pushing towards the turret.
It's pushing. If he's not getting the Raptors here or getting something off on Bjergsen, then it's kind of a misplay, because his Gromp hasn't been killed, his Raptors haven't been killed, his Wolves haven't been killed, and his Krugs haven't been killed. He's very far behind right now.
Yeah, Moon maybe spending a little too much time trying to gank. Actually, bottom lane again. Maybe looking for something here.
Yep. Deadly Flourish comes through and they get the flash on Bio.
Tries to get out of the way. Lemon Nation hungry, but no food just yet. Doublelift able to get out. Biofrost did have to burn the flash there, so Moon is finally going to return back to their jungle and start farming, but Sven, like you said, is power clearing all the small camps that are respawned. He's level 4 to 3 right now, and could be an even bigger experience lead, depending on what Sven chooses to do.
Yeah, there is a mechanic in the jungle that's comeback experience. So if you're lower than the average level in the game, which if you look at Moon, he's level 3, everybody else on his team is 4 or higher. Everybody else in the game is 4 or higher. So he'll actually get more experience off the camps than normal because of the fact that he's behind the average level of the game. It's kind of this comeback. There's a comeback mechanic that when I first experienced it, I was getting invaded over and over and over again. I was actually level 1 to level 4, and then I killed 2 camps and I was level 3, and I was like, wait a second. And I was just back in the game 1 level behind the guy. And I was like, this is actually dumb. How are you catching up so fast?
See if Moon catches up quite that quickly, as Honsa did take a bit of a beating there from Ballsuit. TP back to lane with boots and a cloth armor, I believe, joining the Doran shield that he started with. Looks like Honsa's going to do the same. Got a Spectre's Calmo, though, and this is usually where Shen starts to tip the balance in a lot of his matchups. And while we haven't seen too much of the top lane just yet, Honsa looking good just now. And Rumble did get a pretty big suite of changes as well. And I think people are still playing the champion, but it's hard to say exactly what the nerfs did.
Yeah, the
changes did, because he kind of got buffed as well.
Exactly. It's an AP ratio buff to his Q, but his Q has a 10-second instead of 6-second cooldown, but its overall DPS increased level 1, but you can't overheat with just using it. So your level 1 is weaker unless you're overheating, right? It's like, it's this weird kind of back and forth, but you can't overheat. So anyway, the Rumble changes means that later on, he's actually a little bit stronger because he has a better AP ratio on his Q. His W has a stronger shield on it, slightly lower duration by 0.5 seconds, and his E also just got a damage increase. So late game Rumble is better, but his lane phase took a slight hit.
Well, Lemon Nation getting forced out and does burn the flash over the wall. Wild Turtle destroys the blast cone, not wanting anyone to sneak into this bottom half. I guess kind of realizing that the lane is pushing in. Doublelift and Biofrost having a pretty nice lead in the lane so far, wanting to play back a little more defensively, and looks like Biofrost looking to recall himself and gets tagged by Lemon Nation's tongue. The Doublelift now going to go back himself. Yeah, again, Tongue's going to cancel it.
Yeah, going to cancel it. Wild Turtle actually with a CS lead for himself here in the bottom side.
It's done, the Nation under fire. Biofrost and Doublelift doing a nice job getting those combos down. A lot of early power between Braum and Tristano. Bio kind of eats a few too many auto attacks in that trade.
Yeah, but it does mean that because you have the Jhin who's low mobility and then you have the Tahm Kench, Tristana can never really punish the positioning of the Jhin and jump forward, or the Braum can't W to a minion and start trying to stun the Jhin because he just gets eaten up there.
A risk perhaps by Svenskeren, but Biofrost is going to move over to try and protect him. Blue buff attempt number 2. Svenskeren looking to steal it away, and much safer this time around, does cleanly take it.
Yeah, FlyQuest do see this though because of that ward that's off there on the side. They actually see Svenskeren right now as well, looking for a possible dive because he's level 6, and they're bringing Bjergsen down too. But Wild Turtle gets the back off, goes for Yombu's Ghostblade parts. He's going to try to run back down here to lane. as they call off the dive too.
Yep, Sven just decides instead he'll take the Grump. Berg goes back to lane and looks to push that out, and Moon trying to steal away some camps, but not a lot for him to take.
Yeah, but watch what Hanser does here. Hanser's actually going to check this area because he says, all right, I know that there's no other possibility except for Moon to be on the side, and catches him out so he can't take the Gromp.
I mean, Moon's level 5 as well. Haunter is 7, so not really a fight that Moon can afford to pick up, and still no ultimate available for the FlyQuest jungler. So Moon has had a lot of early attempts trying to get aggressive in these lanes, but nothing has worked so far.
And right now, TSM are saying they want to take your blue, so Hanser will ward it up or like at least hang around that area because he didn't have the ward at the time. Balls will try to shove, and now Svenskaren's backed, purchased, making sure that he's a little bit stronger, and Hanser will try to fight here a bit and try and force balls out, so they can't go for a blue at all.
Yeah, once they're pressuring, Bjergsen shoves out his lane, and Svenskaren is there to make sure that donation happens. So many blue buffs actually denied away. I believe every single blue has been taken from FlyQuest early on in this game, and now Bjergsen is going to go to the mid lane with a Syndra that already has Lost Chapter, getting an early summoner advantage, and things going to go from bad to worse here.
Yeah. Phage as well for High, so he'll have a little bit of survivability in this lane alongside the Null Magic Mantle. It isn't the worst of times for Corki either. Also, an interesting thing to note as well for the Corki is that he went for Warlord's Bloodlust, and it used to be that Corki would take Thunderlords, you'd use the E, and you'd be able to get the Gatling gun shots on people, and it would just add up. But people have moved a little bit more towards this, where it gives you the sustain in lane, survivability, and the movement speed burst to chase people down. And when you're going for Energizer builds like a Static Shiv and a Rapid Fire Cannon, that'll help charge it up faster and add an IE on top. When you heal off of the AD that you're doing, or the AD inventory, then it's just a really good pickup where you're critting and getting like 300 plus HP late game.
Well, I like this a lot from FlyQuest, trying to get aggressive with the package there. Moon also level 6, so pretty full screen initiation ready to go here. And FlyQuest are standing firm in this 2v2, going to force them off this control ward and get vision on the right-hand side of mid, but package times out High can only burn down the wave.
Yeah, it doesn't get much of the wave either. There's a hesitancy to actually walk up and then use it to go backwards.
I feel like sometimes Corgi players just like run out of patience. Like, it's running out, I'll just use it.
Yeah.
It looks pretty. But first package not super successful there for High. Chunk there from Bjergsen, but High threatening with those missiles. Bjergsen just going to go ahead and leave, and looks like he's trying to get a bit of vision for himself. Maybe even go topside as Hauntsite getting shoved back in by balls, with Bjergsen does indeed find that control ward, and will be able to take that out.
Takes out, throws some balls on the ground at the same time. Just in case somebody were to come out of the bush, he'd have something set up for them.
Now actually another play set up in bottom lane here. Svenskaren and Bifrost ready with their ultimates. Might even be trying the long con, invading in, maybe looking for a dive.
Yeah.
Or just try and find Moon.
They don't see him though with that, and now they see him with the ward. So covering all the areas and camps with both the Scryer's Bloom and the ward. See Moon.
It's been a very patient start to this game as well. I mean, after the early level 2 gank from Moon and the subsequent attempts he made in different lanes, kind of all of that action so far. TSM happy to play a more controlled game, but FlyQuest are not.
TSM, go.
This is the river. Big flank balls with a good CP. The kick on the Moon is Sven. He's going to flash towards him. Bifrost are caught out. He's going to burn down. First blood goes to Lemon as Sven assassinates Moon, but he's going to go down as well. Kill over the balls. Great flank from FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was a great flank, like you said. The teleport from Balls and the Abyssal Voyage from Lemonation. And then Moon just barely able to get out of there, which means that the Shen is not in a great position when he's delivered because Svenskaren chases, and Svenskaren eventually takes the Q in to finally finish off a kill and get something back. But it's 2-for-1 in favor of FlyQuest, but they're still down in gold right now because of the CS differences in lane.
All right.
And yeah, TP comes through as Moon goes in, and then the Abyssal Voyage from Elimination. So they're cut off from like all angles. That's a good equalizer to stop them from running away from the incoming members. But that right there, that was interesting from Moon, because you saw him actually hop up a little bit. It looked like he tried to Cataclysm right there, but he died at like the same frame. So might have actually bugged out his timer too, because you can see it's not showing us.
Interesting. Well, we'll find out in a second, but turn into normalcy now after that play. Jungler's dying means that Drake, not really an objective teams wanted to contest, so it looks like everyone's just gone back and spent some of their money. Bjergsen with the Morello Nomicon all finished. High's got 2 of 3 Trinity Force components ready to go. And Yomid is actually done for total also. Balls timing that Haunting guy. So double lift could be a Zeal next, moving into more of that static shift if he just want to sit on these AD components, or he could go for Infinity Edge and kind of do the more standard AD build. But he is going to need a little bit more time to start scaling up, and Turtle pretty much ready to go right now. Things could get better here for Jin.
Yeah, I love this Jin build because it has a lot of AD behind it immediately, and the lethality actually goes a long way later in the game against all these squishies who will never buy any pieces of armor like the Tristana. So you go ahead and you just buy the Omu's Ghostblade, then you start moving towards Infinity Edge, Rapid Fire Cannon, so you have extra range.
Looks like the FlyQuest solution to high struggles in mid lane are to move him to the bot lane. Yeah. Does have TP, although it's not up right now, but pretty happy just 1v2 clearing out the waves, and Bjergsen is going to struggle in any sort of 1v2 this early on. So we'll see if TSM want to match this swap as well. But Turtle, happy to play Seed Master here in mid lane.
Yeah, Bjergsen will actually be okay if they set this up correctly because he has the Marilla Nomicon and they have a blue buff coming up shortly. But they don't have enough members on the top side to actually contest a blue, so it could be FlyQuests for the taking because they have 2 members on the bottom side of TSM where it's only 1 from Fly. But they don't set it up. It looks like Moon's just going for it back, and it will be what I assume a Warrior into Black Cleaver build for the Dark.
Darker out there by actually got tagged by Bifrost. No elimination coming down, bringing Turtle with him. Now 3v3 as Fens also arrive, but Bifrost, good ultimate, will disengage.
Yeah, elimination. So far, the Abyssal Voyages, frequent. That's what I like to see from Tom Kench players, is they're at least looking for the Abyssal Voyages and throwing them out. So we've seen 2 so far. He's only level 7. So I like seeing that. A lot of Tom Kenches that just hold on to that ability forever and don't make those plays. So that's a point plus for elimination there. Because he's kind of been passive lately.
He has. I mean, a lot of good cross-map really available for FlyQuest. It's nice to see them again going back to more what they used to, with just starting fights so frequently that even if they lost a few or traded more evenly, at some point you had to give away to the pressure. And sometimes, yes, that was FlyQuest as well. They also caved to their own aggression, but more often than not, they would get it right. High tries to get himself out of the way. Bifrost looking to tag him up at elimination there with the save. Tom Kench is a fun killer, man.
Oh, looking for a kill on Haunter here.
Solo kill here for Balls. Grass does proc for Haunter, but Balls still chasing him down. Overheated, forcing the taunt away. Actually flash burned as well.
Yeah, gets the flash out of him, throws down the Equalizer. And so with that, Leandres ends up doing a lot of damage. Even though it is a Spectre's Cal and a Dorage Shield, that's if you're getting like Deathfire touch checks. Hold on, those sniping Bjergsen.
Oh, Bjergsen touches flash out. Moon does get stunned before he can cataclysm away, but a great deadly flourish, and Moon looking to complete the dunk. Bjergsen, though, ghosting away to safety.
Yeah, Moon actually had the ultimate there, but didn't have the vision. Bjergsen ducked away right into the bush right on time, because if he buffers that, you can't be disabled during the Cataclysm cast, and it would have stopped the Scatter the Weak stun.
Well, all the attempts on the lives of TSM don't quite go right for FlyQuest, and instead TSM collect the Drake for themselves. Haunter going to TP back to that top lane after taking a massive amount of damage from Balls, and might feel a bit safer now with that Charmed Fist for a bit of extra health. Also has a backup Ruby Crystal, but Haunter is definitely kind of piecing together that first major item, setting himself up for this laner. Balls is already ready to fight, goes back, gets Ninja Tab Iron. That next TP from Balls, the first one was pretty good. He's got it back now, and maybe even more impactful in the next fight.
Yeah, and it's that Titanic Hydra coming through for Haunter as the first item after the magic resist. See, once he starts clearing the waves, because he wants to kind of be almost a non-interactive lane for a little bit, and then he'll have an ability to deal a lot of damage to Balls while not taking as much himself once he completes a few magic resist items. I feel like you go for 2 magic resist items this game, maybe one of them being Gargoyle Stoneplate, because High is really just heavy on magic damage as this core key.
Well, High looking for another play with the package, where it goes over to the Drake pit.
It's a rotational play.
It is. Back down the bottom lane here. TSM, though, have matched that early rotation from FlyQuest, so it's 4 people in the mid lane just battling 2v2. And with that early Mountain Drake for TSM, they might be able to get an edge.
They're going for
Bjergsen out of the way. No, wants for Bjergsen. It's actually a double play. Good stun, though, from Bjergsen. Going to buy time for Haunter to stand tonight, and NCP is also coming out. But that's for Fly to reinforce the balls. Now Bjergsen cataclysmed up, does get the ulti out of the High, but he doesn't quite get the kill as he gets eaten by a Lemon. Now Bifrost getting chased, but Sven tries to get it as Haunter does secure the kill. Back on a High, Bifrost, sorry, double it fighting away. Looking for Balls and Totem, but the exhaust does come out. Now Moon looking to weave his way back to Sven. Scarin picks up the kill. Such a chaotic fight as Total forced to flash out of the way. The taunt misses for Haunter. Now looking in onto Balls, but I think TSM should have enough to clean this up. Fly started it all, but TSM are going to end it. Total forced to Sven. Tag onto elimination. Double it's going to move through as Sven makes such a massive impact in that fight.
And that looked like it was going to go FlyQuest's way. It ends up being a 4v5 because they pick off Bjergsen, but TSM come up with 4 members and only lose Bjerger.
That was a very strange fight on 2 different fronts with everybody joining the party. Bjerg gets picked off early, and I have no idea how Spen did so much work with Haunter there, but
yeah,
cleaned up the fight certainly.
So they're fighting on the right side here, and this is key because what happens is Balls comes in and has Equalizer. He wants to throw down an Equalizer in a good spot, only gets it on a Biofrost. It's not sectioning off Double Lift or anything like that, and he's not helping out on the right side of the fight either. So we'll look for that here, whereas they get Bjergsen, they section him off. The Devour is not necessary in that moment, and they throw it out, and Haunter gets the kill with the Titanic Hydra, whereas Svenskeren and Haunter are now fighting a jungler who's behind and a support, and they are able to pick up Moon there. Because Svenskeren, man, he's landing a lot of those Qs now in this mid game.
Oh,
needs to stun and a Q.
Bjergsen, one more Q, excellent solo kill. He's Syndra. Oh boy, there's a reason it's always banned.
Yeah, and I like what he did there because he didn't go for the Scatter of the Weak stun initially. He ended up popping Ghost so he can move around a little bit faster and close in. Then he goes for the catch-up, throws down the ultimate, has all these balls on the ground, and then goes for the Scatter of the Weak and the Q.
All right, well, Chaos continues here. Bjergsen going to keep pushing top side, but FlyQuest batter down the mid lane with their 2 marksmen and a Tom Kent. Moon even going to join the party. Well, I actually going aggressive on a double lift. Now the Jhin ulti, no, first tag's not good. Second does hit. Double lift needs to dodge this last one. Does do so. I'm not sure it was enough to kill him anyway.
Yeah, no Deathfire touch anymore for Jhin, so you don't see that big burst damage or the burn down afterwards. Oh, we'll see what happens when he ends up getting Infinity Edge. He's at 1,200 gold right now on Wild Turtle, who's been doing pretty well himself this game. He was good in CS up until a bit ago. TSM picked up so much off of that fight, especially like you were saying, Svenskeren in the jungle.
Yeah, 3-1-1. Actually, it's a Black Cleaver now completed.
Yep. Alongside
his Warrior and Chant. Working on the Rift Child here as Bifrost going to join in to finish it off. Spen, though, has to book it out of the way. Smites.
It's not going to open the eye again because it's below 2k. You have to get the Smite.
Smite fight! Oh, goes to Moon and Spen jumps in. Doesn't quite get out as he flashes the wall to try and save himself. Kicked one out. There was Baron also spawning. Could get the knockup.
Oh, looking for Svenskeren.
Good route there for Sven. Total going to keep trying to chase it down, but the rest of TSM are chasing down the rest of FlyQuest. So Svenskeren is going to have to try and dodge out of the way as high. He's going to get tagged. Good eat there from Lemon with a great double knockup by Bifrost. The ultimate follows out. Good ult there returning from Ball. As Moon does take down Spen finally in the top half at ulti from Bjergsen is going to secure the kill, and Haunter managed to take down Moon.
Yeah, they were chasing Svenskeren for so long. He gets a Shen ultimate.
Oh no.
And now it scales off of how much missing HP the person has. So he got this gigantic shield, and Moon couldn't kill him in time. Wild Turtle wasn't really helping too much anymore. And that was just a trail off. You can't go chasing those kind of kills off on the side forever. And FlyQuest fall prey to that.
Well, but you're wondering just how much action there is in this game. During the last replay round, we had another replay run after this where more kills happen, and there's still so much action, we can't run the replay. So, I mean, it's been a really chaotic game there. 13 kills already, and this is the pace that I think FlyQuest are used to is watch this fight again.
Yeah, Svenskeren gets rooted on the top side, and then Wild Turtle, a big damage source for the team, runs after and chases him, and he'll get ultied, but only Moon is on him. Turtle goes off to the right to check there. And yeah, gets a big shield so he doesn't die to the dunk, and Moon just doesn't have the damage anymore. And he gets picked up as a counter kill. And Wild Turtle got to do no damage in that fight afterwards because he was just chasing and looking at the options, trying to cut off Svenskeren. But it was good by TSM to realize, all right, it's 4v3 or 3v3 in this part of the map, and we have more gold on these carries.
That's one of the toughest things, I think, playing a team like TSM, because if you want to play fast, they will play with you. High, going back in, but a double tag from Bifrost almost stuns 2 members of FlyQuest. Haunter does complete the TP in towards the Drake pit, and it's back up. So TSM looking to force another fight. Drake already started.
Yeah, Ball's no teleport right now, but he will have TP advantage for a bit afterwards. We'll see as he clears out that wave.
Meanwhile, Double Lift now with 2 items.
They used Rift Herald.
Has spawned. Double Lift's like, yep, I'm going to go shoot this.
Pay attention to me.
Busy chasing down the monster. Oh, and that's not going to be a lot of damage at all.
Yep, because he got to hit it in the eye twice, took away a lot of it, and it does percent of its HP to turrets, so ends up not really doing much there.
And then Double Lift again. Walking back in, dodges the stun from Turtle, and looks like TSM are trying to seize down that last outer turret. 2-1 up in turrets for the squad right now. Have a few kills ahead of FlyQuest also, and maybe most importantly, 3,500 gold up. So all of that chaos, all of the things that FlyQuest have tried to do have backfired here and there. TSM's responses have been very good, and as a result, they've kind of built themselves up a nice lead, particularly holding again in that jungle position. But top half of the map total there for TSM's looking real good.
Yeah, it's looking really good for TSM right now. Everybody has a whole bunch of gold over their opponent. Nobody is really behind in a one-on-one. And as a split-pushing team, or a team that wants to kind of 1-3-1 a bit and then group up and team fight as FlyQuest, because they have double teleport, but then they also have this Jarvan plus Rumble combo that can be devastating if flashes are down. You definitely want to have that gold advantage. So, like that.
Oh, good package there, but Horns are going to answer on the other side. Ultimate almost takes down High, and now Bifrost and Svenskeren are already here. Balls gets tagged Sven, going for High, kicks in for the execution exhaust, down and off the balls as Double Lift jumps on the stun lands, and Bjergsen gets the kill. Again, TSM's responses are just too good.
Yeah, it's too fast for FlyQuest to react to. The Shen is helping out, and then the rotations here, everybody in sync, and this is going to be a Baron startup here. Moon in the area, though.
He's around, but blind.
They're trying to get him some vision here. Elimination, walking up, putting down some wards for that time that he can see.
Yep, again,
Bjergsen's going to try to scatter the weak here.
Oh, well, Total actually is getting some shots in. They're stopping some DPS on the Baron. Moon doesn't quite make it. He's flushed into the pit. He has to go in blind. Double Lift takes him down. Baron secured by TSM.
Yeah, and TSM stopped DPS at about 2,500 and said, all right, we're waiting for this, because they're able to have some members fight outside the pit and interrupt Turtle's ultimate and make sure that they aren't doing some extra damage to that Baron.
And again, it might look silly for Moon to just go in and die, but he has no vision. He has to try and make a play, and it all started by this attempt on Bjergsen's life.
Yeah, Hyde jumps in, but then immediately Bjergsen, who's up a level right now, just throws out the ultimate, almost kills High on entry, and then Svenskeren walks up, gives him the kick, then takes the Q to balls. Svenskeren, this first pick Lee Sin, is working wonders for him right now. The guy, 4, 2, and 4, highest skill participation on the team, actually right next to Hanser, who's one up on him with that Shen ultimate. So yeah, they're both doing great right now. Top half of the map, like you said, definitely clicking right now for TSM.
Certainly are, and now turrets are just getting destroyed. TSM plow through 2 there in the mid lane. They've got the Mountain Drake and the Baron buff for 2.5 minutes longer, and it's just standard rotations right now. Haunts has prepped this bottom side wave already, so turret number 5 is going to fall in a significantly less time than it took to take 2.
Yep. And now this gold advantage for them. 9,000 up for Team Solo Mid, and FlyQuest kind of flailing about right now. They had those early skirmishes, but the skirmishes, they're not even playing the skirmishes correctly, and that's what's getting them right now.
I mean, that's, I think, has to feel bad when you're kind of getting out FlyQuested by the other team in some ways. I mean, FlyQuest are starting a lot of these fights, but it feels like teams have kind of learned how that style works and were able to react well and just respond as a team. And when FlyQuest don't catch you off guard, it does feel like their execution is sometimes lacking, and it's going to cost you in spots. If you go for it all with high-risk team fights, it's going to cost you all when you lose them.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And look at this Moon.
All right, once again, good combo. Great off from Ball for the stuns. Landing onto Moon as he falls down. Turret low, but they're ignoring it as there's the double kill in for Bjergsen. That's 2 as double flashes forward, trying to take a few more out. The inhibitor's now exposed, and Turtle going to try and fend them off with the Jin ult, but Bifrost ready with the shield. Inhibitor falls down. Haunter gets tagged a few more, but Bifrost just going to exit stage left.
And they just don't have enough gold on their side for FlyQuest right now. Ball's sitting on 1.5 items right now. Doesn't have something like the Sorcerer's Shoes to have more magic penetration, went for the Tabai, and doesn't even have Zhonya's Hourglass. So he's 2,000 gold down behind Haunter, 2,700. And basically, that combo looked like it would be good, but it wasn't. There's not enough damage.
All right, well, 7 turrets now for TSM. That'll be quite the Baron power players. They're more than 10,000 gold ahead, but FlyQuest, again, they have to try something, but they're so far behind here.
And this looked like, Double Lift and Bjergsen both got pushed out instead of kept inside. So, flash there from Bjergsen as well. It's pretty much just over after that combo, because that was a combo that you go, that's the money right there. That's where we get back in this game as FlyQuest, but they're just too far behind at this point.
Yep, and it does feel like, again, if the gold is closer, if you're ahead, that fight looks so much better, but FlyQuest just play to get such a big lead as early on as possible. I mean, it all started with Moon's initial visit to that mid lane at level 2, and it's kind of all gone wrong from there.
Yeah, he was spotted, I believe, by the little remaining duration on the Raptor pit ward, and Bjergsen was playing to the bottom side because he knew that the jungler was on the top side, so just positioned himself standard in the mid lane and made sure the level 2 didn't come through, which is one of the strengths of Jarvan, is that level 2 gank. But it didn't succeed. It put him very far behind. You could even see in Moon's item builds, very far behind Svenskeren now, but also went for a Knight's Vow second item, trying to keep high a little bit safer. And they also have another Knight's Vow here from Elimination, so they're just double Knight's Vow trying to keep their carries safe.
I mean, they've got 2 good carries, but they're going to need to scale a little further. TSM, in the meantime, are pressuring top and bot with the super minions doing the work for them in the mid lane. So 3-lane pressure effectively here for TSM, and turrets should start to fall even faster. Baron buff has dropped off, but that's the end of the good news currently for FlyQuest.
Yeah, so more bad news for them is that Hanser in the top lane, 11 out of those 13 kills he's been a part of, Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Titanic Hydra. I feel like nobody can really 1v1 Hanser right now because he's 2 levels up over Balls, 1 up over High, Yeah, he's just so far ahead. He's at that point, that threshold where you're just fighting a tank. You're like, why is he doing more damage to me than I'm doing to him in like every trade? So Haunter in a very good spot to kind of just do Shen things and just keep pushing the lane.
And the answer may be pull more people to that top lane. Haunter has like clearing out that vision though, as you can see, approaching 7,000 gold for that Baron power play. That has to be one of the biggest of the split.
Yeah, there's been some pretty heavy
There have
ones,
been
for
some
sure.
pretty ridiculous Baron plays already. But not a bad one, certainly. I think TSM will be happy with that number. And also be happy that 3 items pretty much everywhere. You mentioned the tanks already in that top side for Haunter, and in some ways Svenskeren. 3 items also on the carries, which means that FlyQuest and all of their champions are feeling fairly under threat.
Yeah, and Doublelift already has boots, has 3 items, and now he's working towards another one there. Some lifesteal for himself. But yeah, all the carries are just ready to go, and all the tanks too. So TSM pretty much in the driver's seat. They have a Tristana with 2 Mountain Drakes. These turrets should be like butter.
They've got enough time as well with the supers in mid lane, so it's time to see it once more. Again, damage coming out high. Needs a few more autos. Oh, there's the stun, but a good eat from Lemon. Devours high up and keeps him safe, but even that might just be enough poke for TSM to keep sieging and just knock down that one of these inhibitor turrets. As soon as one falls, it feels like the game's just going to break completely open. Doublelift, all that free time. Feels good for the Triss. Oh, a bit of lifesteal here as well. Bio trapped in there, but who's trapped in with who? Doublelift on a killing field, take down Lemon Moon. Low does go down to Sven. Turret's gonna fall. Doublelift hop, skip and a jump over for the reset. Says Turtle going down. Another jump for Doublelift. Another jump for Doublelift, and high. He's gonna get chased all the way into the fountain.
And the only surviving member now from FlyQuest, TSM are gonna take game 1.
All right, Nexus turret's under siege. Doublelift smelling blood. Once the ace is high, retreats to his fountain to try and defend, but the Nexus will be left exposed and open as they're looking to try and dive it in. TSM, they'll give it up. High will stay alive, but the Nexus will not. Shut down there at the end. Doublelift goes down, but TSM take game 1.
TSM able to play the style a little bit better than FlyQuest there. The Jarvan pick did not work out. 2-6-2 for Moon at the end of the game there. He went for those early ganks. It put him a bit behind. It didn't work out. It was the gambit that they took. And if that ends up working, it's a completely different game. But they took that risk. The risk didn't pay off against TSM. And now FlyQuest, the struggle for them is, the standard didn't work for them. The oddball pick didn't really work for them here. And they got to find a way to take down TSM, who, like I said, is looking like one of the stronger teams right now. Even though their record shows that they're 4-2, they've only lost to those top teams.
I mean, the TSM. Like, really? Are you going to doubt that TSM aren't going to be good at least by the time the split ends?
I feel like you can't say they're TSM as an analytical statement. It's like,
I mean, they've been every final, so that's pretty good as far as their pedigree goes. So we're actually going to break down the game here again, looking at that team comp. I liked a lot of the elements of both drafts, actually. I think TSM picked smartly to try and counter a lot of expected things from FlyQuest. I mean, Syndra is such a robust mid laner, particularly for Bjergsen. But FlyQuest also, I like what they did. For me, it just really comes down more to execution. I feel like FlyQuest just throw themselves at the enemy team sometime, and team's like, okay, I'll just
yeah, because the Jarvan could have worked out, and we saw the combo come online, but it didn't have enough damage behind it because of the top lane. But there was a few fights in there where you're going, okay, FlyQuest looked like they could have a numbers advantage here, or they could actually just win this fight. Like the one that happened where Wild Turtle just gets pulled up to the top side and doesn't do any damage in it. And then the one that happened in the river as well was very important.
And that's his replay, so watch how this happens. Bjergsen looks like a bad time to start things off.
Yeah, this ends up being a 4v5 in favor of FlyQuest because they pick off Bjergsen, but then it's just a split fight here. So Wild Turtle and Balls are off on the side, and then it just gets picked up. And now I like how Biofrost and Svenskeren are positioning themselves around the corner, and Biofrost's ultimate cuts off both Turtle and Balls from doing anything here, whereas Doublelift just keeps putting out DPS, doesn't have to flash or heal at the beginning of that fight when the equalizer comes down, and then they route them, and then they pick up the kills. So yeah, this is just a well-played fight here from TSM, but at the same time, there's one that FlyQuest ends up not having the right positioning in. And I like there at the end, Biofrost, he's about to die to the last shot of Jhin, puts up his shield, make sure he doesn't die with the Unbreakable there.
I mean, in general, across the board, really solid performance there for TSM, just kind of playing every turn correctly. That fight went heavily in their favor, and the game really snowballed out of control from there. If you have a look at that goal graph, just that's the hill that TSM sped up very quickly, and FlyQuest just started tumbling down it.
Yeah, it was a very fast game as well. 30 minutes for themselves, and Doublelift, you saw with 24,000 damage there in that game, more than pretty much everybody on his team. So I feel like he kind of went unnoticed in this game because there was just so much poking back and forth. But there's a lot of players that stood out in this game to me. It was especially like Haunter with his ultimate, Svenskeren with the playmaking. And Bjergsen also, with the way he was avoiding Moon in the early game and playing around and avoiding that pressure.
I mean, we saw Moon on screen. We have to talk about that Jarvan jungle once again. I mean, scoreline not impressive. The pick itself has been very good, particularly in the top lane. But you said yourself, it has also been seeing some attention in Solco. I mean, I think this can work. I don't know if it's necessarily the pick that was bad here or if the execution was just a little off as a team effort for FlyQuest.
Yeah, well, if you think about the level 1, they got more information on TSM's side where they warded the blue and they warded the Raptors, which means that you're not getting that level 2 gank off without them knowing what side of the map you're on, most likely for that level 2. Because you start the blue side, they're going to see you there. You start the red, and you get caught by that Raptor ward on the way out. So Bjergsen's able to choose which side of the lane he wants. So it's a team effort there to avoid that gank in the early game, and the Braum pick helped them put themselves in the jungle.
Yeah, it feels like great preparation, paying dividends there for TSM. Well, we're taking a quick break, but before we go to commercial, let's send it over to this week's episode of This or That with Kobe and Jad.
Hello and welcome to another episode of This or That with Kobe and Jat.
Which episode is it?
72.
All right.
We have never counted the number of episodes.
I just thought of that because every dive, you say exactly which episode it is.
It is.
Because we started it so recently.
This or That is timeless. It goes on forever. We have never seen these slides before. We have 5 of them
No
today.
rules, no rules. Let's go.
Those aren't rules. Let's get into the first slide. We said we're never talking about the rules again. Better LCS debut. Mike Young, contracts.
So contracts, I remember this one pretty clearly. And he was actually going off. People were like, he's the best jungler in the world.
Yeah.
People were already comparing him to, oh yeah, SKT wants to pick him up.
Yeah, this is actually super interesting because Mike Young, or as I like to call him, Rookie of the Split Mike Young,
yes.
actually
the
had
only
a
rookie
good
of the
first week,
split.
but he didn't win a match. And the team protected
He did
him
win
a lot
game, though.
with their jungle strats. And he went off in some of those games. But contracts, I don't actually think his rookie split was amazing, even though he did win Rookie of the Split. But his first week was awesome.
I was going to say, debut, do you mean the games of the first day, or do you mean the entire...
He started off his LCS career by 2-0ing TSM, I think.
Exactly.
So it's contract.
That's why I was going with debut of your first weekend or whatever.
Yeah. Pretty excited for Mike Young, though, and I think contracts is still getting better.
Yeah,
So both
I like
guys,
this one. Mike Young definitely shows promise.
Slide number 2 for This or That. Who will win, Immortals or COG? This is our Friday night matchup.
Perfect. We get a discussion one. This is actually really hype because not only is it battle for first place, this is battle of who won the trade. And people have been having so much discussion just on the junglers. They're like, oh yeah, Smithy, nice guy, shot calling. He's helping out with the mentality of the team. You know, his direction for the late game is so much better. And Dardoch is all plays, but that has not been the case. No. Smithy has been huge in the plays, the early ganks, his Baron steal as well. So I really even just like that dynamic.
Not only that, Pobelter and Huhi also was a double starter on COG, so there's so much story in this matchup. With that being said, even though I think Immortals is a little underrated with the way Flame and Ole and Cody Sun have been playing, I'm still on the COG hype train for this split because I think Darshan is back to that level where he was one of the best top laners in NA. I think Aframu is recommitted, and I think there is still more talent on that team, so I'm going to go with COG for this Friday.
Exactly. Now, I feel like the more surprising wins have been coming from Immortals, but I still have to give it to COG.
COG's games have been super close, too. So much of this is on almost historic brand value with the roster. Like, Immortals has won so many games, but it's a totally different roster than was winning in 2006.
Yeah. Also, I feel like it's been a little bit more recent for Immortals as far as the improvements that I'm seeing. But that being said, I'm actually super hyped for the bottom lane as well. Even though those aren't star players,
still that.
2 of the best bottom lanes that we have in the entire league.
Yeah, we said a lot of nice things about Immortals. We picked them to lose. We're both COG, going to be a super hype matchup. Keep it rolling. Slide number 3. This or That, Door and Shield nerfs, LCS meta altering, yes or no? So the nerfs was you can no longer get 2 health potions, but you now get
It's literally 50 gold, yeah.
Meta altering.
I don't think so.
I still like Door and Shield.
I don't think it's a meta altering shift. I mean, Door and Shield, like you're saying, you still like it because
we essentially
it's still
credited
usable.
Door and Shield with being able to play supports like Blitzcrank and Thresh because you wouldn't get poked out by Karma. Karma's nerf, people used to play in those. I think you still go Door and Shield if you want, and the playmaking supports are still in, so I'd say the nerfs are not meta altering.
So, and to an effect, right? I do think playmaking supports are here to stay, and I don't think they will be affected. I do think that some AD carries are going to stop buying the shield, which is actually what I wanted. So I think it's the best of both worlds. I wouldn't call that a meta-altering change, though. Yeah. It's a little bit smaller than that, so I will go no.
That. I like the color coding of this or that with the yes and no as well.
And I like they changed it from thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, they're the non-anatomical thumb from last week. I forget how it was supposed to be something.
We rarely, credit the producers, but
more underrated pre-summer split. So before the split, who was more underrated?
Another Immortals
or
COG one.
It's a hype matchup, Kobe. You must do multiple slides on it.
Honestly,
even the colors of the logos are the same.
Honestly, I feel like Darshan received more hate. So I don't know about more underrated compared to their performance that they're having now. But I felt like Darshan was receiving more hate than Pobelter was. So that's why I'm going to say Darshan was more underrated. He did have, these MSI performances where he was playing really well in tanks and doing a lot for a team. Yeah. It was a long time ago, but it's been a while since people were super excited about his Fiora or something like that, split push and carrying like that.
This dude, though, lost lane to Piglet last year. And then people were saying, and he's been playing actually really well. So as much as I think Darshan is back to that level, I don't know if the public perception of Darshan shifted down as much for him as it did for Pobelter. So
what are they calling him, koala?
Right now, Darshan is a koala. I'm going to go with this for this one.
All right, we split then.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm still with Darshan.
Slide number 5, final slide. What we got? Better hooker. Word choice. Questionable.
Weird choice, but I like the slide because so many teams, we've been seeing even Blitzcrank into Thresh so often. I always cite as my reason for favoring Thresh, his versatility. Obviously, the Lantern, you can play defensively, you can save people. There are a lot more creative plays. But obviously, the speed of Blitzcrank, as well as the silence from his ultimate, is super underrated, which makes this a lot closer than just obviously he can hook and he can Lantern. Blitzcrank offensively definitely has a bit more punch, but I still just love Thresh.
Yeah, I'm going to take this question a little bit differently and talk about just the hooks. I think Thresh is a more useful champion, but
even just looking at the hooks,
Rocket Grab is better than Death Sentence, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I thought you were saying the. Yeah. Okay. We're good then. We took it different questions.
Perfect. I'm going to go with this. Kobe's going to go with that. As usual.
Also, this is literally a hook. Ha! I win. We're done.
That was the last slide. I have nothing else to say to this man.
ulti. Bifrost are caught out. He's going to burn down. First blood goes to Lemon, and Sven assassinates Moon, but he's going to go down as well. Flash started it all, but TSM are going to end it. Total force to Sven. Tag onto Lemon Nation. Double is going to move through as Sven makes such a massive impact in that fight. Great double knockout by Bifrost. The ultimate follows out. Good ult there returning from Balls as Moon does take down Sven finally in the top half at ulti. From Bjergsen is going to secure the kill, and Hornsa managed to take down Moon. Trapped in there, but who's trapped in with who? Double lift on a killing field, take down Lemon. Moon low does go down to Sven. Turret's going to fall, double lift, hop, skip, and a jump over for the reset. Says Turtle, going down, another jump for double lift, and high. He's going to get chased all the way into the fountain.
I guess I was like a pretty known challenger player at the time before I even joined TSM for like being, I guess, pretty aggressive and pretty good. So they asked me to sub in for a week for Chaos, and I ended up playing for TSM that week, and they decided to just keep me from then, and I didn't really go back to my C9 members. I didn't even say goodbye.
Welcome back to round 2 of FlyQuest versus TSM. Well, he's back with some of them now. Good to see Wild Turtle found his roots again.
Yeah, he never had to say goodbye because he came back. Because until next time.
He just knew. Well, we do have a player of the game to give out, and it was Sven Skeren there for TSM. Certainly a top one. Felt like just a big overall team win, but his general impact just felt so good. And as always, he's overperforming on this champion.
Yeah, exactly. The first pick there for the Lee Sin, just still very cheerful about that last game as well, because I definitely think that was, he's gotten a lot of criticism. And when I talked to Double Lift about Sven Skeren, he said, when the team is failing in its teamwork, Sven Skeren's always going to look the worst. And right now, they're kind of propping him up a bit. They're saying, all right, go for the first pick, Lee Sin, control the jungle. They gave early wards to see what the jungle route was, so we could steal a blue away. And they've really been kind of setting it up so it's a team win overall, but Sven Skeren had those early plays that did set up the team. But you got to say it, Bjergsen and Double Lift both played those carries quite well as Hanser in the top.
I mean, yeah, just again, across the board, excellent look there for TSM. And even in that first blue steal you mentioned, that was the team collapsing back to make sure that wasn't just Sven Skeren looking dumb and getting caught out and killed again. So certainly looking good there for TSM. FlyQuest, we'll see just what they do with the drawing board. Do they throw it out? Do they rub everything off and kind of move on? Or do they adjust some plans they might have had? Because game 1 was looking tough here. They're going to start with LeBlanc and Shen, actually, as their first 2 bans. Zach banned by TSM, as is customary on the red side these days.
Yeah, Galio's also jumping up the red side tier list as well. I feel like that might be the next ban here they throw out. And I want to see FlyQuest go for a Syndra ban, unless they want to play something into it. Yeah, Zach, Caitlyn, and Galio, I think, are kind of like the 3 bans that are popping up. But look at that. Ban it themselves.
Bit of a favor almost there by FlyQuest banning away Galio. TSM will kind of open up a ban potentially if they were going to go with Galio, and they actually do ban Oriana. So being able to throw out a target ban in phase 1 is pretty nice for TSM. There's first pick Tom Kench. Lemon Nation knows what he wants and takes it immediately.
Yeah, they picked that last time in the first round as well. This leaves the Jhin that was so prized by them up, but I feel like Double Lift would probably want to go for
maybe. I mean,
Tristana again
did look good. So we'll have to see if TSM want to change it up. Aatrox did see some play already in EU, but not today. There's first pick Lee Sin as the train continues. Sven Skeren going to be the next one.
I just want people are like, you can't keep letting them get it. You can't do this. And they may pick
Aatrox for a very fleeting moment. No, you mean Lee Sin.
Yes. Yeah. Aatrox was played today over in Europe. So don't think it'll catch on that quickly.
I'm not sure it'll catch on at all. That's fresh for Bifrost.
Good point.
Take that one for himself. And again, all the playmaking supports, Thresh is maybe one of the better ones. It's very hard to say that given the sheer number of champions you can play. As looks like Rumble back in for Balls and Jhin back for Turtle. So 3 of 3 now for FlyQuest in these first 3 picks.
Yeah, these are exactly the same as last time in terms of the picks that they picked up for themselves. Different order slightly, but it doesn't matter too much. But yeah, Thresh, actually the most popular support globally in the last 3 to 4 weeks of professional play. Ever since that first week where people were still picking Karma and Lulu, etc., just started jumping up the tier list, and he actually has not dropped at all. The people who were like Thresh one tricks back when they were Challenger and days of old, they're starting to bring it back out, and Biofrost is one of those guys.
Yeah, it certainly is. And there's actually Tristana as the last pick in phase 1 for TSM. Lucian banned once again away from high. Might even see the Zed join it once more. And I think the debate there for TSM was probably, do we take Triss now and maybe get it banned, or do we take Syndra and protect our mid lane pick?
Yeah, so far it's the same pick and ban for both teams, or picks for both teams except for the Braum subbed out for the Thresh. And there we go, the Syndra ban away from Bjergsen. Can't let him have that champion because everybody else isn't letting him have it, and now you see why.
Well, we'll see if the Z ban does follow once more for TSM. And of course, what FlyQuest wants to do is their last ban of this draft. And there is Z once more, so TSM sticking to the plan. Even got, again, that kind of extra ban of Orianna in phase 1. So 3 of High's champions being cut down here. I mean, yes, if he wants to go back to Corki, he can do it. We'll see if TSM maybe even want to steal it coming out of this phase. But FlyQuest returning kind. There's a Cassiopeia ban to join the Syndra with 4 mid laners banned in that phase. 6 total, including the phase 1 ban. 7 actually, if you want to count the Galio. So Pocket's going to have to be pretty deep here. But mid is actually a pretty deep role right now, as there's Kled actually for Hauntzer.
Yeah, playing it into the Rumble, it's actually a very good matchup for the Kled. It's hard to actually get him off of you. Like that, the throwback, the Teemo.
That is the throwback.
Just like Hai was saying, you got to play Teemo into Bjergsen, beat him with it back in the day. But yeah, Talia kind of jumps out to me, Corki, as those 2 for the mid lane.
I might say this as well. I know he's been practicing it. He was even warming up in a custom just before the game started. Malzahar? Malzahar. Alrighty.
All right.
That'll be fun.
Wow, okay, Malzahar actually went through some substantial changes previously, but he did get a nerf on 7.12. They actually nerfed the damage on his Q, which was maxed first normally now. It got a 20 damage nerf at the max rank, and then his ultimate got a nerf in both the AP ratio and the base damage. So it's definitely weaker than it was on 7.11.
Yes.
But people, not a lot of people were even playing it on 7.11.
There was a window where it was very, very strong. Has since been toned down. Kaza Class pick there for FlyQuest as Moon will take that. Oh, please do it. This is such a classic counter pick.
Oh, yeah. Make sure that you just ulti the person.
I'm going to wait until it's locked in, and then I will tell you my thoughts on this champion in the hands of TSM's mid laner. There's Zilean, a classic Malzahar counter pick, and I love Bjergsen Zilean. I do not like Zilean as a champion.
I hate it.
He is so frustrating to play against, but for such a defensive, single-minded champion, Bjergsen makes this work so well, and it is a great counter pick. So, I mean, I love the high throwing out the Malzahar, but Bjergsen's like, dude, I got counter picks everywhere. Don't you worry.
Yeah, been playing the game for so long, these guys always whip out kind of unique champions against each other. You can think back to like Hai playing the Soraka mid, or even the Teemo mid. So Bjergsen, you know, has one up his sleeve as well for the pocket pick of the Malzahar here from Hai.
And it's even really good in this comp, which is kind of the fun part. I'm excited for a Sped Kled running into the backline. But I mean, again, lots of pick here for FlyQuest. They've got a lot of tools to do what they've seen so much success on. I mean, I think we talk about Lemon Nation really kind of slumping as a player and changing it up, going to Tom Kenchi's second melee support in a row, same champion, of course, but he was playing, you know, all the big carries, Azara, the Karma, those sort of champions. Lemon's early success in Spring did come from Malzahar. Just having the element, that go button for FlyQuest is such an important part of how they like to play. And now it feels like there's go buttons everywhere. Moon should feel very enabled to jump in and get aggressive. And FlyQuest, if they can find the picks and get an early lead, this is a team that has always been good at snowballing.
Yeah, when they pick up those Barons, etc. But right now, TSM looking to close out 2-0 as FlyQuest want to take us to a Game 3.
Well, it's a TSM fan with a crying a moo. No need to cry right now. TSM looking real good up 1-0 versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest looking to bring it back in, get some revenge from many, many years ago. But FlyQuest would love to start picking up a few more wins, and to do so versus TSM feels ever so sweeter for Hai and Lemon and Turtle and Balls. Yeah, I ran out of players. It's okay.
Not Moon.
No, I mean, you know, I feel pretty good for him too. I think overall we joke, but the confidence of FlyQuest is a big factor in how they play and their success. So some momentum for this team is always so deadly. TSM gonna not try and give that away, and if FlyQuest can get things rolling, if Moon's level 2 gank does work this time, perhaps could see it work a lot better here. As Moon and Sven might even start it off early.
Yeah, could go for an invade here. The Kled versus the Rumble. Yeah, Rumble early now. 10-second cooldown instead of 6-second cooldown on the Q. So you're able to just push, or enemies are able to push him in now, and you can see Hauntzer just pushed Balls all the way back and was able to get a ward on the red buff, or the blue buff there. So it might be a red side start for Moon, who's back now.
Yeah, that vision helped out so much for TSM to kind of scout Moon out early, who is a very aggressive jungler. So We'll see if they can get just as much info this time around. Looks like High has been getting some work done already. That's 2 different Malefic Visions casts he's had for a bit of extra damage, but Bjerg goes back. Bifrost going to shake off most of that damage, and looks like Sven's going to start on the red buff once again. Haunts are here to help, mounted up on Skull. And Moon actually on the bottom side as well. So TSM should know, based on the leash from the duo lane, what is happening in this early jungle.
Yeah, also knowing that, didn't start on that top side of the map will be big. Also, like you said, the counter pick. The bomb actually removes the Void Shift from Malzahar, so the bomb will do full damage on the ending point. Attaching it just helps out. High's got yeah, does avoid it.
Moon, another good gang. Insta-flash from Bjergsen.
He does it again, though. Goes for the invade. And yeah, right there, Svenskeren was looking for the invade. Might jump onto Moon here, or he's going to wait for him to do the buff, and then he'll collapse afterwards. So he's just kind of waiting.
Very patient.
So he has multiple options here. He can actually go in here and gank, because this is the side that High actually wanted to play to, knowing his jungler was there.
Good flash from High. Gets out early, tagged by Sven's Q, but that's going to make sure that buff goes over to Moon.
Yeah. Because Sven didn't have top lane priority, and you can see that Balls are shoving Haunter in, they're going for this invade means you get collapsed on 3v2 instead of having a numbers advantage yourself. So it's actually the higher probability play of working from Svenskeren there to go for the mid and have a 2-on-1 very quickly and go for the gank.
Good little trade there by Doublest, actually. Kind of weaving around that explosive charge, doing a bit of damage to Turtle. Certainly saw a lot of success for the Tristana lane last time around, and Bifrost, if he can land those hooks, should be able to trade fairly effectively. I mean, one of the issues with Tom Kench in general is very good when you're moving around the map, but his landing is a little average.
Looking for Bjerg.
Back in again. Bjerg, no flash. Moon looking for the first blood. Tries to give it over to High. The DFT might be enough.
Nope.
10 health.
Yep.
Bjergsen lived that.
And you can see Mastery from Bjergsen there. Took Fearless, the Mastery in Resolve tree that gives you more armor and MR. Ends up saving him there.
The real good Mastery of Bjerg barely lives. I feel like Moon maybe could have put an order win, but maybe tried to give it over to High. Regardless, Bjerg, both summoners now going to be bonus TPs back. But let's watch this again. Moon, his aggression actually paying off this time.
Well, he gets spotted there too, and High doesn't walk up. He just throws the Malefic Visions. Another auto attack there may have been the difference. After the fact, he didn't want to scare Bjergsen away.
He also can't get stunned. That's the thing I missed. He didn't want to converge the bombs together. So Moon actually playing that really smart.
Yep.
But Bjergsen barely able to get away from that one.
Yeah, Moon backing up was huge there because he didn't get the second bomb or the stun. And Lemon was looking for 3 stacks.
All right, FlyQuest coming alive. I like it. Again, Moon just going back to what he knows. I mean, in TSM's mind, it's like, surely he's never going to do it again. Well, surprise. Another level 2 gank goes into a level 3 gank, and the pressure has been looking good for them. CS looking much better than it was in the last game. Ahead in mid, even in bot, and even in top lane, with Moon still efficiently farming also. High, though, he's going to get stunned up here. Sven's going to land that Q, and there's first blood.
And after all that attention mid, the double ganks from Moon to get the flash and return gank, he doesn't get a kill, and the first blood goes over to Svenskeren after a single visit. On the second visit, actually, he did have that one early.
Yep, just a really good setup there. TSM kind of analyzing the situation well, and to tip the balance in favor of themselves for right now. Sven up to another good early lead. See what he does with his bonus gold.
Yep, TP comes in from High. Yeah, he had gotten ganked earlier, and that was where the flash came in. But Svenskeren walks over a ward, and High doesn't respect it because he has the passive on. But you see here, he walks over. Now he's playing to the side that Svenskeren is on. Slowed, autoed to remove the shield, and then double bomb. That is his highness.
Oh, Haunted, it's a rebound! Not gonna get it! Was able to take him down. Moon with a successful gank of his own this time, and that's the answer you want to see from FlyQuest.
Yeah, you want to set that top lane up as well, because the Kled gets better than the Rumble later on. It's not so much that laning phase, because he just pushes you in constantly, and you don't have wave clear as the Kled. The Q does pass through minions, but it doesn't pass in a way that really does a lot of damage to multiple ones. The width of it isn't very big. So the Rumble keeps him under turret, and they finally throw a gank up to the top side where Balls is and get a kill.
Oh, more aggression still in the bot lane. Lemon Nation tags him with a lick. There's the deadly flourish. No more noms available. Fire plus just a hooking kind there for Lemon, but Grey health not needed. Double of actually returning back to lane with the BF sword, so not a whole lot happening as we'll watch how this gank unfolded.
Yeah, he had already actually dismounted him, snuck into the bush there, jumps out. And then the flash to chase. Yeah, so flash for flash, but the kill does go over.
Minions kind of baited Haunter there. Wanted a little bit more courage to try and remount. Instead,
yeah, it's another auto attack.
Good punish there from FlyQuest. Able to get that kill from the top side and really leverage a strong lead for Balls, who need the Tabo right now. Not a whole lot of extra gold spent, but he does have his TP and Haunter. But he has to get back to the lane, I believe. So whenever Balls does go and spend his gold, he's got not too much of it just yet. We got a pretty good base time up with that teleport. Back in mid lane though, CS still looking good for high, which is nice. But Bjergsen with those 2 Dorans, lots of early learning items, does not want to get aggressed on anymore. And especially now that Malzahar has level 6, but Zillion's also 6, so be careful in trading those ultimates.
Yeah, and this is something that I thought would happen. Doran's Rings got that nerf where you can't stack them anymore. It's a unique passive of the 4 mana every time you kill a minion. But people buy it still because it has the base mana regen on it. It has 15 HP, and then it also has the fact that it gives you 60 HP on top of it. So I feel like this item is mostly for those early defensive stats as well as lane sustain. Whereas some people are saying you could buy Dark Seal here. It might actually be a better buy because he does have a refillable potion. But it does want that second Doran's, which is like...
HP over time is not the same as flat HP, unfortunately. When you're getting basically one comboed by Malzahar and or Kha'Zix. Maybe that's the thought there. This ball's getting dove.
Svenskeren looking for position.
Svenskeren kicks him back. Oh, that's so tough for Rumble. Dive comes down and Balls is going to go down. Svenskeren, no. Trapped under the turret.
He almost got both there. If Haunter didn't drop aggro, that would have been very close. But yeah, he gets the flash from Svenskeren, and he gets a kill back. So Balls actually ends up in a pretty good spot there. And this Rumble is going to be a menace here because the fact that there's a Zilean in the game and he wants to be able to, ulti a single person that's getting Malzahar ultied or singled out by Kha'Zix or Jhin, the Rumble's the one that adds that AoE teamfight damage. So that's where you really want to be focusing as FlyQuest. And TSM are trying to shut it down, but they end up just helping it a little bit.
A little low on mana as he does get some good damage done onto Bjergsen. Moon invading because of the pressure there in mid and bot lane, so going to try and steal away this blue buff. Bjergsen, though, has plenty of mana himself to work with, so just some wave clear what's happening as High is cheating over to the right-hand side. Not looking for a donate, but Moon does get that successful steal, so just covering there for his jungler.
Yeah, also the fact that Svenskeren died on top, you 100% know where he is, in the fountain. So go take that blue buff. They ward up that bottom side jungle to keep theirs safe. Make sure that the bottom lane of Wild Turtle Elimination are both in a good spot, whereas that top lane is really where you want to focus your attention. And you can see both junglers heading towards that top side.
Yep. Well, I do like both the champions in the mid lane. I did not promise it was going to be an exciting lane, as they're just kind of farming back and forth. Certainly action on the bottom side, though, as Biofrost forced to flash away. Turtle chasing down Warlord's proxies, the ultimate out. Biofrost should be able to keep him safe. It might take a little too much here. Oh boy, last crit, not enough to kill him. Double is at a heal as well, so if they thought there was a huge issue, could likely save him, but Biofrost staying strong.
Balls TP.
Oh, wow, Turtle, he's in! Dancing Grenade, not quite enough with the flourish! Does tag Biofrost, Double Lift books it out of the way, but Balls is here ready. Ultimate just needs to get the snipe, Double Lift flashes out, and Balls doesn't get a Buster Shot. Might have even moved him, but Biofrost does go down.
Yeah, he throws out the Buster Shot and flashes at the same time, and that's really a situation where you have to put the Equalizer down right on top of Double Lift and hope that you put it the right direction, because he flashes as soon as it comes out.
Well, it might be a turret still for FlyQuest, so going to get rewarded here for their aggression in the bottom side of the map. First turret gold over to Fly. And a gold lead now developing 10 minutes in. Moon's also going to take away this Drake. And again, just a place. Execution looking a whole lot better in TSM. Yes, they're also making plays themselves at FlyQuest. Just playing with a little more calculation. The turret trade will come out. TSM able to take top outer.
Yeah, and they're going to shove this. And they don't get the Rift Herald in return. Typically, the trade will be you trade turrets, you trade Drake for Rift Herald, but they don't get that. Gets the heal out. Almost gets Double Lift there. He's so low. And Balls uses the Q there while he's traveling, so he doesn't get to have it walk up on Double Lift. So if he had saved the Q, but he was trying to overheat, I feel like that's a little bit of a mechanical misplay there from the Rumble.
Maybe.
Yeah, just walk up and press the Q instead of actually...
Instead, Double Lift gets away. But Biofrost does go down, and so does that turret. So still a trade up there for FlyQuest. As High shoving mid lane in very aggressively. Kind of working towards the first little items. High scoots away from that bomb. While Turtle now on the top side of the map with Lemon. So we're going to get something started on that top outer. And yeah, Bjergsen is respecting the potential all-in with High's ultimate. Just playing back, bombing the wave, and then walking away.
I have to correct myself from earlier. It looked like Kai still had the passive on just the bomb being picked up there.
Yeah, so you do have to take it off with, I think, an auto or some such. Yeah, little bomb damage. I think the 1-2 damage might still be there, but I could be wrong.
I know it still pulls turret aggro.
Yes. It used to be because it did the damage.
Yeah.
I don't know if it still does that anymore. But still, Bjergsen's been playing it well. It is tough for Mal to really approach someone that doesn't really need to do anything against a creep wave. Again, Bjergsen throwing bombs, just walking away. A lot of fun there in the mid lane as far as wave play goes. Balls and Haunter back to battle. A little bear trap, but walked away from that range, and now could be problems. Stun lands in, Spence here. Bjergsen, early ultis to just get aggressive, and Leonard coming back around. Lantern now to be taken. Bifrost there to save his mid laner. Aggressive play from TSM.
Yeah, and Hai didn't use the ultimate there either to lock down Bjergsen. Saw that the ultimate was on and didn't want to have to root himself. So they get out, and now they get to push in mid. And here's the TP, so yeah, they get the answer.
Bjergsen forced to use that to save the wave.
And Moon's actually been quite active this game, and it hasn't been blowing up in his face like last game, because made some early plays that could have paid off for the team and put them pretty far ahead, but now on this Kha'Zix, he's gone for some risks, and these ones have paid off for the most part. Ben's going to take it, yeah, but it's isolated. Hold on, though.
Yeah, kicks him out. Deadly Flourish does not connect as TSM TP in. They're trying to cancel someone as High. Going to be the next target. Haunter looking to use the ultimate down, but it's not quite aimed in the right direction. Everyone else speeding up, though, and there's the flash in for Haunter. Once High, going to try and take him down. High, eating damage. Great double stun there for the Zillion Turtle. It's going to fall as well.
And the beautiful double bomb from Bjergsen, the flash forward to get that down.
Really good play from TSM. Looked like everything was going to go wrong when Haunter couldn't quite get the angle on the ulti, and Sven almost got soloed. Instead, TSM come up with the play, and the top turret also went down by the looks of things, although maybe not yet. I can't see. That's the one they took earlier, excuse me. And now Rift are going to go over and try and find themselves the second turret.
Yeah. I would assume they try to use this on the mid lane turret to burst that open. It is kind of difficult to get in on a Malzahar and not have it turn around because he has a lot of potential to lock somebody up and make sure that they have to stay there and wait as they're sieging. But yeah, Doublelift avoids the teleport here, but it's High coming through, and he doesn't really have enough setup time. It looked like he wanted to just double Voidling there, throw the E, and then use ulti, but then the other teleport came through, and High does stick around a little bit too long here, and Turtle setting up traps trying to peel for him, and then they walk too close together, and it's the double bomb there that gets the stun onto both. And it looked like that bomb was about to land on minions, but it just sticks to High, and then the next one follows up, and it gets Wild Turtle in there too.
Really nice setup there again for TSM. You can see how all the elements are coming together. I mean, Bifrost and Bjergsen sped into that team fight in the Kled slipstream.
Yep. Like you said, the sped Kled. Now they're trying to gank the Kled.
Oh no.
Make it dead Kled.
We'll see. Was it just out of the way? Back through balls. Moon's here though, and now Dismount incoming. Bear trap pulls Moon a little bit out, but not far enough. Sven though could save it. Great kick through. Follows it out. Takes down Moon, and now remount balls. Oh no. It's all troublesome as High even going to get tagged. Bjergsen is here a little too quickly. Dismount again. High trying to get the kill, but Sven shuts that down.
And the ulti from Bjergsen resurrects Haunter, so he doesn't die either.
And now Sven looking for the Q, lands it, follows it through. Shield there's great, the scrap shield buff! Might save balls, but Sven just gonna trade.
At least gets him a counter kill there. You're right, the scrap shield buff.
Shout out to Freak. He told me to get that one in a call if I can manage it, so there we go.
Yeah, it's a little stronger, but it's a 0.5 second less duration.
I mean, it's great in moments like that.
Yeah.
You just need to live for a split second longer. TSM, though, starting to take hold of this game, it does feel like. Still even as far as the objective front goes. Been a lot of trades back and forth, but Rift Herald's still there for Sven. He's dead right now, so not going to get much use out of it until he's back up. But we'll watch this exchange, as this was so well played around the Kled.
Yeah, ends up getting dismounted here, but the team is ready to reinforce. Sven Skaren comes in, kick, and goes for the flash to follow up and finish off Moon, and it knocked through balls, so didn't get the perfect equalizer that he wanted either. High dismounts, and then the ulti comes in from Bjergsen, and High dies too. And yeah, the scrap shield buff, it's level 1 right now for balls still. The change was, it went from 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds, but went from 50 to 80.
Oh no, another 1v2 situation, but Haunter might win it on his own. No, not enough. Shut down by Moon. Elimination even there for backup.
Man, they put so many resources top from FlyQuest. And you can see Ball's got those early kills for himself, was 3-1, now he's 4-2. But Hanser was the one who was kind of shut down earlier.
Well, this turret's going to fall down. TSM might even channel the Rip Turtle in mid. We're going to get some damage down while Turtle gets out of the way of the bombs. Elimination's there to make sure he's okay. So Rift Herald still ticking down. Does not last forever, so you need to use the trinket if possible. But TSM again just trying to continue threatening all the positions on the map, and this Drake will be theirs also. Now equalizing on Cloud Drakes. And Total Drakes here. A lot of action here in this game, and FlyQuest fighting back a lot better. Balls kind of has been the big recipient of a lot of this early game. He's 4-2-0.
Yeah, and he's done pretty well in this game for himself, but the Kled will eventually kind of counter him in the split push. We'll be able to buy these big ticket items where he has lifesteal, where he has a lot of HP and durability. So it's very difficult for him to kill the Kled, and the Kled kind of wins that matchup, like I said. But the thing I want to focus on here is the mid lane. High, down in CS, down in gold, and the Zillion really got the better of him. And I feel like Bjergsen off of the roam and off of the plays that he was able to make was really kind of, the recipient of Svenskerian's attention. So that's what they traded for that top lane early, but Hanser was able to recover. So Bjergsen's in a good spot up against High, who can't really get these picks online. He's looking for split push into trying to get a pick, but it hasn't worked out just yet. They aren't controlling vision well enough, and TSM are grouped and roaming around, so they're respecting the Malzahar.
Yeah, good response though from FlyQuest, moving towards the top side to save High as Biofrost was looking to start off that roam. Bjergsen going back, actually going to spend some money as the Rift Herald did manage to finish off the mid lane turret. So 3-1 up now in turrets for TSM. They're up about 2,000 gold and change. And Hanser, like you said, happy to sit down on the bottom side, come when he's needed into these team fights, and Bjergsen should be able to wave clear for a while as High. It's so unsafe for him to try and farm, but he really needs to keep up in minions.
Abyssal Voyage got canceled. You can see it's on a very short cooldown there, and like 2 seconds left.
Yep,
so
good.
It looked like they tried to go for something, and he just said no.
Good threat in there by Lemon. I think forced TSM to back off as there's no one there. Looks like Bjergsen was recalling. Doesn't manage to complete it.
I just had flashbacks to the time that observers followed the Caitlyn ulti into the base. I'm like, if we're following the Jhin Deadly Flourish, we're gonna get some whiplash. That's a fast ability.
Well,
follow every Jhin bullet. All four.
Get the sweet camera angles going. Follow behind them. Yeah, we can make it work. Certainly a challenge as Bjergsen. Murillo on the way. Just again stacking all that mana. No tier for Zillion this time around. I feel like that build's going out of style.
Yeah, it takes a really long time to scale up, and it's kind of aided by the fact that now Murillo Nomicon is such a good item. Look at this. Look for Biofrost. Does have to flash there, or else he would have gotten locked up by High. And High has to, before the Malzahar just ulties, you have to pop WE and then ulti. So there is like that small window where he has to kind of rule his face over the keyboard. So if you get him as he's starting the combo.
It's actually really nice from Bio. I think he just saw his cast animation. He's like, I'm out. Get me out of here.
Yep.
I don't want to have anything to do with this. As Ball's going to be a target. Good slowdown from Bjergsen. Hanser crashes into him with the ultimate. But here's Lemon going to try and save the day. Last bomb stripping it up. Hanser looking to finish it off and does take him down. Lemon can't devour in time as Bifrost hooks onto Turtle. Play back into the double bomb stun. Turtle ignited. Goes down to Hanser, is still fighting, trying to remount, but Bjergsen chasing it onto Lemon. Spend here first once again as TSM just all over the map. That's a triple kill for Hanser.
I mean, he got shut down early, but it doesn't matter. He's online. TSM helped him out a whole bunch with that bottom lane play.
Just an incredible amount of synergy with all those players, and meanwhile Doublelift just soloing in the mid lane, almost trying to take that turret. High does get a trade in the process for FlyQuest.
They get so much.
Not much of a trade here as TSM gonna break open the bottom half.
Yeah, they just got 2 turrets on the bottom side. Mid turret is super low, and Doublelift will be able to get this with those auto attacks. Already used the E, but it's only a few more away. So yeah, guys, a huge power play to pick up 3 turrets for TSM, and now up 5,000 gold as Infernal Drake will be up shortly. Ulti from Hanser gets him in there, and I like how Bjergsen does that with the Q, W, waits a bit, Qs again, gets the triple bomb in there at the very end. And then Biofrost, it's like, I have you downloaded, I laned with you all last split, Wild Turtle. Reads him there. Wild Turtle still has flash up in that moment, but doesn't see the play coming.
Yeah, and TSM continue to play, dive on and take pretty much the maximum out of that ult, with High stranded in top lane, trying to push down a turret. Doublelift was also not present, but was not needed. Took down mid instead, and now he himself has finished that static shift. So Tristana will really power farm to this next item, and that's one of the nice things about this champion. Yes, like a lot of these 3-item carries, she'll take a dip in that mid game, but should be there pretty quickly.
Yeah, and she doesn't have that much of a power trough in the early parts of the game where she's at 1 item right now. So the fact that she can knock down turrets very quickly helps accelerate the pace of the game for her. And I feel like TSM as a whole, we talked about at the beginning of the split, bringing Doublelift back in. What does that look like for this team? Are there too many cooks in the kitchen with the shot calling? And there, like you said, they got the maximum out of that play. The 3 turrets, they opened up the bottom side and got the 3 kills as well. And that just seems like a very clean macro punish from TSM with the comp they have. So having Hanser rush in just seemed like the right play, and they were able to pull it off. So it makes you hopeful for TSM moving forward. Like, what does this team look like when they get those punishes? Because so far it's been looking good against FlyQuest.
And again, that kind of Trinity Force for TSM, Hanser, Sven, and Bjergsen all firing together, kind of like they had to in spring when Doublelift, wasn't on the team. Glimpses of that here in this game, and if everyone can kind of get back to form, if Doublelift and Bio can get back to that laning dominance they had in summer, yeah, TSM are going to look like the team that smashed North America.
Yeah, I mean, this was the roster that did go 17-1 and then had that run that got them to Worlds. So TSM now, it's that same roster, but like you said, they're still focusing on that top half of the map, not really paying too much attention to Doublelift's lane early, and have a solo lane focus, which is kind of left over from spring. So that's how they played, very heavily to that top side of the map.
We have to still talk about FlyQuest. Still in this game, most certainly. I mean, 5,000 gold or so is tough at this stage, but Infernal Drake is going to go over to TSM Fly, wanting to contest, but no steal there from the W. Hanser actually picking up credit for that one.
Yeah, they didn't have their jungler, and that actually could have been a deadly first steal, but look at that.
Ultimate down. Karen just blows up high. So much damage on the kick, and now Lemon is going to get aggressed by Hanser. Hanser rolls through just on the balls, gets the bear trap down, but balls flashes out of the range.
Yeah, and this composition with pretty much no big frontline tank here just gets melted when the Kled ulties, and then the zillion speed-ups come through. It's so hard to peel, and that's how you're supposed to play with no tank, is peel, kite back. You can't really do that against this TSM composition, and they are playing it perfectly.
Yeah, really cool stuff here for TSM. They're looking to get onto the Baron. Moon is still up. He's actually stealth around the other side, but fight's going to start. Balls went in a little early, perhaps. Good ulti, but the Zombies might save him for a little bit longer. Bifrost fighting down.
Oh, it's the 1-on-1.
Bifrost gets an auto. Doublelift is going to take down Wild Turtle. Buster shots into death. And Moon, he is trying very, very hard to save this game. But flash bombs onto himself. Moon leaps in just to his death. Hanser takes him down. The ace effectively is completed, and TSM take the Baron as well.
A stylish play there from Bjergsen on the Zillion. Throws the bomb on the ground, picks it up, flashes after he casts the bomb. That was so well done. And there, that was well done as well. Biofrost getting the hook. It was buffered on the cast time during the Nether Grasp of High. So the Malzahar ulti came out, but the hook still connected and instantly interrupted it.
And the only sad thing maybe for Bjergsen Zillion in this game, he's got 11 assists. And that's it.
And he just bought Majai's.
Playing support.
Imagine if he had that instead of the second Doran's Ring early.
To look like a genius. Instead, he'll be just fine with where he's sitting by the looks of things as Doublelift escorts the Baron up minions in towards that midsection. Hanser going to do the same in bottom, which still has that exposed inhibitor. And Doublelift even delaying that rapid fire cannon for a little bit, just to make sure he stays safe for the QSS. So TSM going to carve through FlyQuest's left side of the map here, and Bjergsen's going to get things rolling here in the top lane, tier 2.
And now a lot of those options are kind of shut off. If you want to go ulti Doublelift, he's got the QSS, you got to go ulti Hanser, he's got the dismount.
All right, 1 life down. Hanser trying to book it out of the way, needs to get to Bjergsen. Bjergsen moves in, Chrono Shift is there. Able to save his life. There's the Lantern. Hanser says, see you later.
Oh, he gets him out of the range,
and TSM are still sieging, by the way, so Hook is going to land. It hits Turtle, actually, as Bifrost sets up the box, and Elimination goes down to Sven. Doublelift leaping on a rampage, takes the next one down, and Bjergsen finally going to join the fray. Stun not going to connect with Sven. Able to tower dive through a double kill there for Doublelift, as it's just chaos under these turrets. Balls grabs a shot down. The tray kills are happening everywhere else. Doublelift did actually die, and Bifrost is close, but TSM, enough people to clean up the rest of this base.
Yeah, look at how low they are. That was such a close fight. They went really aggressive, and they have such a gold lead that might have been something that could have blown up in their faces.
That's the sign of a team that is 12,000 gold ahead and counting. TSM take down the top inhib, they'll take down the inhib turret in mid lane, and they're staying with Haunted dismounted. Ranson's out, needs a little bit more. Haunted, another ultimate! But now Bjergsen's gonna pay for it. I don't know how, no, he did die.
Uh-oh.
Didn't quite live in. Haunted's like, okay,
Yeah.
I gotta go.
He's super slow, though.
Yep, needs a little bit more courage. Doesn't have his mount.
I mean, he's got a Cloud Drake, but
He has to
Call
fight.
Freak, it's not that OP right now. Oh, wait.
Through. I don't know if he can get through that wall. Lemonation, they're still chasing down. And Lemonation. Rico. Oh, no. Remount, no, not quite. Shut down by Moo.
As Pastry almost falls out of his chair. Almost there. But yeah, the kick flash there from Svenskeren to get Lemonation into the team, and Biofrost with the hook onto Wild Turtle. Like I said, he's got his old teammate downloaded. Doublelift goes up, gets the crit in his face, and then is able to flash away, but then uses the jump to go forward. Dies on the back end, and then right here, Svenskeren, when he goes after balls, he actually blows up to get the kill there. So Balls actually gets a double as he comes out, but that was very close to going in favor of FlyQuest.
Well, Bjergsen finally got a kill, but it cost him a death. This crumples down. I think it'll be still okay with the scoreline as TSM monumentally far ahead despite some hiccups in the base. 2 inhibs down. TSM not even going to bother with the Cloud Drake. It's up in a minute and 10 seconds time, and that is far too much to be worried with right now. Instead, they'll take the 3-item Doublelift, the 3-item Possibilize Bjergsen, and the rest of their very large carries, plus team down to the last remaining inhibitor.
Yeah, I feel like that last fight was baited by the crowd. They started chanting TSM. TSM was like, we got to listen to him, guys. We got to go. Got to go in. Got to make sure that we make a big play.
Like I said, sometimes you can afford to be playing recklessly when you're very far ahead. Doublelift even carrying the bombs in towards the team. Bjergsen is constantly speeding him up, and Doublelift's going to start taking pot shots. The super minions are going to start causing problems, and there's a root, but Doublelift could live with the ultimate down. Just going to hop out of the way. Bjergsen holding onto his cooldowns. The Haunter kind of rearing off the front line. Muno taking some chunks. Doublelift finally ulted up, but he doesn't actually go down. Good silence there. Great locket, though. Going to get some extra... Oh, excellent bomb. Stopping there onto Sven by High. Just stunned him, didn't have the passive.
Yeah.
Cancels the channel, and now TSM for the super minions finally in the mid lane.
They have to care about all these minions trickling in.
And even more, Doublelift tagged again, sped up by Bjergsen. Sven gonna shield him. Turret not quite dead, Doublelift maybe charging up that energy. We're gonna get that one last little rapid fire cannon hit on top, but TSM happy to play patient. Fly eventually have to answer these super minions. And there's a TP in. Haunter gonna come back with full health, maybe even a buy. Doublelift fighting Lemon. Lemon pretty tanky though. Doublelift still again cutting back and forth. Haunter just dives in for it. TSM actually just starting a fight, kick back in, High goes down. And now the turrets are exposed. Not a whole lot left for Fly to defend as TSM on a rampage recklessly through FlyQuest turrets.
And Doublelift's just focusing that turret down. They're trying to go for the 2-0 here.
All right, dismounted Haunter again, looks to fight Courage, does run out, and he'll fall down as Turtle snipes him, but Reviver on Sven is just gonna tank it up. The next is exposed, and TSM are gonna sweep him. FlyQuest go down, and TSM looking better and better as the weeks go on.
And now TSM are tied for 3rd place with CLG and are now in the top 3. And remember, they beat Counter Logic Gaming, so they actually are technically in 3rd place. But TSM, that slow start. They've only lost to the 2 teams now above them in the standings. Starting to get a little bit of that feel back where, oh, this is natural, the MSI kind of hangover, and also the fact that they brought on Doublelift and are readjusting to having him in the roster. It seems like a lot of those worries against especially the bottom teams are irrelevant. This is an hour of game time between the 2 games at 30 minutes and then 29 minutes in this next one. So TSM are looking better and better as the weeks go on. Whereas FlyQuest, they're still trying to find that groove.
Yep, old friends though will shake hands and exchange hugs. Smiles all around on the TSM side especially as they'll go and greet the fans who should be very happy to see that they are ascending. Now, I think the caveat there has to be that yes, they've lost against the good teams, although it did beat CLG, which was impressive given how strong CLG have looked despite maybe a recent slight dip in performance, but certainly winning where maybe they're expected to, and I think TSM have to think we've shook off those early weeks, things are looking up, and as they play through that first half, we'll see what their record looks like and then how they get tested again when they replay the teams, when the standings are a little more solidified. That will really tell us a lot about this team. On the FlyQuest side, I'm happy with these games for them. I mean, they won't be, of course. You never want to take an 0-2 sweep, but that second game especially, things were set up a lot better. I think TSM just showing a little bit more class today.
Yeah, it's a lot of decisiveness. Once they controlled the center part of the map because it was falling and High was getting behind, they were able to rotate and like catch people out with 3 or 4 people, go for the bottom lane, die with a numbers advantage. And like that's what I really think kind of crushed this game was the fact that the mid lane wasn't able to hold up, where they threw 2 ganks at it from FlyQuest side. They got the flash, didn't get the kill. Then there were 2 ganks thrown back at it, and they got the kill, and they started pressuring it down. They got the Rift Herald and started using it on mid lane and were able to pick that up. So I feel like that was kind of what unlocked the game here for TSM, was being able to just go around the map and not have to worry so much about that middle lane because it was one that was kind of moot.
Yeah, and it's hard as well because at some point in this game, like FlyQuest kind of take all their combo picks and say, we're going to try and win early and snowball from there. But at some point, when TSM keep the game even or even find advantages, at some point, you're just going to suffer a loss from draft at that point. I mean, you said it, like, you can't stop this Kled running into your team of 5 squishies or 4 and a Tahm Kench. And at that point, when you can't get the Kled out of your backline, everyone's going to die.
Yeah, and then the Zilean bombs. Like, I think Bjergsen played the Zilean very well this game with the counter pick up against the Malzahar. That last pick there, kind of the pocket for him, and it worked out. Now he's 9-1 all-time NALCS career with Zilean.
Excellent on that champion, as expected. But for more on that TSM win, let's send it over to Captain Flowers and the victorious mid laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm here with Bjergsen after the TSM victory over FlyQuest. Now, Bjergsen, I know you guys got to be feeling good. Talk to me a little bit about your specific matchup this game against High. We know that this is an age-old matchup. You guys have met on the Rift tons of times before. What was it like this time around?
I felt it was very jungle influenced in both games. I got ganked at level 2. Moon just did red buff and then ganked me right away. So it was very different from the games that I usually play because it's kind of like a high-risk jungle path. But I think Moon pulled it off pretty well. And I played both games being a little bit behind from the get-go. But other than that, it was just pretty boring lane matchups. I mean, we were just farming. There was no real like killing or anything. So it was mostly just about team fights and everything else outside lane.
Speaking about things being a little different than normal and talking about the team as a whole, I want to bring up the fact that you guys, you got your win here. Things are looking upwards, but TSM still not sitting in that first place spot after being the reigning Spring Split champions. How do you guys feel right now about where the team is and where the team's headed after almost being halfway through Summer Split?
I think it's kind of natural and expected. A lot of people expected us to drop off a little bit after MSI because we didn't have the same amount of practice as other teams going into the split. But I think we're picking it up pretty fast. I think the last couple of opponents that we played haven't been the top teams in NA, so we're still yet to prove ourselves against like IMT, CLG, and having convincing matches against them. So looking forward, it's all about Rift Rivals and beating the other best teams in NA.
Speaking of those other best teams in NA, it's actually 2 of those best teams that TSM's losses have been against so far, Dignitas and Immortals. So stepping away from the TSM lens directly for just a second, the Dignitas Immortals matchup is happening later this weekend. Who do you think is going to prevail in that one?
Oh, man. I think both teams have really strong strengths. I think actually Dignitas is really, really good at playing against Baron, contrary to what memes have been in the past. They're really good at just being willing to rush that objective, but IMT has looked really clean, so I'm probably still going to give it to IMT, but it should be a fun matchup to watch.
Definitely should be a good one. And one last question for you guys. This split, there is a lot of teams in the conversations for a lot of fans and a lot of analysts that could be vying for that #1 position at the end of summer. People are talking about CLG, Dignitas, Immortals, Cloud9, and of course TSM. Of those teams, are there any that are particularly on your radar that you're really looking out for?
Oh, man, I think it's a bit early to tell. I think Immortals has been the team that's looked like they've improved the most since last split. They look like a pretty average team last split, but with the addition of Xmithy and their new coach, they really look like a top team. So I think having solid infrastructure and coaching staff is what's going to make a team good in playoffs, not just in the regular season. So probably Immortals.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, from Bjergsen, TSM's mid laner. One more time for him and the victorious TSM after their win over FlyQuest. We're going to go ahead and send things over to the analyst desk now. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Bjergsen and the rest of TSM got the 2-0 victory over FlyQuest. High in the mid lane in this matchup. I mean, it was talked about coming up to it, and High himself, he even said, there was a point in time when I was the dominant mid laner between the 2 of us. But funnily enough, we end up with a Zilean Malzahar matchup of all things.
Not what you would have guessed.
Between these 2 mid laners. I did not expect that coming into the weekend. But TSM gets the victory here in Game 2 in what to me felt like a very FlyQuest style game.
And I think you can kind of look at the team comp maybe out of TSM for a reason. Every single champion here is pretty happy in a skirmish, very scrappy game. Obviously, Kled being able to get remounts, Tristana getting resets, Thresh not being very ultimate dependent, Lee Sin's a very scrappy jungler, and then Zilean is just happy to revive people, and as long as you're not chain CCing and stopping him from being able to do that, like, he's a very comfortable champion in the skirmish situation as well. So I think, you know, FlyQuest has this ability to kind of drag you into their style. Talking about these really, really early ganks, you heard Bjergsen say, oh, I got level 2 gank 2 games in a row.
Yeah,
like
between the two junglers, there were 5 ganks to the mid lane within the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, so that's kind of how you get pulled into the style, but this time around TSM having a comp that's like, great, we will win if we keep playing fights every minute. And they were able to get a massive lead off the back of just constant team fighting.
And to a degree, I think it speaks to what TSM's been vocal about throughout this split in terms of, you know, broadening their strategic playbook and saying, like, okay, we're not only going to play through Bjergsen, we're trying to find our way back to being a multi-threat team that can perform on the international stage. And this is one way of getting there. Putting Bjergsen on a comfort pick, yes, we've seen him on Zilean a million times, but something that's a little bit more supportive and needs to sit behind others who carry.
And I think the way that Sven played this game kind of goes to that, where there's a lot of early attention out of FlyQuest onto Bjergsen, and Sven answered that, where he traded the summoner back once Bjergsen had his flash blown early. They repeat ganked him, almost died, then Sven comes and they get a kill. So he was answering that pressure, and then as soon as the mid lane stabilized a little bit more, he started going top over and over and over again to get that Kled pick going. So it didn't feel like he wanted to play around mid lane, kind of got his hand forced to it, and then once he could get out of mid lane, started playing around top side.
But as was mentioned, there was tons of action in this game, fights left and right. The one that we want to take a look at comes 1945 into the game. A beautiful collapse from TSM into the bot lane, picks up 3 kills and multiple turrets across the map.
That's the big thing, is it feels like when FlyQuest has something go wrong for them, it goes really, really wrong. So, okay, your top lane has been getting picked on over and over. You try and teleport down with the Tom Kench to answer it. Biofrost already roaming down. Good answer by TSM, able to get this collapse, and they get a triple kill here with, you know, Svenskeren coming at the very end. But you see High, not even on the turret yet, decide to stick up there and trade. And it's something that he's renowned for, always wanting to trade. And that's why it used to be so hard to play against C9, because they would trade out objectives nonstop. But when you're constantly losing fights and skirmishes pretty heavily, it's hard to trade effectively. So they kept giving up way too many turrets. They get 1 in the top lane, but they lose 2 in the bot lane, including an inhibitor turret, and then they lose a mid lane turret as well. So it's just not good trades, and that's why once something goes wrong for FlyQuest, it goes wrong fast.
Yeah, again, right there at that 20-minute mark, you can see a jump of about 3K in the gold lead for TSM, where it was previously only about 1.5 to 2K.
Yeah, it might be hard to tell how big of a jump that is, because the gold graph goes all the way down to 13K.
Right, exactly, yeah, perspective.
It's worth noting that is a 3,000 gold play swing right there from that 90-minute skirmish.
Yeah, so a very smart adjustment by TSM, you know, in terms of playing to that that speed, right? The rate at which FlyQuest had kind of enticed them to play. TSM matches that aggression and actually finds a way to out-rotate and, you know, kind of, you know, give FlyQuest a taste of their own medicine. Bjergsen going to pick up player a game this time around on that supportive champion. I mean, we saw even some of his bombs, the Zilean mechanics to throw a bomb and flash his own bomb into it for the stun, buys them a lot of real estate.
Yeah, really cute play out of Bjergsen with the Zilean pick. Something that TSM has had really good success on and sometimes struggled really badly. If you look back at their spring split last year when they were playing the Zilean comps, it was not looking too good. So nice to see that, you know, they've found out how to use it this early on in the split, where it hasn't not really been meta.
Right, a step up here for TSM in terms of, you know, returning to form. Again, we have to remember they are sitting at 5-2. They're now tied with CLG after their loss to Immortals last night. They're currently playing Envy at the moment over on the other stream, NALCS 2. But I want to talk about FlyQuest because they're sitting at 1-6, and this is a team that, once again, if we track their entire journey, the expectation was that this team wasn't going to do well in spring. They surprised to some degree through the first half, take a small dip, and that slide seems to continue here in summer and, you know, middle of the week here at 1-6.
A lot of people last split were waiting for them to turn back into a pumpkin, and it almost happened, and then they just barely eked out a couple, like, tense playoff victories and looked reasonable at the end, but it feels like they haven't got back into that kind of Cinderella form where it's like, oh, it's all the team back together, it's old C9 kind of, and they're really running wild with these crazy picks. It just feels like they never found their footing this split, and they're continuing that kind of downward trend that we saw towards the end of the regular season.
Is it a player skill thing? I mean, are they just outclassed now individually?
I think that's kind of the case. You look at one of their losses last week where they were down, you know, collectively 80 CS at something like 10 minutes. This time around also never really having CS leads. I know some of the matchups are kind of tough based off how the draft is going, but it does feel like it's time for a change in some regard because things aren't going to get any easier as teams start to figure things out. You have Immortals, Dig, TSM, CLG, 4 really, really competent teams. And if you're hoping to make Worlds, you know, just because you're in 4th last split, it doesn't feel like that's going to pan out this time around.
All right, well, we'll see if they decide to make any changes. That's going to wrap up our first series. We've got more league action coming your way in the Battle Arena. After the break, Cloud9 hits the Rift versus Team Liquid. Don't go anywhere.
Though he's going to get stunned up here. Sven's going to land that Q, and there's first blood.
Svenskeren looking for position.
Svenskeren kicks him back. Oh, that's so tough for Rumble. Dive comes down, and Balls is going to go down. Svenskeren, no. He's here, though, and now this not incoming. Bear Trap pulls Moon a little bit out, but not far enough. Sven, though, could save it. Great kick through. Follows it out, takes down Moon, and now Horta remounts Balls. Oh, no. Lemon going to try and save the day. Last bomb should be enough. Horta looking to finish it off and does take him down. Lemon can't devour in time as Firefrost hooks onto Turtle. Play back into the double bomb stun. Creeping on a rampage. Takes the next one down and Bjergsen finally going to join the fray. Stun not going to connect with Sven. Able to tower dive through a double kill there for a double lift as it's just chaos under these turrets. Just going to tank it up. The next is Explode and TSM are going to sweep them. FlyQuest go down.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and joining me on the caster desk is the best jungle mundo this side of the Mississippi, Joshua Jat Leesman. Do you go where you please?
Yeah, sometimes, and there's also means that there's not that many jungle mundos, so that's good.
We're prepped for the riff for our second series of the day, Cloud9 versus Team Liquid. For Team Liquid, we've got another set of roster moves to introduce for this team.
Yeah, Team Liquid announced that they're reintroducing the idea of their 10-man roster. Also, when they picked up Anori from Phoenix 1, that gave them 8, so they have subs in the support, mid, and jungle position. And to speak to that, today they are starting Slushy in mid lane and Conquan as support. I got to talk to their management, and they said they're scrimming all of the players. So they're just kind of mixing them out. It's not like they have a sub squad of 3 that come in every once in a while. They're mixing up every roster, and they have performed best this split. So it's hard to speculate which roster move will work out for the team. They're in a constant state of flux, and we can kind of just wait and see, but they're clearly iterating and trying to find something that works.
Well, that might be exactly what Cloud9 needs coming into this match. Right now, they're sitting in 5th and are looking to break into the top part of the standings.
Yeah, and we know the talent on C9. The pieces are all there, but they're 3-3. I mean, Jensen, in particular, has actually been playing like an absolute monster. He has the highest CSD at 10 through 14 games that anyone has had since we started tracking this stat back in 2014. A plus 14.5 CSD at 10 is insane. Froggen also having a great split for himself through 14 games as well, but you can see the historic context that Jensen has had in just a 3-3 team, so that's been working. But what hasn't come back to form for C9 so far in this split has been the top lane, the role they are subbing out. Neither Ray or Impact have had a standout performance that we kind of expect from them normally, and I think that's hurting C9 a little bit more than we give it credit for.
We'll have to see if they can manage to get that together, get back to the Cloud9 that a lot of fans expect them to be. But for now, it's time to dive into the starting rosters. On the blue side, you know them, you love them. It's Cloud9 with Impact in the top lane, Contracts in the jungle, Jensen mid, Sneaky bottom, Smoothie on support, and Coach Reaper.
C9 sitting at 3-3, but looking to improve on the red side. Also looking to make some improvements with some roster changes here. Team Liquid, Lorlo starting in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle. We have Slushy getting his second crack at mid lane this split with Piglet and Conquan in the bottom lane with Coach Kane.
And we mentioned Cloud9 sitting on 3-3, a team that was second place in Spring Split, a team that's normally always in the conversation for best team in the NALCS. They need to be able to beat a team that's at the bottom of the standings like Team Liquid if they want to prove, hey, we do belong in that top part of the roster. We do belong in that conversation for the best.
Exactly, because technically C9 didn't make any changes from spring until summer either. Same coach, same players. They were also swapping out Impact and Ray in the finals against TSM. And you look over at Team Liquid, who has just had a new coach join towards the very end of last split. They're now starting 2 different players. They're in that state of flux, so C9 should absolutely be able to take care of business, but you have to win the games, and C9's only won half of them so far this split.
When the game starts with winning the draft, let's see how these teams decide to go at it this time around. Zach banned away by TL, very common ban these days. Everybody knows how strong he is. While Shen and Fiora will be banned away by Cloud9, really focusing on that top lane.
Yeah, do not want to have kind of either extreme for Lorlo, where he'll be able to split push in team fight or just split push, making sure he's not on something comfortable. And those are honestly just power pick bans we're seeing from C9.
Yep, LeBlanc going to be the final one on that side. Caitlyn banned away by Team Liquid. We know the strength of that champion as well in the current state of the meta. Very, very strong in bottom lane, very strong in siege, poke, lane control. She just does it all.
Yeah, and the late game has been absurd. It's one of the only things Team Liquid has found victories on, so not wanting Sneaky to first pick it away. Otherwise, I would say Team Liquid should just leave it up each game and hope to get it on the back end, because it's been one of their cleanest paths to victory.
Well, with Syndra being the final ban of the first part of the banning phase, Cloud9 is going to go ahead and secure Galio for themselves as the first pick. Another really popular champion pick. It can be flexed between both solo lanes, has a lot of impact in the game.
Yeah, I'd imagine we're going to see it from Impact, even in metas where supportive mid laners like Lulu have been in. Jensen still hasn't played that. I don't think it's because he can't, but it's just because C9 relies on him so much to be the facilitator of their action. So this team, more than any, I would say it should be top lane, but you never know. Jensen, and Galio rather, has been played in mid lane almost more than in top lane lately.
And I mean, you mentioned it, the stats on Jensen alone, how hard he's been trying to carry lately, the performances he's putting up, even if the rest of the team may be falling a bit short, that's not the kind of guy you normally put in a support position. It's absolutely true, but Team Liquid will go ahead and grab Jhin and Renekton for themselves first round.
Yeah, a lot of CC there. The Jhin buffs, I think, a little bit unheralded coming into the patch 7.12 session, but we have been seeing much more Jhin. Even just a little bit of bump on his dancing grenade damage and a little bit of bump on his curtain call have gone a long way into bringing this guy back into meta, since the utility he brings to the team is still highly valuable. If he can compete with the other marksmen in damage, there's plenty of reasons to bring him.
Yep, seeing him more in competitive, seeing him more in solo queue. He's just all around a more popular guy. Speaking of popular, Elise has been an ever-present force in the jungle for a couple of patches now. They're going to be locking her in on the side of Cloud9, also grabbing that Kennen.
Yeah, so flex galore actually right now, because we've seen Sneaky play Kennen in the bottom lane. Impact has also been a good Kennen in the top lane, and we know Galio can go in 3 positions. So a lot of different things C9 can do with that draft, and not really giving away that much. And
this is going to make the second part of the bans really hard for Team Liquid, because they don't know exactly what roles they need to focus on. Meanwhile, they're going to lock in Rek'Sai as their final pick in the first half, making sure they secure that for the jungle, and they'll ban away Thresh.
Yeah, at this point, right, you just ban away Smoothie's support pool as much as possible. Also knowing that Team Liquid is most likely going to want to last pick a mid laner, so they're going to pinch the support pool as much as possible, take the best available for whatever matchup Conquan and Piglet want to play, and then kind of go from there, would be what they have left as a strategy, since C9 has so much flexibility with their current roster picks.
Cassiopeia will be the ban for Cloud9 of the remaining, the first of the remaining 2, I should say, looking towards that mid lane as Orianna's banned away by Team Liquid. A lot of times you do see the Orianna bans coming out in this second phase because she is one of the safest picks.
Exactly. Second phase, red side, because usually you're waiting to see the final pick in the draft on red side be a mid laner, and Orianna is so good into all of the matchups that it is the best pick in those situations, and that's another thing Team Liquid has a solid ban on.
Yep. What's the point in having the counter pick if they pick something that can't really be too countered? Kind of nullifies the advantage of having that red side drafting position, as Braum will be banned off by Cloud9.
Yeah, Braum has been an interesting one because he's very much in meta, as Team Liquid actually go a different direction with this. Instead of waiting for a counter pick mid lane, they just throw in the Talia. Notice that the Cassiopeia has already been banned, as well as the Orianna. That still leaves the door open for a lot of assassin picks if Jensen wants to go with that, because I think that can still be very effective against the Talia. Even the Lucian is good against Talia, in my opinion, because it's very hard to land a seismic shove onto a Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian's always got the ability to use the Relentless Pursuit, get out of that highly telegraphed ability. It's quick, it's responsive, it's exactly what you need to avoid those situations. One more pick left for Cloud9, and Team Liquid leaving their last pick as the support is just incredibly unorthodox from what you would normally expect in a draft.
Yeah, I mean, if we break it down by percentage, I'd say it's less than 10% of the time, especially for Team Liquid. But they do want to play more around Piglet. They want to get a winning lane matchup. They know now that they are probably up against the Kennen and the Blitzcrank down in the bottom lane, with the Lucian going mid and then Galio going top. It's the assumption they can make. And that's an interesting one against Blitzcrank, because it's tough to devour someone who's just been hooked far away from you.
Right, and then even if you devour somebody, if he saves his pull and pulls you back, you get a 2-for-1 on the pull special.
Yes. This is... Tahm Kench has definitely seen a resurgence. You can definitely Tahm Kench someone out of Elise cocoons and such, but I'll be very interested to see how these interactions work, if Conquan would ever be able to get a Devour as a hook lands on someone, because it's not Death Sentence, it's not Thresh's hook, where it sticks and has the, basically 1.5 seconds of CC and you can just devour them out of it. Blitzcrank hook, much more decisive with what it's doing.
Very instantaneous in the effects the ability has, but maybe Team Liquid's plan will work out. They need to find some way, whether it's through roster changes, draft adaptations, whatever, to get themselves on track for finding some wins here in Summer Split, currently sitting at 1-5 after the first 3 weeks of play. Really wanting to fight their way towards that middle of the pack area.
Yeah, we're getting to see Conquan's Summer Split debut with Team Liquid. This guy has even played with Impact before, back on Energy. He's a very fluent Korean and English speaker, which may help if there are any lingering communication issues between Rainover, Piglet, and them, but we know Rainover also a great bilingual communicator for these teams, so we're going to have to see if it works out.
Keep your eyes on Slushy, because he has no easy task this game, going up against Jensen, one of the star premier mid laners of the North American LCS. We were actually having a conversation the other day about the power of the Danish mid laners in NALCS compared to everyone else. Bjergsen, Froggen, and Jensen, the kind of stats they put up.
Yeah, we got to see that full screen graphic during the game intro here with Jensen being at 14.5 CS differential at 10 minutes over his opponent through 14 games, which is the most of all time. But then you have Froggen sitting down there at 12.5 as well, which is the third best of all time. And that's both happening in this split. So it ends up making all of the non-Danish mid laners CS differentials look really bad because all of the Jensens, Froggens, and Bjergsens of the league are just dominating them. And here, Slushie coming in off the bench, essentially, having to go against Jensen, and they gave Jensen the counter pick. What are they doing to Slushie here?
Yeah,
they're up in this lane.
They're really putting the guy in a hard spot. It's not going to be easy to work your way out of this situation, but Slushie is going to have to play the hand he was dealt, running the exhaust in mid lane this time around. We know that Talia has a lot of semi-global potential with the power of the Weaver's Wall, so going for that combat summoner spell instead to maybe shut down the burst potential that could be coming out from the CD9 members. The Lucian mid, exactly as you called it, that's what Jensen's going to be playing. Ignite on that for a little bit of extra kill pressure. Also an exhaust on the support for Team Liquid. They're running double exhaust compared to none on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, and I actually do like the exhaust against both the Kennen and the Lucian. They're fairly short range marksmen. And I think they're going to get a lot of use out of those two abilities if they keep the game close.
Going to be watching Smoothie as this game goes on. Blitzcrank is, for lack of a better word, such a hit or miss support. If he hits the pulls, he's a god. He's amazing. He's just winning the game on his own. If he misses them, he's kind of a big melee minion that stands there and walks around.
Yeah, I got to talk to Smoothie earlier today about his thoughts on the support meta because he's a guy who had such growth throughout the last split, but it was all on Karma and Lulu, and it's hard for people to notice your success in those games. Now he's in love with the current champion pool. He said, aside from Braum, who's very good, but still quite boring. Funny that they banned Braum this game, so now he's getting to make the playmaking happen. It's all a matter of stepping up now.
Always is fun to make those plays that really make everybody go ooh and ah and really be impressed with what you're doing. But yeah, he's just getting warmed up. That's all he's doing, just getting the kinks out of the process early, making sure that when the time comes, he's going to be ready to land those later on. Jensen controlling mid lane, as would be expected. Lucian really, really strong in the laning phase against quite a lot of things.
Yeah, and I think it's also particularly strong against Talia. You can have so much threat range if he goes in, but we have to watch Rain over here on his trademark Rex side.
Well, Impact has already used his dash, now going to be forced to flash away. Won't die today, but Rainover showing up there will definitely put the lane in the favor of Lorlo. Still has flash available.
Yeah, Contrax is trying to camp that bottom lane at the same time. They'd have to land the hook.
Oh, nice pull onto the Tom Catch, into the chain CC, into the damage. See you later. First blood over to Contrax, who decides to go right back in onto Piglet, put a little bit of extra damage on the tail end of this one. No pull available yet. It won't bring him down, but grabbing that first blood is big for C9.
Yeah, credit to Smoothie for landing that hook as well. Conquan has to be better there of either flashing the hook or dodging the hook, because when you see the Elise there and the Blitzcrank throws out the rocket grab, if that lands, you are 100% dead, knowing that your jungler just showed in the top side. So watching this one more time, the lane is pushed. Piglet and Conquan do not have wards in river. They want to get the CS, but they know they need to be careful. And here's a situation where Conquan needs to be a little bit further back, but he also needs to flash that hook. Potentially perfectly played. He would have flashed behind Piglet, and then Piglet can take a cocoon. Conquan could then be able to devour him, and they could both get away safely. That's the ideal situation, but credit to C9 for pulling off the gank and making the kill.
Yep, C9 is sitting at a 1,000 gold lead now after that one. Thanks to the CS lead, they're able to build up in the middle and bottom lanes. Rainover just trying to farm things up a little bit. We know that Rainover has had some awesome plays on Rek'Sai in the past, but that was the old Rek'Sai. This is the newer version of Rek'Sai, intended to be more damage heavy, less team fight, powered, not having that big AoE knockup.
Yeah, and Rainover trying to make stuff happen early. Already burned his flash in the top lane going for that gank, but now Contrax is stealing his Raptors. I mean, this is not the Rainover that I'm used to seeing on Rek'Sai. The old Rainover on Rek'Sai was so efficient with his pathing, would always have a level advantage on the other jungler, and therefore all of his ganks would work and be very efficient, because even if it's a 2v2, they would have more strength and win that 2v2. Here, he expended his flash on a very quick, low experience route. Now, he's behind the pace of the game, and Contrax is actually threatening his gank bars. Rainover's getting collapsed on.
Rainover going to be forced to run away there as Smoothie makes his way towards that invade. Jensen and Contracts keeping Slushie away from the wave. 22 to 39 CS in the mid lane. That bullying going exactly the way we were expecting to see it go.
I mean, Jensen is averaging a 14.5 CS differential at 10 minutes on all matchups, and being able to counter pick the Lucian and then also have this jungle control that Contracts is kind of affording him, with Rainover also burning his flash in the top lane. Like, I'm putting this lane at over-under for 25 CSD at 10 minutes for Jensen, because I'm expecting him to continue to keep pressure on.
Yeah, Contract's doing a good job there with the Spider Bite and the Smite together to make sure he stole away that Raptor as well. Doing as much counter jungling as possible, keeping Rainover down. If Rainover can't participate in the mid lane, that means Jensen just gets to do as he pleases up there against Slushie. Taking a little bit of damage down here bottom side from Sneaky. Even though he fell behind in farm due to the gank that happened from Contracts earlier, he's still staying pretty level for the time being.
Yeah, and that's something that Piglet has always been able to do, even when he's dying a lot in lane. He's going to be able to get his farm pretty much regardless. It's just a matter of how is Team Liquid going to make plays, because you were hoping if you're Team Liquid that Rainover gets on Rek'Sai, a champion he's had so much historical success on, and controls the early game. But that just has not happened this early.
Absolutely not. When you fall behind in early game with a composition like this, I mean, you've got these semi-global capabilities with Tahm Kench and Taliyah, but if you fall behind, those aren't going to be nearly as effective as if you're the one deciding the pace of the game, deciding where that action's happening.
And Slushie can't leave lane. He actually hasn't even found a window to go back to base yet. They're still both on their Doran's items. He's already down 400 gold. And as a Taliyah, you need to have a little bit of the lane shove if you want to make a roam. And this isn't just Jensen. And these things won't actually show up in the stats book. A lot of people have this perception that Contracts camps for Jensen. But when you look at the jungle proximity stats, which is how long they spend within 2,000 units of them, he's actually below average for the NA mid laners. But what just happened there, Smoothie invaded deep with Contracts and got total coverage of the jungle where Rainover would be. That doesn't count for jungle proximity, but it does allow Jensen to exert his 1v1 will on his opponent. So it's still a team effort, but it's very well done by C9.
Hanging around the top side, Rainover again, seeing if he might find an opportunity here on Impact. Taunt being channeled. No success for Team Liquid. They pop the Renekton ulti, only to find nothing from it. Are they going to go any deeper is the question. Lorlo half HP, Rainover the same. They really want to force this out. Lorlo looking to make the flash, into the stun, into the knockup. More damage coming through, and Impact is out of there. Lorlo grabbing the kill. Yeah, both flashes up, and as soon as they start moving up like that, Impact needed to show a little bit more respect and just back away. Don't let them get the flash jump on you to give up that kill. And they're going to go for more right here. Contracts now in the same situation. Impact was just in. Yeah, Contracts puts himself underneath that top lane tier 1. Rainover going to be taking the tower action for a while, drops it with the ulti, and they drop Contracts too. That's about as big of an outplay as you're going to get on Rek'Sai. The flash, the Contracts is going for the cocoon. You throw yourself with the ultimate, go untargetable, dodge the skill shot, and end up getting the kill. Very great sequence of events right there by Team Liquid. I do like seeing Rek'Sai players, now that the champion has been changed, to have that new ultimate. Use the ultimate to dodge away from things like that. Drop the turret aggro. Get away from a very telegraphed skill shot. That's one thing that you can get out of skills like that essentially remove you from the map for a moment. Similar to an Elise Repel, just on a much longer cooldown. Yeah, and watching this one more time, speaking of Elise, Contracts trying to do all he can to stay alive. So he feels pretty, he thinks he should be safe. He has flash, he knows both people use flash, he knows Renekton ultimate is down, he knows they're at half health, but it's a big minion wave, and Jensen actually lost track of plays. Slushie managed to roam into the river where all of C9's wards were on the other side of the map, and Contracts gets 3v1 underneath the turret. Very unfortunate for the Cloud9 jungler as Team Liquid manages to tie the gold count up with that kill. Doing good for themselves, utilizing those globals we were talking about. Taliyah getting the chance to finally leave the lane, but now that she's back in there, Jensen is once again going to be showing Slushie why he wants to leave every single chance he gets. This matchup just not working out too well for him. With the Bilgewater Cutlass completed onto Jensen, that means when he dashes in, he can get that extra slow, couple extra auto attacks off. Yeah, and also almost invalidates whatever poke Taliyah is going to get off on him. A lot of times you can throw the Unraveled Earth down and dissuade Jensen from using his Relentless Pursuit to dash through, but Jensen doesn't really care about that as much anymore since he's just hoping to keep the wave away from his turret. Sneaky and Smoothie, again, pressuring into the enemy jungle with Contracts. Blitzcrank is one of the scariest supports to do this with, too. The threat of the pull, just like that, pulling Reignover back. Now can they make anything happen from it? First call opened up, we're gonna fire the shots into the Cloud9 lines. As the taunt coming in from Impact, who makes his way in the fight via the TP. Heroic entrance might be a heroic exit. Seismic Shove not going to be finding the mark just yet. Cocoon back onto Reignover, preventing the knockup of the wall. He goes through the pull. Sneaky dropping the ult. The stuns come out. Piglet grabbing kill number 1 onto Impact. It's another kill onto Smoothie, and Liquid will find 2 for nothing.
And that was a bloodbath, and that's the type of fight where Renekton actually really thrives. Loro running with his dominance that entire fight, got off a lot of damage, and Piglet still able to assist from lane with his curtain call. So an aggressive move by C9 goes a little bit awry because they were never able to quite lock down the target. Watching this again, they initially go for Reignover, but again, he actually has a great use of his ultimate, dropping the focus, getting to the other side of Contracts. That buys enough time for the teleport to come in, and C9 ends up taking pretty much every shot from Piglet's curtain call while the teleports are completing. A little bit of a misplay right there, not getting the Seismic Shove onto Impact, but it allows him to keep chasing, and the continuation of that play in the mid lane.
Meanwhile, Slushie becomes spider food as we see the very end of that play. Jensen making the dive, and Contracts coming in from behind to make sure it happens. It's going to take Cloud9 up to their 2nd kill of the game. Still only slightly behind in gold, but this is a good omen for Team Liquid, Jet, that they're able to take these early leads at least and pose a threat to Cloud9.
Yeah, they have made map plays, and they've gotten their advantage around the top side. That's where Reignover used his first flash of the game and his first gank of the game, was to try and give Lorlo a bit of an upper hand into that Galio. They repeated the gank, they sent Talia up there, and then when he teleported down, it was beneficial. Where they have not helped is here. Slushie in the mid lane doing his best to clear turrets. C9 still had war control over that side, and they get an easy kill with the Cocoon Land.
Not only do they get the kill, they blow the exhaust from Slushie as well. So that Summoner spell not going to be around to prevent future aggro decisions coming out from Jensen or Contracts or anyone on Cloud9 who turns their attention towards this mid lane. Flash for flash. Jensen knows that Reignover is going to be going after him. He gets away from him.
Good respect by Jensen in reading Reignover. It's always really difficult to flash those abilities. Something Impact did not do earlier on in the game, because you don't want to flash just because someone is there. In an ideal world, you still want him to flash at the same time as you, because then that flash engage from Rek'Sai threat is lowered across the entire map. Like if Reignover goes to the bottom lane now, he does not have flash, so Sneaky feels safe poking him with Q while he's taking up his wolves.
While Contracts and Slushie do a little bit of a fight, nowhere to land. Contracts trying to find the kill, but can't quite do it. Takes Slushie low, but no cigar just yet.
Concon wants to save him.
Trying to go after Piglet here if they can. Jensen coming around from the side. Slushie and Piglet very low in this fight. Smoothie taken down, almost dead as well. Team Liquid gets everybody out.
For as much as Slushie is losing in CS in his lane, he is making up for it so far with his roams. He's the one who caught Contracts during that roam. He's the one that killed Contracts over in the top lane, and he also roamed earlier before. So just going in there, getting into the jungle, sneaking around, landing the combo onto Contracts, and setting up 90% of that kill before finally picking it up after the rappel is down. And then they still had their support in that side of the jungle to go and save Piglet on whatever adventure he was having.
I mean, Reignover got what? A knock-up and an auto-attack at the very end. The rest was Slushie. 2-1 and 2 on this Talia. Even though he's 50 farm down, he's had a much bigger impact on the game overall than what Jensen has done, as Reignover gets scared back by Sneaky. The Bilgewater Cutlass being completed by him as well, both working towards that Blade of the Ruined King, just like his mid laner. Very effective at dealing with melee champions, kiting them away, keeping yourself alive and safe. And that's one thing that Reignover is going to have to look out for. But he is going for a tanky build. Important to point that out. A lot of times these days you're seeing Rek'Sai's build warrior enchantments, build heavier damage, because that's the way that the rework was designed to make the champions tend towards. But Reignover still wants to be that front line for his team, still wants to be that initiator, that tank.
Yeah, and I think the base damage is still really high on the Rek'Sai, so he's still going to be fairly threatening with this build. It looks like he's probably going Titanic Hydra after that, so he'll get a bit of the AD ratio. It's not going to be the full tank. We're going to get to see kind of the way these builds pan out in the future. But again, Slushie on the roam, going to help secure this turret for Lorlo. Just that little appearance in the ward forces Impact to back off.
And Impact is so far behind now. We discussed the Cloud9 top lane situation right now and how things just aren't looking good for either Impact or Ray. And this team hasn't been any exception to that rule. Look at the gold comparison. 1,700 up for Lorlo. Cloud9 grabs themselves an Ocean Drake, but that alone is not going to bring Impact back into this game.
Exactly. Lorlo is the gold lead in this game. It's a 1,900 gold lead for the team, and as you mentioned just now, 1,700 gold lead for Lorlo over Impact. And it's going to be about utilizing that. Can they continue to keep the Rek'Sai in split-pushing situations where he can get turrets or threaten advantageous 2v2s? Because if you're thinking about late-game team fights in this matchup, the Galio ultimate is nearly a hard counter to the Rek'Sai, plus stuff like this can happen.
Piglet is not going to have any chance to get away from that one. Doesn't even bother using summoner spells because he knows there's no way out. He's going to be seeing black and white for about 20 seconds. Cloud9 lays into that bottom lane tier 1 turret, looking to get themselves their first enemy objective of the game. The Ocean Drake already under their belts, but the gold from this turret will help keep this game close.
Yeah, equalizing that first turret down. They lose on the first turret bonus, but still a bunch of standing gold in those things. So this makes the game a whole lot closer from a scoreboard perspective.
That's a lot of what Blitzcrank can do as well. You see him land one pull like that, get some good shots out onto someone. All you need is one pull to completely take a situation that would otherwise be nothing and really turn it into something. Lorlo just farming up the enemy jungle, though. Doesn't have to worry about Impact coming to stop him, because if he does, he's like, okay, I'll farm the wolves, then I'll farm you, and I'll walk away with even more money.
The Frozen Heart Galio. Oh, does have to respect the Elise, though, for sure, because the rest of the team was right behind him. It's not the type of play you need to have if you're trying to take over the game as a Renekton.
But at least he's not dead.
Not dead. Still alive.
Not dead.
Good to flash.
Always a positive. Look at what happened bot lane here real quick.
Piglet hanging out 1v1. Literally just a Blade of the Ruin King active. Piglet gets stunned. That lines up the hook for Smoothie. And Piglet did not want to burn his flash, as Lorlo was willing to. And he dies for it.
Oh! That'd be a repeating factor, but now the kill onto Slushy in mid lane. Smoothie knows when to go for that trigger pull and finds yet another setup for his team.
Yeah, Contracts landed the cocoon, and they don't even need to commit into the turret thanks to the flash blitz crank hook. And this move will put C9 ahead. Back-to-back plays by Smoothie.
Disheartening for Team Liquid. They worked to get that early lead. They tried moving Slushy around the map, tried making those different plays, and it worked for a while, but just as quickly, it goes back into Cloud9's hands. And with Sneaky pushing down this top lane tier 1, they're going to build an even larger gold lead for themselves. This could turn into a pretty big fight if they're not careful. They're going to be fighting yet another pull. Piglet goes down really instantly here. It's going to be trouble, as now the fight may turn. Smoothie trying to get back as they lose their jungler. Sneaky looking to fight this one out too. Impact on the front line, trying to tank for these guys. Liquid lost their turret, but they found one kill, now falling back. Piglet's ultimate down means it's very difficult for him to participate in this fight from an effective range without being in danger. Impact still on that front line, going to be forcing Conquan to flash out, but now Slushy's made his way into the mix.
They're all solo. Jensen has both summoners, but it's 5 people he's got to go for.
Going in, going to be exhausted. That's what you mentioned earlier. It's a good summoner spell against the Lucian with that short range. A pull onto Rainover. Will not be fighting the kill today, but Conquan may have to sacrifice himself. He will not. And Team Liquid gets everyone out.
They just would not die in that extended engagement from the very start. Piglet healed after he got hooked and then kind of had the perfect Jhin open, being able to curtain call from the back. I actually like the play by C9 right there. Land the cocoon into a hook once again, but they didn't quite have the burst damage. Rainover actually knocked up Sneaky, stopped his auto attacks, kept Piglet alive. And then Rainover goes back in, has had great use out of that Rek'Sai ultimate pretty much this entire game. And look how far away Jensen was. He had 2 options here. He could have pushed up the mid turret while they're kiting back, or he could roam up. He ends up roaming up, burns both summoners, doesn't get anything, and ultimately cannot be effective in that fight.
Cloud9 will get themselves the Rift Herald just in time, because it's going to be despawning very, very soon, but have to see how they can use that. Rift Herald itself, remember, just picking it up doesn't really get you a lot. You just get 25 gold for killing the thing, a little bit of EXP, so yeah, it's all about using it to get a turret afterwards, or get some kind of map pressure, get control elsewhere, spawn it in top lane, go bottom, spawn it in bottom lane, go top. Different ways you can use it. See what Cloud9 goes for. Infernal Drake is going to be live in a little over a minute, so expect some contest for that.
Very true, and this could be a big swing point in the game if C9 can get a pick with Smoothie's rocket grab. That then lowers the defenses with which the Rift Herald can go bust down a turret, because the longer we've seen Rift Herald, the better we've actually seen teams get at defending it, and it doesn't seem like people are really finding ways to innovate the ways they attack with it. You're basically getting the first charge off, and then it's dead. Time and time again is what we're seeing. They're going for contracts, though.
Trying to find the pick onto him if they can. Lucy going to be brought in with Conquan. Nope, no kill today, but taking contracts down to half HP will force him away for the time being. Look at the amount of wards placed down by Team Liquid in this bottom part of the river. Really looking to set up in earnest for this Infernal Drake fight.
And they still have more control wards in their inventory. The difficulty here is, we mentioned that Lorlo is the Team Liquid gold lead. He is not controlling the Drake with them right now, so it's actually advantage C9 in the 4v4.
Lorlo will have to have a big role in these team fights for Team Liquid to find wins. Impact will do whatever he can, even though he's behind, to channel those taunts, find those knockups. Nice part about being a tank, you don't need to be ahead in gold to still have that functionality, to still be useful. Heal for Sneaky or Jensen as well. Cloud9 has moved into the territory previously claimed by Liquid. Now Sneaky going in on Lorlo, able to find some nice DC, some nice damage.
Wow.
And that ahead proc is now completely out of the fight. Right over. Almost going to be taken down. Conquan trying to get him to safety, but Sneaky's looking to flash forward, make this one his own. He gets taken down by Slushy, who throws another rock right into the Cloud9 forces. But it's still a 3-for-1, and Cloud9 finds their fight.
What a fight for them right there, being able to initiate onto the strongest player of Team Liquid, and Team Liquid really just not being there to take the fight. They had no distraction for all 5 people to just wail on Lorlo and take him down, and then it had to be a full retreat for Team Liquid after that.
And the way you build these top lane bruises these days, Jat, it's cookie cutter all the time. You've got a Black Cleaver, you got a Titanic Hydra. That doesn't make you tanky enough to survive this.
Yeah, usually the Renekton ultimate keeps him a little bit alive, but just the double Blade of the Ruined Kings, when he has pretty much no armor in his build, he's gone Merc Treads against the Galio's magic damage. They shred him down in no time. Sneaky channeling AP Cannon just to get the stun. Galio can't quite save him, but it's still worth it for the chase down they got.
And the Ignite from Smoothie onto Lorlo as well to make sure he couldn't heal. Your Fed Renekton, your entire gold lead, did 118 damage in that team fight. Less than, I think, what was a Prey Seeker from Rek'Sai. Not what Team Liquid needed to find any kind of a win. 2,700 damage from Slushy, though, doing everything he can to try to put his own advantages to work here. The Andrews Torment, Morello Nomicon done for him means his spells do pack quite a punch. But with Jensen up to 3-0, with Sneaky on 2-1 and 3, both these guys having 2 items completed, he's under a lot of threat.
Dude, he's down 80 CS. He's going to get a 100 CS disadvantage at some point in this game based on the current trends, and also knowing how much post 15-minute CS Jensen generally takes in games. He's always running for that free wave.
Jensen's definitely going to be padding those stats after this.
Oh my goodness, he's been stat padding the whole split, but in a sense, just by dominating people, it looks like he's stat padding sometimes when you check the numbers afterwards.
Rift Herald finally summoned. The clock was running low. They were going to have to do it eventually, so they decided to just bust her out right now as Slushy and Lorlo will zone impact away bottom side. Looking to maybe trade here, but the problem is Cloud9 is pushing down both mid and top lanes. Rainover and Piglet will be defending mid, but that headbutt really stings. Sneaky going to be knocked up. Rainover trying to start this fight. Smoothie running off to the side, but they've collapsed onto the Kinnan. Looking to find the damage with the Jhin ultimate. The shots are going to miss at the start, and it will be Rainover who takes the kill credit. They try to give that one over to Piglet, but after he misses the first 2, Rainover says, nope, I'm just doing this myself.
Yep.
Grabs it and walks away.
Yeah, but I also say C9 won that easily. They got 2 turrets. The kills they ran down on for Sneaky was answered by that push in the top lane, so they're gone right now. I also am curious if C9 is going to try and 4v5 this one. Got to be a little careful. Lorlo should TP in.
Impact starting to fight off. Smoothie still got the full available. Going to be bringing Conquan in, trying to burst that Kench before he can save anyone. They find that mark, but can they get anyone else? Jensen still full HP, stepping on the Jhin trap. Impact wanting to go back into the fight if he can. No flash available. Already used that one earlier. Smoothie still looking to chase them down if he can. Flash into the pole, able to find it onto Slushy, and Jensen is unstoppable as Cloud9 has found themselves 2 in that 4v5, not afraid of the numbers disadvantage. They'll now be pushing down the mid lane into the inhibitor turret. taking that one down, no problem whatsoever. Lorlo, Rainover, and Piglet not in any condition to fight for this, and the inhibitor itself is going to fall too.
Yeah, it took 24 minutes. Jensen's now 110 CS up on Slushie. Mind you, Lorlo is 80 CS up on Impact. Here's another fight.
Rainover wanting to go in on this one. Impact is still very, very tanky despite how behind he is. And again, Conquan has to save Rainover, but there's your 2-for-1 deal. Conquan and Rainover both at death's door, trying to get away from this one. Piglet almost gets hit by the cocoon. Lorlo tanks that one instead. Cloud9 decides there's nothing here that's left worth fighting over. They bail.
Yeah, Jensen out of mana, could no longer pursue relentlessly towards Team Liquid. And I do want to talk a little bit about the difference between Jensen's CS advantage and Lorlo's CS advantage, because it's how you use the CS, not about the CS itself. Watching this fight one more time, Lorlo needs to be there 5 seconds ago, not when this fight starts, because by the time he enters the fight, Conquan and Piglet are already pushed out, and Lorlo never gets to use his goalie. He's not finding ways in this fight, whereas Jensen is continually moving forward and finishing off these kills. So it's not just on the players, it is how the teams are playing around it.
Team Liquid getting caught out there, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and a Galio with a taunt fully channeled means that Lorlo just never had the chance to get in time. Excellent play from Cloud9 as a team, showing exactly what they need to be demonstrating if they want to prove themselves to be a top half team, if they want to prove themselves to truly be in contention for that #1 spot here in Summer Split. 46,000 to 42,000 gold, a modest lead, but not terribly modest for themselves. 4,000 is still pretty scary, 26 minutes into the game. Sneaky trying to get away from that Weaver's wall, barely gets himself onto the other side as Conquan was arriving with Rainover.
Yeah, and I also want to quickly point out the strength of Galio in this particular C9 team composition, because they don't necessarily have a Galio delivery system like you often say you have, but he stuffs so much of what Team Liquid want to do in this team composition. Renekton and Rek'Sai, I would classify as divers. They're both in and then they're in. They either kill you or they don't. So whoever they choose to go in on, that's when Impact uses Galio ult, giving them 50% damage reduction and pretty much a guaranteed knockup. So whenever Rainover and Lorlo want to go in, Impact flies in with the damage reduction and the Frozen Heart to hurt their attack speed. So no matter how far behind he is, unless Lorlo is killing him or taking turrets, Impact is actually better in team fights than the Renekton, even though he's down 2,000 gold.
I mean, we've seen him play such a role so far. Every single fight, he's knocking people up into the air. He's finding taunts onto multiple Team Liquid members. He's doing a good job here. Contract, Sneaky, and Jensen are all hanging out, trying to stay away from the brush and stay perfectly still to avoid the Rek'Sai Tremor sense, but...
Well, that's big. No one moved.
Everybody's just staying still.
Unfortunately, the wards still see you even if you don't move.
Yep. That's not like a dinosaur. You can't just stay perfectly still and hope that it walks by, but now they're trying to go. Not fight at anything just yet. Is it bad that I was watching the display and wondering if it disconnected there for a good 5 seconds?
Well, I didn't even see the ward. The observers zoomed in to show the skill people and then just panned over slowly to the vision like, yeah, that's what Team Liquid sees. Everyone, clear as day.
I thought we were going to be heading into a sepia tone real quick and going into a pause, but luckily it was just Cloud9 trying to be sneaky and it didn't work too well for him as Rainover tries to creep into the Baron Pit, only to see a control ward sitting there from his opponents and deciding that's not the best plan.
Yeah, we're trying to pull a fast one while C9 goes for the Drake, which makes Baron faster.
Cloud9's just got a nice little barrage sale of Drakes now. They got one Infernal, one Ocean, one Mountain, collecting a little bit of everything.
Yep. No Clouds today, except for 9 of them in the team name. So,
God.
I get one of those per year. That's all I allow myself.
You just spent it right here.
It's over. Not worth it.
One per year.
But I did it. There's no going back.
It's done. Impact still just trying to farm up as much as he can. He's got 2 tank items completed. Frozen Heart and Spirit Visage actually makes him pretty damn hard to kill when you couple it, combine it, I should say, with the taunt damage reduction that he gets from channeling that ability. Jensen will continue building that CS lead he has up over Slushie. 318 farm, 28 minutes into the game. That's not even a normal level of farm. That is just above and beyond ridiculousness in terms of how well he's building his economy.
Yeah, Jensen historically topped the league in CS per minute. Generally, no one goes above 10 as far as general averages go. Jensen usually is right on the cusp of that, though. He's around 9.9, 9.7 almost every split. This game, above it, around 11 CS per minute so far.
Game's still 9-9 though. 4,500 gold separating the two teams. Still very possible for Liquid to find a win in a team fight. But they really, like you mentioned earlier, Jet, have to have Lorlo in the clutch position for the entirety of it if they want a chance to walk away with the W in one of these.
Yeah, and at this point, I do feel like Renekton has fallen off relatively substantially. Level 16 is big for him because the health on his ultimate actually doubles between rank 2 and rank 3. One of the few skill ups that scale multiplicatively rather than linearly in the game. But that doesn't actually do that much for Renekton since his kit still is pretty all in that sense.
Cloud9 wanting to start up Baron, but not far ahead enough to really be comfortable doing that with Liquid having eyes on them and being right there. They still have their tier 1 standing here in the mid lane. 6 turrets compared to 1 in the objective count so far this game. So much of the Cloud9 lead is built on the back of those objectives, but Reignover now trying to go in on Contract. Deadly Flourish coming out, Group comes down, Contract is going to make his way out if he can, but the stun comes out and the Spider is squashed. Liquid finds their pick.
Good pick, and the team played fairly well around it, but the question is, what do you do after that?
Well, you open up the curtain call, fire off the taunt, Reignover coming in from behind, looking to get the knockup if he can. Instead, he's just going to be stunned up and bursted down. Impact grabbing the kill credit onto that one. Slushie gobbled up by the Kent, trying to pop the thick skin. He's the sacrificial lamb, and Jensen is dominating.
No junglers on either side. Slushie down Flash, Lorlo down Ultimate, and Jensen will continue to press.
Jensen is bloodthirsty, chasing after Piglet. The Jhin has both summoner spells, but when you're up against a Lucian who has 3.5 items and is 3 levels up on you, you run away and you don't look back.
Yeah, he's going off this game, that's for sure. Sub out the mid laner against best mid laner in the league, and he will make you pay.
Impact caught out a little bit here, but he's just so tanky. The 4th shot from Piglet doesn't even put that much of a dent in.
No, I mean, no Last Whisper or Void Stab. So all the resistances that Impact has built up right now, there's nothing working against that. The 240 armor is making him deal about 1/4 of his normal damage against him.
Liquid wants to try to punish Cloud9 after their Baron take. Impact at about half HP. Smoothie can stay the same. Liquid still wanting to get in here if they can. Still looking to make those moves. Reignover with the flash into the knockup. And they find Impact. The root comes out. Shield comes out. Impact up the wall with the flash. Staying alive for now. Reignover comes through with the ulti. Not able to find the kill. It's turned around. And Jensen is godlike. Smoothie getting the pull over the wall. They're going to bring Lorlo right back in. And he is a pair of alligator boots. Team Liquid loses 2.
And this game going from bad to worse. You can see the interactions of the team compositions and the communication from C9 of when to turn it around. As they were retreating, Sneaky was cut off, so he had to run toward the top side of the lane. So you're kind of thinking they're going to turn it around at any moment. We're going to get to see this one more time as the Tom Kench joins the fight. But you can see Sneaky ends up actually going off around the top side. So you kind of want C9 to turn this around because you think they're so far ahead, but they don't because Sneaky's not there. Impact does his best to zone, gets the large curve to the Colossus shield, but then when Reignover goes in, they actually say to turn it around. Sneaky was trying to sneak off with the recall, decides to come back in. At this point, another clutch hook. Doesn't matter who Smoothie hits because the fight is turning. He also gets the shield when he lands the CC, and another double kill picked up for Jensen.
That just means the momentum continues to fall into Cloud9's lap as they'll push now towards this bottom lane. Remember, mid lane inhibitor is already in ruins. Bottom lane will now be in a similar situation. Team Liquid just can't do anything to defend a base that's quickly falling to pieces. Cloud9, 5 men strong, Baron buffed up, pushing towards the Nexus, wanting to end game 1. Nexus turret number 1 already down. Impact channeling that taunt, threatening anyone from Liquid that may look to come forward. Slushie caught out, bursted down. Reignover going to be second, airborne. Gobbled up, but I don't know if he's getting away anytime soon. They both fall, 2 dead, 3 dead on the side of Liquid. A double kill for Sneaky as Lorlo goes down, throws a double kill to the way of Jensen, and Cloud9 will take down Team Liquid in game number 1.
Yeah, once they were scaling up, you could really just see that team composition take work. Trying to get the Piglet's giving him one.
Trying to bait him into the fountain laser, it's not going to be good enough. Cloud9, victory, game number 1.
Yeah, huge games. Particularly, I would say, from Smoothie and from Jensen. Smoothie started the majority of those fights or turned them around at just the right moment with Blitzcrank, 14 out of 17 kill participations. But then Jensen, man, 120 CS up, pretty much from 22 minutes onward. and also 15 of the 17 kills for the team. So it wasn't like he was just off farming. He was farming and killing the champion. So great game.
Yeah, we were comparing Jensen's performance to Slushy's performance early on in the game, saying, man, Slushy's been all over the map. He's getting Team Liquid off to a good start. Jensen was 0-0-1 when Slushy was 2-1-2. And then all of a sudden, Jensen's like, okay, I'm done farming. Now the game starts. And he just put so much damage out throughout the course of all those fights.
Yeah, once he got Blade of the Ruin King and Black Cleaver, he really just turned on. Did lead the team in damage, but Sneaky was pretty close on that one. 27,000 damage from Jensen, but mainly it was the CS and the lane dominance he had once they started cascading those turrets down.
And you mentioned it, it was a lot about the team composition as well. Between the enemy Renekton falling off, the big advantage for Team Liquid, we mentioned time and again, was Lorlo's advantage over Impact. But as the game goes on, you mentioned how effective Impact's job was at keeping Cloud9 going, and Lorlo just couldn't do anything.
Lorlo could not get into those fights, and part of it is because the rest of C9 was still pretty ahead, and another part of it was they were just never finding the right fights. Looking at the draft, like, it's not particularly disastrous for Team Liquid, but I still like C9's draft more, mainly because the Tom Kench Blitzcrank like switch around where they early picked the Taliyah didn't make any sense to me from Team Liquid. I would have rather they waited for the counter pick for the guy they're subbing in, and then Reignover would have needed to take that game over early on in the game, but was never really able to get a snowball going. And then once you saw the team fights happen, the Rek'Sai Renekton could not deal with the Kennen Galio team fight.
Yeah, a good example of those fights that we're talking about. 21 minutes in, Cloud9, a 3-for-1 here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is one where it is them just picking off Lorlo. This is the front line for Team Liquid, so they needed to snowball before that point for the most part. No damage done by the Rek'Sai or the Renekton in this fight, and everyone else on C9 is just able to free hit, but even at the end, Impact acts as a frontline damage soak even from the back because he made it so it takes much longer for Sneaky to finish him off, and you got to see that gold lead. Once he got going, there was no stopping it.
Yeah, just a little red puddle in that gold difference over time for the brief moments where Team Liquid were able to find themselves a lead, but as soon as they lost that lead, man, it just went straight up for Cloud9.
Exactly. Team Liquid, even though they're 1-5, have been able to make plays at times, but it's about stringing the plays together into a cohesive game. That's where they've been lacking.
And that's what Cloud9 demonstrated they were able to do. That's what a good team can do, and that's what they're going to need to do in game number 2. We'll see if Team Liquid can even up the score when we come back for that game number 2 against Cloud9. As we go to the break, though, here's a snippet from this week's episode of The Dive, hosted by Jat, Kobe, and Azael.
The Locket plus Stoneplate combo that people are talking about a lot, that is going to be pretty interesting. I do think, like, so while I do think it is very good, I also think that people are kind of overhyping it in some ways. I think that, like, you know, when Cho'Gath with Stoneplate came out, people were like, oh my God, it's so overpowered. And like, when's the last time you saw that, right? Like, realistically.
I actually never saw it.
No,
the problem with that strategy is you have to play Cho'Gath.
Exactly. But the thing with this is as well is like it can be very good. But I have felt like on a number of the champions that I would want to build this combo on, there's like other items I feel like are really core, like I want to get them first or things like this that sometimes can push you away from it. I will say if you can get to that and you can get in team fights, it's crazy, like especially against AoE type stuff, like AoE burst, like Orianna Shockwave or whatever. If you, as a tank, if you can actually time it, you will essentially immune the shockwave. You will absorb the entire shockwave if you have this combo on a big tank for your carries, which is like nuts. So like, I think that is really cool. And there is like high, you know, like outplay potential, if you want to say, around that, because it decays very quickly. So that's obviously what they're trying to go for. If I use this perfectly timed, then it has a big impact. If I just press it at the start of a fight, it probably doesn't really matter. So I do think that's kind of cool. But I think we might not actually see it as much as people think. Because if you're thinking about like Gragas and stuff, you still want Spirit Visage and stuff.
Exactly. For some context, we're talking about generally Cinderhulk, another big Hythe item, potentially Warmogs, then Locket, then Gargoyle Stoneplate. Because if you then use your Stoneplate, which doubles your max health pool, and the new scaling on Locket, you get a roughly 2,500 health shield, which decays over 2 seconds. So, like you say, you have to do it perfectly. I'd like it on Zac. I feel like even though Zac got nerfs, those are very smooth items for him to build. I think you could do it on Gragas, and I don't think the Spirit Visage is all that important, because if you go Cinderhulk, Warmogs, your gold investment is about the same as with Cinderhulk Visage. You're still getting CDR, and you're still getting the health regen out of combat.
So Zach, I agree with. Zach, I think, is actually like, you just took the jungler who's still the best. In my opinion, he's still the best jungler after the nerfs, and then you gave him this thing that he can actually build into and it feels great. For Gragas though, I mean, people almost never want to go Cinderhulk because they want Runic Echoes for early clear and for like, you know, some more damage potential and stuff.
If you're going Runic Echoes Gragas, you're not doing this build in my opinion.
Yeah, I know. That's my point. And that's what people go in pro like 99% of the time. Like,
I saw Cinderhulk twice last week in NA alone.
People almost always go Runic Echoes, I feel like. If you look at like
more than half the time they do, but not almost always at 99%.
It's like a massive majority. Like, I would be happy to look through this, but by the way, like I don't think that you're very rarely going to see that. And for top lane Gragas, like I actually do think Spirit Visage and stuff is very important because like the sustain and stuff through passive is more important, so you have more gold. There are certainly champions that you can build it on, but like the main one that I feel like it's super abusable on right now is Zach. And past that, there's not a ton of champions that I'm seeing do it because it's pretty expensive.
So Nunu is I mean, you're not a ton of champions or whatever. Nunu is built for Nunu.
Do you think we'll see him in competitive?
And I don't like, you know, to constantly bring it up, but Nunu right now is so oppressive that I think that we should see it in competitive.
Yeah.
I know that most of the junglers don't like that playstyle. Most junglers that make it to the LCS level like are super good with Lee Sin and super good with assassins and snowballing, and they like going for ganks, and people do not enjoy the Nunu lifestyle. But Nunu,
the lifestyle now, not even just a play style. You gotta live
it's a way of life.
It really is. You kind of have to get into that mindset. I just think that it's so strong right now that you should be incorporating it if you really want to go for the wins right now. I do think that he's going to get nerfs.
Well,
I feel
also,
like
if you go Cinderhulk Warmogs and you're doing the Stoneborn Pact Mastery, you're healing for more because your max health is higher.
Exactly.
So even more synergies.
Exactly. There's synergies already built in. I still don't like Warmogs. I think you don't have to go Warmogs.
I actually think that item is amazing.
I think
it's really good
on
Mundo.
I think it's definitely a waste.
Cinderhulk Warmogs and you're hitting the max health threshold. So if you're ever disengaging from a fight, your full health.
You don't need that much health. You don't need that much health. Resistances are so much better that early.
Just don't play
like the value of resistances for Nunu, who already has health multipliers, and Cinderhulk is too much at that point. Anyways, that's beside the point. But I do think that we might see him come out in competitive play if teams really want to grind out those victories.
time. They have to land the hook.
Oh, nice pull onto the Tom catch, into the chain CC, into the damage. See you later. First blood over to Contracts. Sneaky dropping the ult, the stuns come out. Piglet grabbing kill number 1 onto Impact. It's another kill onto Smoothie, and Rainover comes through with the ult. Not able to find the kill. It's turned around, and Jensen is godlike. Smoothie getting the pull over the wall. They're going to bring Morlo right back in, and he is a pair of alligator boots. They both fall 2 dead, 3 dead on the side of Liquid. A double kill for Sneaky. As Morlo goes down, throws a double kill in the way of Jensen, and Cloud9 will take down Team Liquid in game number 1. Welcome back. Round 2 of Team Liquid versus Cloud9. We got to go ahead and take care of a little bit of an award ceremony for game number 1. Before we get into game number 2, though, player of the game, it was Jensen.
Yeah, he smashed the laning phase in this one, also participated in 15 of the team's 17 kills and did the most damage on the team. So he has been performing at a very high level all split, even better this last game.
Now, one thing we can't do, though, we've got to give an honorable mention to Smoothie, who also had a really solid performance in that game. He set up a lot of plays for this team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, playmaking supports, be as you may, the Blitzcrank was on point from Smoothie. A lot of the time, he was also doing the smart thing, waiting for a cocoon to land or waiting for some other type of CC before getting the hook. But that's when it's going to be most effective. It's not flashable at that point if they're chained with CC, and it's more likely to get the kill.
Yeah, firing the hook is really important. Thinking about when to fire the hook is equally important. It's all part of the same game. But one thing that's going to be changing this time around, we talked about Team Liquid and the 8-man roster. Well, it's time to see a little bit of what that can do as they adapt.
I know this guy. This is Anori's first game on Team Liquid joining the stage right here. So Rainover has been subbed out for this game. When I talked to their manager before the series here, he said this is a very real possibility if game 1 doesn't go well. Anori has been playing very well in scrims, they say, as they said with Conquan and Slushy. Conquan and Slushy are staying in for this game, and now we're going to be getting to see Anori. Pretty crazy when you think of the whole series of events that had to lead up to this. Rainover coming from Immortals, going to Team Liquid, still never really finding success. Anori was kind of the sole carry of Phoenix 1 back in the day, but hasn't really found the chemistry on that team. And I actually got to read a pretty long article by Blitz Esports when his owner was talking about Anori and how the owner really liked Anori as a player. And they kind of would have held on to him had they not liked him so much because they still think he has a lot of potential as a player. So they gave him to Team Liquid so he'd have another chance. And immediately he's actually going into LCS in his first week on Team Liquid.
Yeah. Some people would be surprised to say, you know, you've got a superstar like Rainover. How soon is Anori actually going to see stage time? Well, the answer is right now.
Yeah, and it's not the nicest situation to be jumping into. Liquid is 1-5 on the year. They're down 0-1 in the series against the team that finished last split in second. So there is a lot of circumstances stacked against finding success in this game. It's going to be tough.
And let's not pretend like that was a second that was distant or anything like that either. This is a second-place team that went to 5 games against the first-place team. Very, very close. Cloud9 had an incredible performance in Spring Split 2017. Now looking to shore things up in Summer Split. A bit of a rocky start, like we mentioned, sitting on 3-3, right there in the middle of the pack. But a decisive win against Team Liquid does show that they're on the path to becoming one of those top teams, like a lot of people still think they are.
Exactly. Jensen very clearly top mid laner. Sneaky and Smoothie did so much work in the bottom lane there. I thought Contracts was a good facilitator. And then Impact was good in team fights, but not early. So there's definitely still some things that weren't as good as they'd want them there. They were down in gold around 18 minutes in that game against Team Liquid, but still did look like a much better team in that first game. And there's still so much LCS to play. We're just now in week 4. We've played 1/3 of the regular season, and that doesn't even count heading into the playoffs. So C9 know there's a long road ahead, and it's just a constant strive for improvement.
And that's what it's all about, right? You can't just take these losses and say, oh man, everything's going bad, things are really rough right now, it's a struggle. It's all about focusing on how to get better, how to improve as a team, what you can do to get back to that state that'll let you be one of the top contenders. Because there's a lot of teams contending for that top spot right now in Summer Split 2017. You've got Dig, Immortals, CLG, TSM, Cloud9. Half of the league is in the conversation for are they the best?
Yeah, and it's difficult to create space between yourself and the pack. And it's actually not something that C9 and TSM were really able to do during the regular split of spring. The early game stats for TSM and C9 were, I believe, 4th and 6th in the league for gold at 15 minutes during the spring. And the NALCS was unique in that sense where there was so much early game parity And we were expecting a very close playoffs because of that. What ended up happening is it feels like experience reigned supreme and C9 and TSM dominated the playoffs. But that growth and parity in the league, it didn't go anywhere. It stayed around. And we're seeing more of it here in the spring split. And I think that's why we see teams like Cloud9 at 3-3. It's not necessarily because they got that much worse. It's just that the growth of the other teams has continued, and C9 has to keep up if they want to remain dominant.
And even in the game we just watched, it was the early game that was the problem. That was when Team Liquid were making the moves. Like you said, Impact struggling in the laning phase, but having a very solid performance as the team fight showed. Maybe they can change that up a little bit this time. They are going to be going up against a Nori. When we flashed the jungler stats on the screen, you saw that compared to Reignover, he has lower gold at 15 minutes, but he has a higher KDA by the end of the game. So he gets himself involved with things, dies a bit less. Kill participation for both of them around the same.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see if this is also a champion pool thing, because the Rek'Sai is right in Reignover's wheelhouse, and Olaf is still a good champion, and he wasn't necessarily targeted. And those are the things that I feel like he found the most success on. Not to mention, Nori's never really been a Lee Sin player, neither has Reignover. So that's kind of what you think of sometimes when you are subbing out a former All-Star like Reignover or former League MVP, is you think maybe it would be a champion pool thing, but it could also just be about trying to mix things up for a different style of jungler. If Nori wants to be more comfortable with the hard carry style, whereas Reignover was kind of best-in-class facilitator for players like Huni back in the day, could be a potential tweak.
Well, the bans this time around, Kennen, Syndra, and Kassadin banned away by Liquid. They do not want to go against Sneaky's Kennen again. LeBlanc, Galio, and Zac banned away by Cloud9, as Caitlyn is locked in first and foremost for Liquid, looking to put Piglet on the ability to carry.
Yeah, this was banned by Team Liquid in Game 1 when they were on the red side. It is probably Piglet's best champion of the split. You can see his stats for this summer after 3 games played on that thing. Look at that 80% kill participation. Everything has worked around Piglet when he's been in these games. So I would not be too surprised if we got a more supportive jungler out of Nori, even though I just made that whole spiel about him playing aggressive, because he did play a lot of Ivern towards the end on Phoenix 1, should be comfortable on that. Not to mention Nunu is quite good right now, even if we don't see much of him in the LCS.
And both of those two synergize really well with Caitlyn. Blood Boil for movement speed and attack speed. We know what Ivern bushes look like when you're stacking them with Caitlyn headshots and traps. It creates this impossible siege scenario. But it's Elise and Varus locked in for Cloud9, and Liquid decides to go with Rek'Sai.
Yeah, it's just the same player with or different player, same champion.
Yep.
For Team Liquid, we're going to get to see a Nori's take on Rek'Sai Renekton too. So more things similar in this game, but Galio is banned this time, so the team fight counter will not be as potent in this one.
Well, same song, different singer for the jungle in Team Liquid today in Game 2, but it's going to be same song, same singer in the top side, as you're going to see Lorlo on that Renekton. Again, awesome performance in lane last game, but remember, things fell apart in communicating where he needed to be for those team fights. The rest of the team found themselves in spots where Lorlo was like clearing waves in top side, and he was saying, wait a second, guys, I'm not there. He has to TP into the fight. By the time he does, Tahm Kench is already dead, and things have gone to hell in a handbasket.
Exactly, and if you're looking to find cleaner team communication, a lot of times conventional wisdom would be to stick with the same players. But now it's Piglet and Lorlo with 3 different players than we saw them play with last week. They have talked about Piglet being the shot caller for the team, so if he is giving the direction, technically it wouldn't make as big of an impact as you would have otherwise, but I think it's still going to be a really tough job against a team with so much initiation potential already with Kled, Varus, and Elise.
Yeah, Kled being locked in on the side of Cloud9. Going to be a capable fighter there in the top lane, but at the same time, remember, Impact fell incredibly behind in laning phase. He was on Galio, he was on something with a lot of inbuilt CC and tank ability, so he could still be useful. If Kled falls super far behind, he's not nearly as useful as the Galio would be. Cloud9 has got to be looking out for that this time around. Look at the target bans from game number 1 coming out here in the second part of the ban phase. 3 for 3 so far, as Slushy and Conquan's picks of Talia and Tahm Kench are banned away by C9, and Jensen and Smoothie's picks of Lucian and Blitzcrank banned away by Liquid. They're saying, we saw your MVP, we saw your runner-up, we're not seeing either one of them again.
Yeah, 6 of the champions that were played last game are banned in this banning phase. Some of the champions that weren't banned, though, are immediately into the pick phase from the first game, as you can see Caitlyn and potentially Orianna sneaking into this one. It would be a power pick here for Jensen, and they too will last pick their support, something that Team Liquid did last game. What I like more about this is how generically powerful the Orianna can be, especially in Jensen's hands.
Right, you mentioned it in the game #1 draft phase. Orianna doesn't exactly have somebody that you have picked into her and you go, oh man, that's a really bad matchup for Orianna. She just handles everything.
Yeah, the Syndra is one that's banned, and in the past, it actually has been Corki. Corki just received some buffs in patch 7.12, so there's a chance it can be a decent matchup because of the wave clear and the all-in potential from the Corki, as long as he doesn't get hit by the shockwave. And that's what Slushy's going to go with.
Slushy picking up that Corki after the magic damage changes to him. His auto attacks are now 80% magic damage. His skills are all magic damage. There's some Sorcerer Shoes and a Void Staff on there. It's like having armor pen boots for an 80 carry. It's very, very scary. As Zyra will be locked in, the support for Team Liquid. So much damage on this team, Jat. A Renekton in the top lane, a Zyra on support, new Rek'Sai in the jungle.
Yeah, they had some team fighting issues last game. They said, how do we solve that? More damage, please. Yep. But less peel for the Caitlyn. There is not too much that can keep Piglet safe other than himself, and maybe some timely roots from Conquan's Zyra.
And you talked earlier, you said Piglet, 80% kill participation when he plays this champion. It helps when the team revolves around him, makes plays around him. That just doesn't seem to be in the game plan this time around. It's not Caitlyn-centric. It's everybody's doing their own job. Everybody's doing the damage, bursting the enemy team down. It is up to Piglet to make sure that he's staying alive and he's staying safe, keeping his head on straight.
Exactly, and now Smoothie getting his Thresh, another thing that was banned in game 1. So C9 getting to do some of their comfier champions, so to speak, and really looking forward to seeing how Inori can match up coming off the bench here when game 1 did end up fairly one-sided.
I am excited to see Smoothie on another champion with a hook and Contracts again on the Elise, because we saw the setups in game #1, the cocoon into the hook, the cocoon into the hook, the cocoon into the hook. It's like a broken record over and over again. Smoothie would wait for Contracts to hit those, trust that he was going to hit them, and then immediately follow up.
Yeah, and now it can be cocoon into the hook into a shockwave or an instant burst by anyone else on the C9 team.
Lots of tools to initiate on the side of Cloud9. And what you mentioned with not having peel tools and not really having the ability to deal with those sorts of threats on the side of Team Liquid, they really got to be looking out. They can't just go completely ham with all this damage and say, oh, well, it's going to work. Because if you get caught out, Cloud9 can punish.
Yeah, and the same is mostly true for Team Liquid. If they can get that initiation from Conquan, much less reliable, much less frequent, they too would have damage to take them down.
Loading into the Rift for game #2. Cloud9 win this one. They find themselves the clean sweep. If Liquid win this one, we're going to game 3 and seeing if they can find their second match win of the split. Cloud9 really wanting to avoid that, though. Falling to 3-4 as the former second-place team from Spring Split would not be too good looking for this team heading into what will soon be the middle of summer.
Absolutely, and especially, even though NA is on the top of their minds, in 2 weeks, C9 will be heading over to Berlin to take on Fnatic, G2, and UOL at Rift Rivals, so more practice coming their way.
Absolutely, that's something that all the teams heading to Rift Rivals got to have in the back of their minds, right? TSM, Cloud9, P1, all got to be thinking about that. They know that they've got to go up against their EU counterparts and opponents, so building up a nice record for themselves on local shores will boost the confidence going into that. Inori, though, keep your eyes on this guy. Remember, Reignover was subbed out for him to play the same champion.
Yep.
So
you never know how the draft is going to play out, though. Maybe they have planned for him to do something. But Rek'Sai, I've talked to a lot of junglers, and a lot of them think Rek'Sai's in a really strong spot right now. What's so interesting about it is I almost feel like Rek'Sai's even more early to mid-game centric than before. So it's very feast or famine. Your level 3 gank is so powerful. If you're not getting a kill after double buffing, being able to tunnel into someone, and then do 120 true damage at level 3 with your E once you fully stack it up, you're not getting the most out of that champion. You need to be able to take that advantage through to the mid-game. So really pay attention to where Inori uses his first gank.
Absolutely. Rek'Sai, been seeing a ton of it in solo queue recently, been seeing it locked in multiple pro circuits. Very strong champion, Slushie and Jensen trading back and forth. Very early, level 1, just trying to go for that lane dominance. Lorlo going to be scaring Impact back for now. This matchup, like we mentioned, cannot afford to go as poorly for Impact as it did in game number 1. It needs to stay a bit more relevant coming out of the laning phase than he did that first time around. Piglet, Kongquan, Caitlyn Zyra, such an oppressive lane from these two.
Yeah, it really puts a lot of pressure on Smoothie to land hooks and Sneaky to not take headshots or get hit by pretty much any grasping route, because if that does happen, you know, on top of all the poke that they're throwing at you with their superior ranges, they're going to chain it with a Caitlyn trap, get an extra headshot, and probably kill you or take you very close to death.
You know, one thing I also want to keep in mind watching Team Liquid as this second game goes on, now that we're past the first part of the series here, is this is a team, a lot of times you hear teams talk about, oh, we've got a guy on our team who, he's the one who keeps everybody's morale high. He's the cheerleader. He's the one who says, yeah, don't worry, guys, we got this.
Is that first gank?
But Inori now trying to make the play onto Jensen, flashes away from it. That's exactly what we saw in the previous game as well, respecting the Rek'Sai flash potential, flashing ahead of time, getting himself out.
Yeah, not the best result for Inori right there. Does a creative route, skipping his blue buff, going all the way in to check Contractor's route, and then kind of guessing that he wouldn't be there. Getting both summoners out of Jensen does mean they can make a return gank, since it would be easier to tunnel in and still get the knockup. Even the ghost from Jensen will allow him to dodge that because he's so quick and good at dodging skill shots. Inori's still hunting for someone, though, not farming much. He's actually falling a little bit behind the curve in this game.
Not going to find any opportunity really onto Impact, who's so close to his turret. There's almost no chance of making that successfully happen, especially not with Kled's dismount, dropping the ability to target him there for a moment. And Nori will decide to do a little bit of counter jungling near the enemy Krugs to try and catch back up in terms of that pace of the game. But Contracts will be heading towards that area. Might just find him out.
Yeah, going for an early dive. They have Inori up here. Impact is low, does have the dismount and the flash. How quick can Contracts get there to stop it?
Contract wants to close this distance fast enough if he can. Glad bear trap on a rope, going to be buying enough time for now. Inori drawing the turret aggro. Impact getting himself back, stays alive in that one. And Contracts is close enough, quick enough to make Team Liquid back away.
Yeah, this also buys time for Jensen to shove in and go back to base. That is a bunch of resources devoted for almost nothing. Impact was already low, can recall, pick up another item. This doesn't really help Team Liquid, and this allows C9 to also get some pressure down to the bottom side.
They didn't even blow Impact's flash.
They don't have to expect anything out of that game.
Anything of value whatsoever. Immediately comes back to lane, wanted to TP out, wanted to back and TP right back in anyway. Dorian's shield, Dorian's blade, and a refillable potion in his inventory means he's pretty set for future laning phase fights. Leveling up to 5, and Lorlo's just going to have to do the same thing, get back, TP back to lane.
Impact didn't even lose the cannon minion.
No, he lost nothing.
Lorlo missed the cannon minion because Impact teleported back in, and then Lorlo had to back off.
Contracts now in enemy territory, looking to maybe sniff out what Inori's up to. Fires off the Scryer's Bloom. He'll see that the Wolf Camp is up, but that's about all the information he's going to get. Inori traveling back to base. The 2 long swords in inventory means you're going to see a Tiamat start from him, as opposed to the straight Cinderhulk rush that we got from Reignover last time.
Yeah, kind of a classic Rek'Sai thing. A lot of champions still decent with the Tiamat rush. More damage, more to Inori style, you would think. Although Reignover used to do Warrior Enchantment all the time back when he played Rek'Sai over in the European LCS.
Do you think we'll see a Warrior Enchantment potentially from Inori this time around? Maybe go for some of that carry Rek'Sai?
Yeah, I hope so. I do feel like just the way the champion plays and the way you need to take over the game with it, I like seeing Warrior Black Cleaver and then trying to snowball. The problem is, though, you're up against a Thresh who can play you out of pretty much anything. Then you're also up against a Ghost mid laner who's going to be able to dodge your tunnel. So you really do have to try and take over the game early, I feel like, if you're going with this pick.
Well, still sitting on 0, 0, and 0. Now level 5, not where you want to be. Piglet and Kongquan pretty much setting up shop with this lane pushed forward, doing exactly what Caitlyn and Zyra like to do. But the thing is, it's not like Sneaky and Smoothie are phased by it. Sneaky's got more farm than Piglet does.
Yeah, he's totally fine in this lane as of now. As long as they're not losing damage to their turret, and as long as Zyra's not getting very good vision on Contracts, they're generally okay. I think Contract snuck by, but so did the Nori, and everyone is spotted. That was actually a great ward by C9. It's really hard. You have to practice getting that ward over the wall to spot him out.
That was close on the cocoon. Almost getting caught out there. Nori would have taken a lot of burst from Contracts. Remember that when Rek'Sai goes for that early damage, she actually is surprisingly squishy and vulnerable to attack if you run into the enemy jungler at an inopportune spot. Lushi wanting to go for Jensen here. Lorlo trying to come in and make the moves happen. Tries to go for the flash into the stun. Jensen still going to be chased down. First blood over to Lorlo. Up into the air goes Contracts. Going to take some more damage on the back end of that fight, but Liquid get the better of it.
Man, Jensen just had everything thrown at him. A 4 Summoner Spell gank from 3 people to get the kill on him. Still up in CS, still building towards items, but worth it for Team Liquid. Watching this one more time, he's just pushed up and trying to pressure. Doesn't have wards on the other side. Oh, we're seeing the fight bottom.
Oh, but now the fight bottom side. Kongquan taken very, very low. One more auto attack seals the deal. Sneaky grabbing the kill on that as Nori wants to make his way into this fight before Piglet gets taken down if he can. Rain of arrows not quite going to hit the mark just yet. Nori gets in there, scares him back. Piglet surviving by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, but Tio gets smashed in that 2v2. I mean, even Nori comes in at the end to burn the flash away from Sneaky. All 4 summoners burned with the kill going over to C9. The start of that, I think, is really going to be the teller of how that happened, but it must have been a hook by Smoothie. And that type of stuff, just not what you want out of Team Liquid when you're first picking the Caitlyn. They just start off with a little bit of poke, get a clean hook out of Kongquan, and then honestly just auto-attack him. I mean, Sneaky's auto-attacking through exhaust. Piglet's just not there yet. Nice lantern by Smoothie at the end and a heal to keep him safe. And then even now, keeping Piglet in the box and managing to play him into it for that extra damage to force the flash away. A very well played 2v3 by C9's bot lane.
Piercing arrow even got exhausted. Sneaky could have done a lot more damage there than what you saw. Good timing from Kongquan, but not good enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, and I think the reason they won that by so much is Kongquan just didn't get any plants out. That's the whole way you win extended trades is desire to get multiple plants going that assist you throughout the fight. That just didn't happen there, and it allowed Sneaky and Smoothie to sustain the damage and win the trade.
One thing I want to go ahead and point out, the first item fully completed from Sneaky did go for the Ninja Tabbing Rush. Helps him against the poke from the Caitlyn, and even though Corki does mostly magic damage now, the passive auto-attack damage reduction on the Ninja Tabby still applies to him. So that is going to be effective against Corki, even though it doesn't take magic resistance. The passive still does the magic.
Yeah, 4 people on Team Liquid do a lot of auto-attack, so Ninja Tabby working against all of them, regardless of the type of damage. Tielbo with the quick rotation up does get first turret.
Just barely.
Good for them as well, especially when you have the death happen in that lane to then swap up and get it. Caught C9 barely by surprise.
What we were talking about with Impact, can't afford to fall as behind this time as he did last time. Still falling behind Lorlo's Renekton. 80 farm to 65. But remember, we have to keep eyes on Lorlo to get into those fights and really use that lead better than he did in game number 1. Cloud9 looking for Drake number 1 for themselves. Will be a Cloud Drake, so extra rotational speed out of combat movement. And that's not even going to be contested by Team Liquid.
Now they've taken all the Drakes this series. They had everything with Cloud last week. Get it this one. Not very important in the grand scheme of things.
But fun little tidbit anyway. They managed to pick that one up as Team Liquid goes for the Rift Herald of their own. Over the wall goes Smoothie. The flash is the play. Piglet going to be caught out. Change of Corruption, find their mark into a death sentence, into a piercing arrow. More damage coming through. Contract's going to be finding Kongquan on the other side of the fight. And that's 2 easily going away at Cloud9.
And that wasn't even fair.
No.
That was just...
No.
Team Liquid was trying to farm down in the bot lane by their lonesome. Look at the ward control that C9 has in that side of the jungle. That's why they could go with that play with so much exuberance. And they also knew that TL had just put 4 people up. Usually when you take a Cloud Drake, you're just telling the other jungler, please, please take Rift Herald. C9 knew all this stuff, so they're going to make a big push. Looks like they're going to trade interior turrets as well, but it will be 2 kills to 0 as long as they make it back to stop that Rift Herald from breaking their base.
Yep, Smoothie already getting back, making sure he moves as quickly towards that top side to stop that push as possible. Rift Herald just kind of going to be abandoned. They say, all right, good luck. Go ram your head into that next one and then do whatever you can. And that's about all that's going to happen. It'll get that initial headbutt, death sentence to drag it forward. And Smoothie's going to be doing some pest control, keeping this thing from putting too much more damage onto that.
Yeah, CC is effective on the Rift Herald, so he's stopping from auto-attacking that guy.
Meanwhile,
very little damage taken by the inhibitor turret.
Slushy pushing up here in the mid lane, 94 CS to 105. Not nearly as bad of a CS situation as it was in game number 1. Keeping caught up.
Yeah, definitely did not get smashed. It helped a lot that they kept sending people at Jensen to slow down his farming pace, but much better than it was last game for sure.
Impact now hanging out in the bottom part of the map, trying to stay as relevant as he can, farming up. He's got Ninja Tabby as well. Tiamat completed. Very typical Kled itemization. He's going to have to be soaking auto attack after auto attack from Piglet, who's got Kongquan right behind him and feels as if he can push with impunity now, just going up against that Kled that he can zone away really easily.
Yeah, as close as it was, and with all the ganks that Team Liquid threw at Jensen, he was still up 12 CS at 10, so 2.5 below his average for the split.
For all that pressure.
For all that pressure, this guy is playing so well in his solutions. Keeping him on his back foot. Now C9, since they've already fell the bottom turret, it's all on Smoothie and Contract to make roams.
Nice shockwave, nice cocoon, nice plays. Cloud9 picking up the enemy mid laner, and now they'll grab the turret as the prize. Hell of a way to make an impact there in that lane. Jensen starting things off, getting the shockwave at the edge of the range. Lucia didn't have a chance.
No, he really didn't, unless he was going to flash that shockwave, but even then, he most likely loses his turret, and the pressure that Team Liquid has is mostly non-existent right now. As we saw by the kill bottom lane by C9, where they could just flash over the wall, bring a lantern and kill with 4 people, or when 3 people just appear at mid lane. TL isn't able to match these plays because they're really far behind where C9's going next.
Contract's grabbing his own buffs, continuing to farm up 2-0 and 0 on this Elise. Really been helping his team make those plays this time around. Decides to repel up and over, landing onto the plant. Always nice as Elise to have one of those plants nearby. Provides an extra escape route that wouldn't otherwise be available. Keeps you totally out of danger. Cloud9 rotates back towards mid in time to keep their own turrets defended. Cloud9 has done a good job of out-objective playing their opponents.
Yeah, and there's still that gold differential in the top lane where Impact is down about 800 gold from Lorlo. Still not much has happened off of that. Lorlo is in solo killing Impact. We really haven't seen them have an influence over the game as of yet. But that would be a place where you'd look for TL to try and make something happen, because they need Lorlo to draw attention away from C9 so that Piglet has a chance to scale. Because as of now, the Varus is way stronger than the Caitlyn. Blade of the Ruined King completed versus just a BF sword and pickaxe. Not even close.
Sneaky also demonstrating earlier that he can hit those chains of corruption. That's one of those abilities that practically hit memes here in terms of how often people like to miss it. If you can manage to hit those every single time you need to, very, very potent team fighting tool, very potent pick tool as well to follow up after a cocoon or a hook or anything. You mentioned C9's pick power in the draft phase, what this team can do if they land even 1 CC. It just turns into this inescapable chain that'll allow them to find more plays after.
Yeah. I feel like Impact has to die here if Team Liquid want a chance in this game, because they just gave up so much to set up this game.
Impact trying to get himself out of this one. Turret aggro dropped by Anori, who pops the ulti, still looking to make the moves happen. Anori nearly killed. Impact getting himself away underneath the turret for now, firing off that bomb yet again, almost able to remount, but can't do it. Anori getting the kill credit.
They still get the kill when they needed to, but that was so close. If he remounts, he might pick up a double kill. Without the Lorlo gets solo turret gold, and they still kill off Impact. What will C9 do on the other end? Because they have fully.
Still at C9 trying to trade that tier 1 for this tier 2 if they can. Down to only caster minions left, but it doesn't look like Liquid will be able to make the defense. Cloud9 still gets a good thing out of the trade.
Yeah, Lorlo now 54 CS up on the other side, but that's exactly what it is a trade. C9 actually got 2 turrets off of that. If we track when they first made the roam into the outer turret on the top side of the map. So it's still a better trade for C9.
Even though they lost a person, thing is that guy's going to come back in a few seconds. That turret, I don't think it's going to be making a reappearance anytime soon here. Unless, of course, Team Liquid can take this one to a game number 3. But right now they are behind almost 2,000 gold, 16 minutes in. Cloud9 doing a good job building that early game advantage for themselves as we move towards the mid game now with Drake number 2 spawning. It is Ocean Drake, so not the biggest value, but still a target here for Cloud9. Pings coming out onto that area. Lorlo forced to dash away from Jensen, who with his 162 farm is still pretty scary.
Yeah, I think C9 will take this because they can, and mainly because they want the next one to spawn. I don't think Ocean Drake has that big of a benefit for anyone on either side. We're not seeing a very poke-heavy game here, and we don't have any super mana-hungry champions that will really benefit from the Ocean Drake. It will definitely help Orianna in extended sieges, but compared to every other Drake in this game, I feel like Ocean will be lowest priority. And the next one is Ocean.
Yep, we're going to see another Ocean, so game obviously not throwing us any bones there. They said, well, we didn't give you any Cloud Drakes in game number 1, so we're going to give you a bunch of Ocean Drakes in game number 2 just to equalize it a little bit, keep everybody away from fighting for all those with absolute indiscretion. Cloud9 still with a nice lead for themselves, 17 minutes in. 5 turrets at 17 minutes is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, they've been heavily out-pressuring Team Liquid around the map. Lorelor has been setting up a lot of split pushing to try and get those plays, and that's why it was so important that him and Nori could pull off a successful dive onto Impact, because if they didn't get anything out of that, they would have just fallen extremely far behind, and that makes it even easier for C9 to force team fights, because I think what they're going to try and do fairly soon, it's still early on in the game, but when 20 minutes hits, they're going to have control of that side of the jungle and go for Baron.
Cloud9 having this advantage, even if the advantage isn't huge and having this tempo in their favor, it's a good omen, because Team Liquid, we talked about how they're 1-5. None of the wins that they have found, even in single games, not just matches, have come from a time when they were behind. If Liquid's behind, they don't win. Yeah. And Cloud9 has managed to put them into that loss meter.
Yeah, and C9's early games have actually not been that great for the past 8 months, so more good omens for C9.
In enemy territory now, clearing out some wards. Seeing that the red buff has spawned, but waiting for Contracts to work his way over there before they potentially try to secure that one, wanting to make sure they don't accidentally give it away to a random rocket or something similar. Piglet still just trying to farm, be effective on that Caitlyn. We know Caitlyn has to hit a multiple item spike before she really comes online, and sitting on nothing but Infinity Edge and Zerker Greaves means he's got a ways to go.
Exactly, you really want Static Shiv, and then on top of that, you usually want a rapid fire cannon. But with just the Static Shiv, I think it's pretty strong. They're going to have a lot of wave clear to try and defend their turrets with when you combo the Corki missile spam and also a Static Shiv Caitlyn. I hope that's his second item for the type of stall game the Team Liquid's going to have to play pretty soon.
Right. Plenty of options for Corki too. Corki's itemization though, very, very expensive. See Corki that likes to buy, he likes to buy Trinity Force, he likes to buy Infinity Edge, he likes to buy Gunblade, he likes to buy all these different things that cost a crap ton of money, quite honestly. And when you're behind in the game, when you're 0-1-1 and 40 CS down, that takes a while to build that up.
It really does. A double dagger right there means he could probably go for rapid fire cannon or Static Shiv. Static Shiv is actually going to be pretty good on Corki now, since your magic penetration is going to synergize so well with the Static Shiv damage already. Just more all in to that one damage type, but let's see where he goes with that.
Unlucky package. That's always a problem with Corki. You get the package, you feel so strong, you're like, we can make a big play with this, and then if the opportunity doesn't present itself, you just have to shoot the thing off in the woods and wait another 5 minutes to get
your chance. You don't have to shoot it off, but you want to.
Yeah, you got to at least use it. It feels even worse to just have the thing and let it expire. Slushy using the normal boring Valkyrie to get away from that cocoon coming out from Contracts. Remember, Baron is live now, 20 minutes into the game. Cloud9 controlling this top part of the jungle, this top part of the map, even though it's highly unlikely to see teams go for a super early Baron. It's always possible.
Yep. Well, it's always possible in a game that's also been this passive. I think it's been this passive because C9 ran out of things they could safely take. There's a lot of wave clear on Team Liquid. They've already killed 5 turrets, and they just killed the Drake. So they were waiting for the Baron to come up so they can start pressuring this spot.
Meanwhile, Lorlo decides to knock Impact right off a Skarl.
Yeah.
Popping his own ultimate to do so. And Impact is going to walk away, though. Not actually under threat of death from that ulti. Means that Lorlo is going to have a much lower threat threshold for the next minute and a half or so.
Yeah, and this split push is the fear for C9. The Kled does not have the same fallback pattern that the Galio had in game 1.
Ooh.
That's the chain.
That's the chain we know and love. Fired off a little bit to the side. Camera zoom in onto Sneaky. He'll get another chance, though. Plenty more chances as the game goes on, just not in the immediate future. Still 2-0-0 on the Varus, having a good showing so far. Piglet slightly beating him in terms of farm. You mentioned his game plan right now, just being farm up, hold on, we scale. We all know the general solo queue strategy. You're behind in the game, everything seems bleak. That one guy on your team saying, just farm, we scale.
Yeah. Well, you also wonder if what we hear about Team Liquid's communication is true and Piglet is a shot caller. When you have a shot calling Caitlyn, what plays is going to set up other than I hit minions for 40 minutes, then we team fight. So he's not going to set up plays, he's not going to orchestrate plays, he's not going to be looking at the map. So other people have to be basically playing the early game while he farms up. And that can also speak to why we're seeing such a small amount of proactivity from Team Liquid right now, because these are 3 guys that are, I mean, this is a 5-man team that we haven't seen together in the LCS ever before. So the number of reps they'd have of being able to pull off really crisp plays is extremely low.
C9 pressuring towards the remaining tier 2 turret of their opponents. The last one left outside of the enemy base. They want to fix that pretty quick if they can. Dropping it low, but that wave clear you mentioned earlier between Caitlyn and Rocket Spam does a good job of keeping it alive.
Yeah, the wave clear is only going to get better from here on out as well, as they continue to build those items. The way you subvert that is by getting the Baron, which is, I think, what C9 wants to do, but they do not want to force it this early since they will still take a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's very tricky to do 22.5 minutes into the game. Next Drake is spawning here in 5 seconds. It's that Ocean we talked about earlier, so at least they've got something else on the map to turn their attention towards, if only for a moment. The turret does fall there in the top side. Fight going to be breaking out in mid lane as Inori tries to go for the flash setup onto Sneaky. Can't quite find it.
And C9 really wants to flank this if they can. Kled's coming in from way downtown.
Wants to charge, and Nori getting himself away. Impact still going for it, not quite able to find it. C9 decides to back themselves off. Team Liquid heading towards the Ocean Drake. And Cloud9 says, Baron, Baron, Baron. If they want to commit to this, we're going to commit to that.
Yeah, Lorlo can TP, and I feel like this is C9 is hoping to find a fight. They all stopped, and Nori didn't get him with Price Seeker.
It's Chain of Corruption! It doesn't find the mark, but they're still able to jump onto Inori. Stranglethorn's down, Sneaky knocked up into the air, burst coming through, Cloud9 in retreat. Pretty critical miss there on that ulti from Sneaky.
Everything else had lined up for it until he just shoots it to the left. That would most likely have been a kill on Inori. Now they've lost position on mid lane temporarily. No shockwave either.
Ooh,
that miss.
That was...
Because the setup was so good, too. It was all about the bait. It was stopping outside of Price Seeker range, knowing they had the control ward. Now they go for Baron because they know Inori has teleported back, and they know Lorlo got taken low by Shockwave, but here is Conquan. He sees it.
Trying to just rush this down. Stranglethorn's got expended earlier. Remember, that's not available. Baron down below 1,000 HP, still looking to make the moves if they can. Contracts grabbing that secure as he goes over the wall, but Ace in the hole will find him midair.
3 quick deaths with that Baron rush. They knew Inori would be back in base, so they trusted their ability to get the smite secure, but Team Liquid just get a bunch out of this one. They should be able to get the turret in the mid lane, and they can also get the Ocean Drake out of this. So Baron, very questionable whether or not that's worth it.
Team Liquid will also grab that tier 1 turret there in the mid lane, bring their turret count up to 4. Cloud9 still has that enchantment on both Jensen and Sneaky, so they have the opportunity to use this to push with once they get the rest of their team back, but that's still 10 seconds away. Conquan throws some plants over the wall to help Inori out, taking that OG.
Yeah, C9 needs better skill shot accuracy if they're going to be making plays like that. They could have had a kill or 2 before this Baron, but they did not. So everyone on Team Liquid is free to run in. Jensen does zone out Conquan, but that's a big Renekton in the middle of a bunch of really low debuff people from Baron. Lorlo gets a good shot off.
Ooh. Exhaust onto Sneaky as he's pulled to safety by Smoothie. Lucia really wanting to go for him there, but can't quite find the kill. Rapid Fire Cannon, the second item that came out for him. Not the Static Shiv we were expecting, but a similar item at least.
Yeah, Rapid Fire Cannon still very good on the Corki, making sure you're landing the Trinity Force empowered auto attack after your initial spamming. So
Cloud9 there. Still has a 3,500 gold lead too. Still has 2 people with Baron. But they also still have a pretty difficult task, Jad. They've got to break into the base. There's no T2s. There's no freestanding money to just walk around and collect like you usually have the first time you grab the Baron.
Yeah, and Piglet is starting to reach that point where it gets pretty scary. And there's not a reliable way for C9 to get there. They haven't kept him down necessarily that much. They had that 1 kill onto him. But once he gets that Rapid Fire Cannon, there's also no super tank on C9 that can actually tank headshots without losing half of their health. So there is a timer on C9. I think that's why they so boldly went for that Baron, even though it suffered casualties. They really feel like they need to break the base on a push like this.
Here they go, pushing up if they can, but the trap line is there. It's so difficult to deal with Caitlyn in these siege scenarios because of how she can keep you completely at bay by lining those up.
Yeah, Caitlyn is absurd. right now, especially with the way pro teams use it to stall out the game. Because you pull a Caitlyn out in solo queue, and your team is never going to have the discipline to sit behind the trap line and farm for 10 or 15 minutes. But that's what Team Liquid's trying to do right now, and pro teams are much more likely to be able to pull that off.
What'd you say, Jat? In that champion select, Piglet on Caitlyn, you play around that, that's how Team Liquid can find their wins. 80% kill participation, currently only on 20%, but he'll fix that up as the game goes on if they want to find their win. He's going to be absolutely critical to that success. Now switching that trap line down towards the bottom side, Baroned up minions, putting as much damage into that turret as they can. Sneaky going to be helping him out. Cocoon fired off, does not find a Nori. There goes the death sentence, though. That one could be big. The shockwave flashed away from. That's a pretty big cooldown to not have. C9's got to be careful without that one.
Yeah, and the lack of multiple Baron buffs really hurts here. They only have it on Jensen and Sneaky, so Impact can't split push with his own Baron minions. They do bait out the trap line bottom, so there's no traps mid, and they get a lot of damage on both turrets. Have yet to crack one. There it is.
There we go. Finally take that one down. The Cocoon sliding just barely off to the side, not finding its way onto Slushie. Jensen still really wanting to grab this bottom lane tier 3 if he can, but that trap line is just so damned effective at keeping anybody away.
Yeah, you could tell he wanted to step on one just to get enraged for the auto attack, but he thought better of it.
He knows.
It's like, how do we lose the game versus how do we win the game?
Right.
We lose the game if I step on this trap and die, and we can win the game in a lot of ways other than auto attacking this turret once. So he makes a smart call and backs away.
See, that's the problem with the Caitlyn and solo queue as well. You talk about how in those types of games, your teammates, if you're the Caitlyn, won't stand behind the trap and defend, but at the same time, your opponents will eventually just get too antsy and say, you know what, I can eat one cupcake. It's not really that big of a deal. And then you can turn things around. But Cloud9 showing discipline of their own, not willing to give in to that, but there's the issue right there on your screen with not having any tier 2s or tier 1s left to take when you grab the Baron. It's so hard to make a meaningful big Baron power play, only 769 gold.
Exactly, and Baron power play includes the 1,500 gold you get for killing the Baron. So they lost out on that trade for the most part. The 3 deaths they suffered, plus only the 1 turret they took in the mid lane, contribute to that very low power play.
Now they may just be waiting for the next Baron to find more opportunities. Remember that turret being down in mid does mean that if they want to force a fight on an open inhib, that opportunity is available. But the team doesn't seem super confident in going for that just yet. Only 3,500 gold lead, 29 minutes in. It's not incredible anymore. Remember, the same value of gold lead decreases in terms of what it means as the game goes on. 3,000 when you've got 7K versus 10K, that's a bunch. 3,000 when you're comparing 49 to 52 isn't quite as big.
Yeah, it's almost meaningless, if we're being completely honest. The only meaningful advantage I feel like would be Jensen, because if he lands a shockwave on a squishing target, he can end the game on his own. Yeah. Outside of that, it's really all about the strength that Piglet is going to have in these games. And you can see the minions are never making it anywhere close to those turrets or even the inhibitors. Until this Baron comes up again in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
And I want to dial back to something you mentioned in Game 1, talking about how normally you see the 10 CS a minute mark as being the goal for most pros in the LCS. And again, Jensen going above and beyond that 314 farm, 30 minutes into the game, constantly keeping that economy topped off. Rabadon's Death Cap, Leandri's Torment, Morello Namicon, that shockwave finds its way onto Piglet or onto Slushie. They're just completely out of the equation.
Yeah, Jensen is playing at such a high level, but he will actually be the one, I feel like, that needs to carry this game if they are to win, because there's a lot of things trending over towards Team Liquid. Even though they haven't found much success on the split, they still have the split pushing advantage with Lorlo. He now has a Gargoyle Stone Plate to make his team fighting a little bit more effective and not able to get fully bursted out. And they have enough wave clear to keep C9 away from their base, and potentially a better late game with the Caitlyn hitting 5 and 6 items. So a lot of things they can do to actually pull themselves back in this game. It'll be hard to actually get the win, but they can definitely prolong this for a very long time.
It's always possible. You can't rule things completely out, not with this only being the difference between these two teams right now. Sneaky pushing in the top side, Baron alive in 15 seconds. Another Ocean Drake just coming alive now too. 3 Oceans. It's just because we called him bad. If we would have said that was the best Drake in the game, we would have got Infernals.
They won't care about Ocean. It's like, oh, you won't care about Ocean?
So you're going to care about Ocean today. Well, I guess we're going to be caring about Ocean for now. Liquid does have one of them. Cloud9 has one of them. That means somebody's going to have to get the better of the Ocean Drake reputation here. As Lorlo and Impact into this 1v1 down in the bottom part of the map. Titanic Hydra, Black Cleaver, Gargoyle Stone Plate versus Titanic Hydra, Black Cleaver, and Gargoyle Stone Plate. Bruisers Pretty similar flavors these days. Guardian Angel being prepped on Lorlo's Renekton as well, making sure that he can jump into these team fights with total impunity. Not worry about getting himself into a compromising spot if he'll just come back afterwards. Focus on maximizing that damage against targets like Sneaky and Jensen. Contracts. Who's not exceptionally tanky yet. Went for the Leandry's Torment, more of a bruiser type.
It's all about Baron. They're in there. Nori should see something. They still have wards inside. There's one.
Cloud9 going for it, but backing away. Doesn't want to risk the 50-50. Knows that that going the way of Team Liquid could be disastrous at this point.
So they've also given up control of mid lane right here, which is again advantage Team Liquid. They're going right back on it though. Team Liquid would have to double back and they have no indicator to show that other than the fact that C9 is still missing. Now, at this point, you say, okay, they must still be on it. And it might be too late. Nori's gonna go.
He's trying to buy time over the wall, and Nori goes, but he can't quite find the objective. Instead, he's gonna find himself a rather swift death, except for the fact that he's able to use the ulti, similar to what Reignover did, to dodge the aggro, stay alive. Lorlo in the pit, Cloud9 backing away. They will not be killed off as they were the first time they found Baron, and they managed to find the moves.
Yeah, and Inori did not die there because he's gone so tanky with the Gargoyle Stone Plate and the Cinder Hulk. So they can't push him down through the Stone Plate. This time, though, C9 has Baron on all 5 people. This Mountain Drake, not going to be too important as Team Liquid isn't really getting poked out to prevent them from defending these turrets, but this will disempower the Elder Dragon if C9 still has map pressure at that point in the game.
Just like the first Baron, Team Liquid takes an Ocean Drake after this second one from Cloud9, so that's going to be 2 Oceans for them. A little bit of extra bonus regeneration, but as you mentioned, not really the most important thing out there. Cloud9, they've got the Baron push coming. The charge is sounded. The horn is roaring, and the inhibitor is under siege. Cloud9 take it down. They destroy inhibitor number 1, moving down to inhibitor turret number 2. It's so low that they don't even care about the minions. They will brute force this one away, dropping a control ward.
Yeah. Not want to overstay, though. Trying to play this one carefully. They don't want to get flanked or lose the game here, but they do have the advantage.
Still wanting to go for inhib number 2. Quite a big difference between 1 inhibitor and 2 of them. Means you can just siege that final remaining lane and really just put out so much pressure. It's nigh impossible to fend it off even with a Caitlyn.
Yeah, very difficult. I think if you're going to have a chance, it would be with the double marksman team composition they have. With the Corki and the Caitlyn both able to shred some of these down. The only thing you'd want is a Sivir somewhere in there to make it a little bit easier, but agreed there, C9 have an opportunity to move over to that lane, wait for the super minis to crash down, and also I think they're going to Baron empower one of the waves. So I don't actually think Impact will stay with the team too much. I'm not expecting hard engages from C9 for these fights.
Impact is just hanging out between those other 2 lanes, ready to enchant either wave that he can to give it that extra bit of pushing power. Falling back for now, though, waiting for the rest of Cloud9 to push this wave up. Pay attention to this, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you run the split push. This is how you make this happen. You wait for everybody to get in position, then mount the attack in 2 different places at the same time.
And Team Liquid also have to find a place to make their stand. These traps do a great job of preventing them from being able to hit this turret, so it's all about whether C9 can find a way into the base to threaten behind the trap line. Watch Jensen and see if anyone on TL can initiate on him. The hard initiation from Team Liquid is very low here, so it's why it's more safe for Jensen to be in this spot.
Practically impossible to catch him out at this point in time. Impact trying to soak the ace in the hole, but it can't even break Jensen's shield if we're being honest. Lorlo and Reignover both without flashes means that Jensen feels incredibly safe right now. Inori going to be soaking the shockwave just enough to buy time for Cloud9 to break this final inhibitor turret past that trap line.
Gotta say, Contracts lost 75% of his health breaking that tramp line because he got shots in. Conquan's in though.
Conquan, 75% is not 100. He's out of the game. 45 seconds until he's back in this one. Contracts taken low. Repels up, doesn't have anywhere to land. Comes down, barely getting himself away with the flash. The shield from Jensen, making sure that he stays alive. Impact knocked off a Scarl too, just trying to deal with some of those wards, but says it's not worth it, gets himself out. 1 Nexus turret falls from minion pressure alone, and with 3 inhibitors down, chances are looking slim for Team Liquid.
Yeah, 1 turret remaining and half an inhibitor.
Half an inhibitor, my bad. 2.5 inhibitors down. One still
very
left.
Close. And the Baron buff has expired, but the super minions will continue to pour through. So the same strategy that C9 used there is something I feel like they have to employ in order to get the 3rd one. The Caitlyn adds another element to being able to siege the base or not. Got to be very careful and be willing to step on those traps, which is very, very hard to do. But Pipit's not quite there. He doesn't have enough lifesteal. He doesn't have a Last Whisper yet, so that Chain Vest could be big. And now they're going.
Charge is sounded. Impact's there on the front lines. Now they're able to catch out a Nori. Cocoons into death sentences into Jensen's damage. Means there's no way out for him. Impact likely going to be brought down here as well, but problem is, he's got Guardian Angel to bring him right back to life. The Lantern is thrown out, but the trap is there. Sneaky taking down the inhibitor as Slushie takes down Impact. It's a 4 versus 4. Lorlo having to dash himself away. Cloud9 wants to put the final nails in the coffin here. Shockwave will find no one. Big cooldown to have expended. Jensen gonna be tracked with the ace in the hole. Can't even break the shield. Slushie is dead, and that will likely seal the deal. Lorlo losing Guardian Angel. Cloud9 still looking to make this happen. A nicely timed death sentence. Smoothie is doing what needs to be done on these hook-based champions today. Jensen, Sneaky, Smoothie, Contracts, all still alive. Piglet will not stay the same. As Conquant's caught out, brought down a double kill for Jensen. And ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 will 2-0 Team Liquid.
Yeah, you got to see the difficulty of closing against that level of wave clear, but C9 still knew how to do it. They never went too aggressive. No one really died trying to break the trap line. They secured 2 Barons and slowly but surely found the victory.
Even though there were a couple missed chains of corruption, a couple opportunities that may not have been maximized, especially due to what we saw happen in the Baron pit, with Team Liquid being able to find the pickups after that. Cloud9 played it slow and steady enough to find themselves a victory. And the damage from Jensen, again, we talked in game number 1. Man, he did a lot. He put so much damage into these fights. Game number 2 is the same story.
Yeah, Jensen continuing to play like the best mid laner in the North American LCS this split. The CSDs are out of control, but the game is about so much more than laning. And Jensen is doing that as well. Even towards the end of that game when they were trying to close, the Shockwave hit nothing, but it forced Piglet's flash. Yeah. And then towards the end of it, he actually just 1v1'd the Caitlyn. So Caitlyn was trying to get him, he landed the QW, repositioned his Q, and Piglet was dead. So Jensen did everything he needed to do in both of these games. If you sum them together, was more than 200 CS up onto Slushie, and was a huge part in C9's victories.
Jensen definitely contributing to this team, doing what they need to do to once again be a top contender in the NALCS. But at the same time, you can't do it alone. One man does not make a team, and the rest of this team work together. Contracts, again, hitting those cocoons all over the place. Impact, although he didn't have the laning performance we were hoping for him to have, he still stayed relevant. He still had an effect in the game.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was the expected result for C9. The problems that they potentially had coming into the day and the strengths that they have did stay mostly the same. They played around mid lane and bottom lane. Impact was tasked with surviving. He did a decent job at it and was able to have an overall influence on the game. And TL played through top lane like they usually do and haven't been able to find victories that way. So we didn't actually get much that varied from the expectations, but it's still good for C9 to pick up the victory.
Right, C9 sitting at 4-3 now, going into that positive territory instead of neutral, sitting on the 3-3 mark. This is the kind of upward trajectory that this team needs to have if they truly want to be considered, hey, we are one of the best teams. We are in contention for #1 at the end of summer split. Because right now, there is kind of a debate between it. You've got some people saying, yeah, this is a top team. They're still looking really good. They had a rough start. Other people saying, no, they're sitting on 3-3. How can you call that a top team?
Yeah, so much about this C9 team is going towards the future. They've won the regular season before. They know how to play these games. It's about preparing for the big moments.
Well, for a deeper dive on the game, let's go ahead and hand things off to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. C9 with a 2-0 victory over Team Liquid today. And in particular, what I want to look at here is the Team Liquid roster changes that have been made and how these guys are kind of interchanging as they made the announcement that they're very strongly moving towards that full 10-man roster where at any given moment people can be subbed in and out for different looks till they find maybe the right occasion. And looking at Slushie in the mid lane here against Jensen, obviously he's got his work cut out for him. All three of the Danish mid laners here in North America have just been trouncing people left and right. So already a tough matchup for him to be coming in to, but at least here in game 2 as compared to game 1, we saw the CS differential a lot closer together than it was in the previous game.
Yeah, and a part of that comes down to the matchup. Obviously, Lucian Talia heavily favors Lucian. This time around, Corki Orianna traditionally was considered a Corki favorite matchup. Maybe not as strong as it used to be with some of the changes that came in previously to like his missile harass and stuff that happened at 6.
Yep.
Either way, much better showing out of him, but still down about 30 CS at 15. And C9 was putting attention towards the mid lane. They made a couple roams. They finally broke the turret with a gank attempt that came in, and it's just, like you said, a tough spot to be in for Slushie. I would argue Jensen's the best mid laner in the league right now, absolutely smashing in lane and out of lane. So, you can't draw too many conclusions when your substitute comes in like this, and I think the bigger thing to look at is kind of the idea of the swaps overall.
Right, well, and then with that, we saw 2 different junglers today. We see Reignover, we see Inori, both of them playing Rek'Sai. I mean, Rek'Sai back in the meta, a lot of people would point to Reignover and say, okay, isn't this his time, his resurgence to come back in and start, reclaiming his title as the best jungler in NA?
You would like to think so, but you're playing this new Rek'Sai tank Rek'Sai, which is just not the right way to play. You can't play Cinderhulk, you can't play Courage the Colossus, or you gotta go, with a more aggressive one.
Fervor and a warrior enchant.
Yeah, you gotta go the aggro. I'm gonna kill some people, especially because in the first game he did have some good early moves to get some leads, but you can't push it quite as hard as you can when a Rek'Sai is in your face and you face check him, he knocks you up, and then you're almost dead.
Right.
You can't do that with the Cinderhulk build. Either way, the big thing though is, Nori comes in, looks okay, but Slushie stays in the mid lane, and you gotta start finding some ways for this to actually get some more firepower into the roster with these kind of changes.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Again, if we're looking at the roster changes as a whole, a lot of people will point to, okay, well, hey, Reignover's out. Technically, what that means is you've opened up an import slot. And so, if in the mid lane, all you're doing is exchanging Golden Goo for Slushie, and we can get more into the nitty-gritty of like whether or not that is an upgrade or more of a side grade, a lot of people would say, all right, granted, there's not much homegrown NA mid lane talent that you can pull from. Well, you have an opened import slot. There is room for large upgrades to be made in that mid lane still.
And I understand it's difficult in the middle of a season to go pull someone, potentially out of Korea
they can't
or
go
Europe.
Convince Faker to
Yeah,
ship?
that might be a little bit of a tough argument
right
to make.
Okay.
But, there's someone locally who I believe is teamless right now in Phoenix, someone who's been in your org, who, last time we saw him in the Challenger Series and Promotion Tournament looked really strong. And maybe you can find a roster that works if you brought him in with
Inori Phoenix would look pretty good.
Yeah, and then you have Piglet as well. And so it's this kind of thing where, you're swapping Reignover out for Inori, which I think many, including myself, argue is a slight downgrade right now, but you're not doing anything to improve it with the extra kind of room you've given yourself to work by opening up an import slot.
To put fake numbers to it, if you were downgrading from a 7 to a 6 out of 10 in the jungle, and then in the mid lane, all you're doing is moving from a 5 to a 5, then all you've done is lowered your team score by 1. And so what we're saying here is that if you are going to make a downgrade or a concession in one area, you need to look to take advantages somewhere else. But I don't want to get too hyper-focused on the roster because, again, they've made the announcement. We'll see what happens in the coming weeks in terms of the evolution of that roster and who they end up sticking with.
We know they're not afraid of signing people.
But what I will say is kind of a prevailing theme is that even in this game, there were multiple opportunities for Team Liquid to perhaps play more aggressively. And at this point, I almost feel like there's a level of mental fragility where they're unwilling to take risks to actually win the game. And again, we've creeped back into that playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win.
Right, there was a moment in the mid game there where C9 tried to find a pick. They might have overextended into a Zyra ultimate, and I think it was Sneaky who was going to get knocked up, and Slushie and Piglet didn't really go and try and jump on that and potentially find a kill. And off the back of that skirmish, C9 just went right to Baron, still relatively low.
At like 23 minutes, they're tanking a Baron in your face with no armor.
And you got Corky Poke, you got Zyra, you have Caitlyn, you have so much range to threaten them off that Baron or potentially kill them if they hard commit to it. And they did, but it was just a little bit too late because they do seem to have this little bit of timidness that they play with.
Right, it was from memory, it was about 3 kills being picked up, but the Barons still going over to C9. If they had chosen to act a little bit more aggressively sooner, perhaps they ace them, even get the Baron, who's to say. But I think that's kind of where, at times, this roster this team, this split, no matter what the roster is, has failed, is in their split-second decision-making and willingness to kind of make plays and take a shot at the victory. Now, on the, while we talk about this series, we have to mention Jensen in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Picking up player of the game for Cloud9. This guy has been an absolute monster throughout the split. Again, his CSDs in every matchup.
Flame Horizon in game 1 in the mid lane? What? Who does that?
Well, right, exactly. But my one fear here is that C9 is beginning to rely too heavily on Jensen. So when we talk about having a diverse playbook, having multiple paths to victory, it's looking more and more like Cloud9 is tunneling on Jensen needing to get ahead and be the playmaker for the team.
I think you see there's some synergy around the bot lane. C9 made a couple ganks around there with Smoothie being able to be on some playmakers, but the top side of the map has looked a little bit of exploitable, with Impact getting CS deficits pretty frequently, and he still plays.
He did deal with a fair amount of focus in this game, to be fair, and he avoided a lot of turret dives and ganks quite well. But yes, to your point, even then, the deficit is there.
Right, and the leads almost exclusively come through Jensen. And when you stack him up against some of the other top teams in the league, like let's say a TSM or even a CLG with Huhi and Bjergsen, you might not get those same kind of massive advantages. And then what else does your team do well? We're still kind of out in the woods about what C9 is going to do.
Right, that's the key, right? Okay, great, you're averaging like 20 CS up at 10 minutes in the mid lane. But what happens when you go up against Bjergsen, who's also averaging 15 up, right? And it's like, well, now all of a sudden, one of you is not averaging 15 CS up at 10 minutes, and then where does C9 go if Jensen isn't as successful? So we'll be looking in future weeks to see how they develop around him in the mid lane, and you know, whether or not Ray and Impact continue to swap out till they find the solution there. We'll see.
Yeah, and it's the kind of case where, you know, having a style isn't the problem. Obviously, if you have your preferred way of playing the game, and Jensen is a very viable win condition. At no point are we saying, oh, don't play around Jensen.
No, Jensen's ahead. Let the dude carry.
Yeah, exactly.
Let him carry the game.
But you need to be able to do a couple other things, and that's one of the things you can say about TSM is sometimes Hauntzer's the guy, which we kind of saw in their series today, where he received a lot of jungle attention after Bjergsen kind of stabilized his lane, and that's kind of the stuff that we wish we saw more out of C9, where Jensen's got a lead, great. Can we stop going mid and maybe do something else with it? Or if Jensen's even, which isn't the case very often, go somewhere else.
And so where do you look? Who specifically on the team are you looking to for in Cloud9's case to step up alongside Jensen? Are you looking at the playmakers of the jungler and the support, or are you actually looking at the damage dealers and the carry potential out of the top in the ADC?
I would love for it to be Ray. He comes in, you swap up your chant pool a little bit. Now you're playing the Kleds and all this aggressive stuff, and you're diving and doing all this crazy playmaking. But it doesn't feel like C9 really has the same level of synergy when he's in, and so I think it is going to end up falling more on Smoothie, assuming this meta sticks in the bot lane, having to build synergy with contracts that they can reliably turn ganks, especially at 6 when the ultimates come online and they're playing things like Ashe and Thresh and Rakan, being able to really, really set up these big bot lane plays, which open up a lot of games.
Right, it's been very exciting to watch him play in this support meta, of course. We have multiple playmaking supports. The likes of Ole and Aframu at this point has made for a very interesting bot lane meta. My final question to you would be back towards Team Liquid. Once again, in the bot lane, we have Piglet, who's been a top performer alongside the rest of the teams. Now that we have that AD carry meta kind of shifting to involve back towards the Jins, even the Tristanas that we've seen, perhaps a more diverse pool. Do you feel like this opens any options for them as a squad?
It might. I think, Jin was a champion. He played a little bit, but not quite what you would consider the signature champion of Piglet. You would think, the Kog'Maws, the Twitches, like you even said, the Tristanas. And with that one coming back, maybe you start playing more of that style, but you do really need to find something because utility AD carry has never really been his forte, and it's something he's capable of playing. But when your team is struggling to find wins just seemingly because your mid laners fall behind, your bot lane really, really needs to step up. And Jin is not the kind of carry that's always going to do that unless, it's Arrow, and he's pretty much the only one we've really seen do that.
Yep, Team Liquid moving to 1-6 while Cloud9 moves to 4-3 on the week. That's going to do it for NALCS 1, so we're going to toss you guys over to NALCS 2, where Dignitas and Immortals are in champion select heading into Game 2. Enjoy.
Elsewhere, right? They win in other places. It just feels weird to have a win lane win game comp when they're not even winning lanes more often than not regardless. Now we are in a champ select here for Game 2, and we'll see what kind of adaptations can be made. Thresh, Caitlyn off the table from Team Dignitas alongside LeBlanc, and an early Kennen going to be allowed for Sunday to come through with. Could always flex to Lot, we'll have to see.
Zach certainly not going to get through this time around, so we're going to have a pretty different look. Galio, Zach, Cassio, all gone. So those were a couple of the champions that were in the last game. It does mean that there are more of those kind of supports, perhaps going to be open this time around. Thresh was taken off the table, but there was such a heavy focus on Ole. He could look to try to pick up something in the first round of picks if he feels like that playmaking support is going to make the difference.
Absolutely, so we'll see what it comes through on, and I wonder actually how much they're afraid of Team Dignitas flexing that Kennen around, or if you pick a top laner early on and try to counterpick that. We've seen Gragas go okay into it. It's not winning, but you survive it. It's going to be early priority onto Jin, who again received some pretty substantial buffs, and it went well for Cody Sun earlier.
Yeah, it definitely did, and as far as the Kennen versus Gragas matchup, like that is one that can be pretty tough to play. Yes, you can survive it. It's not an ideal matchup, but you always can flex it around if you feel like you can get something even better elsewhere, right? And that's always the big question, because there's give and take with any sort of flex pick. If Gragas is going to lose by a little, but then you can, get an incredible jungle pick that's going to really influence the game elsewhere, then sure, that's worthwhile.
Of course, absolutely. So at least going to be grabbed up here for Shrimp, though, and As far as tier list junglers are concerned, Elise is there right behind Zach for popularity's sake. Team Dignitas hoping for a 2-0 to keep this week going strong. One more pick to come through at the end of the first phase for Team Dignitas. Last game, they had grabbed their solo laners and their jungler. Right now, it's a jungle of flex pick, and who knows, 3 seconds to go. Discussion still coming through from Big, and it's going to be Fiora. They're going to move it around, so Kennan's going to be in the bot lane for Lod, or it's Fiora mid, who knows? But
yeah, I mean, Hui did play it once, but I think with Galio off the board, I don't think we're going to see that. It would be super random if Pobelter just played a tank mid lane, and that's the only situation that you want to do. With Galio off the table, there's nothing really to see that there, but we are going to see Lod playing Kennen AD. Sneaky has been doing this. Obviously, everyone knows that Reckless is the guy for the Kennen AD carry. He has really kind of popularized it and been extremely successful with that. But that being said, C9 has, I believe I've seen at least 2 games that they've won with it.
Yeah, they've been playing it a lot, and I've seen it more and more. I choose to believe selectively that instead NA innovated and Reckless went back in time and copied Sneaky.
There you go.
That's my North American.
That's the more likely story.
That's the more likely story. He went back in time and you know, retroactively copied. This going to be the first ban on the table here for Immortals in the support role. Of course, the early ended up being blind pick Fiora. Renekton came in to counteract it, though, so Flame should feel good about the matchup. You can riposte the stun, but it's really hard to do.
So the thing I would say about this matchup is, while, you know, if you're talking like average skill or whatever, Renekton is going to bully very hard early, but at the highest levels, Fiora can win early, and Fiora, even, you know, even at the lower levels, will win late, certainly. So it's like, this is a tough matchup. I feel like there is some onus on Flame to get something done early, because if you do not, it's just a ticking time bomb. You are going to eventually get smashed. That said, some of the ways you can circumvent that is by forcing team fights, is by trying to force the Fiora to group, as we saw Immortals were able to do against Darshan. You know, even though Flame on this Renekton got killed twice early, they just group, they force team fights. Renekton has high impact in the team fights, whereas Fiora, it can be really tricky to get stuff done.
Absolutely the case here. So the final ban's coming through. Echo Ban left up Syndra as a possible blind, but it got banned quickly by Team Dignitas, and it means that Ole gets to grab something back onto Comfort, his Bard, one of his most well-known champions. Not receiving nearly as many bans this time around. Feels good about this.
The Echo ban is also kind of interesting here. Like, the Echo ban is something that is going to force the Syndra ban, right? Because you're kind of saying, hey, I'm banning a counter. You don't let me play it. So it can kind of force a ban out of your opponents. And even a little move like that can perhaps keep something like the Bard safe, right? Because if you don't make that ban, even if you're not choosing the Syndra, then you're kind of leading Dignitas to think that you would be, and maybe they're not able to focus something else because of that.
Yeah, it's a very, very smart thing here. Orianna gonna be the blind pick mid lane in for Keen in the mid lane. It will not be Fiora, sad to say. Braum gonna be the rounded out pick here, so a front line is there. Someday gonna be on split push duty for sure on that Fiora, and of course kind of gonna round up the lineup. Plenty of crowd control, of course, is here. Every single one of them has some way of stunning opponents, even if it is conditional. Ari gonna round up the lineup here for Immortals, and a good mix of damage types, a good mix of crowd control, and we'll see if they can make this one happen. The onus may just be on Flame to get early leads against Someday, as that Fiora, as you're saying, likely to outscale on the top side of the map.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteed to do so at some point, as long as the game goes long enough. One of the things that does complicate matters when you are playing in a split push is who can shut you down in the side lane, besides just the 1v1, because it's almost never just a 1v1, right? And it's things like the Bard in the late game who can collapse, who can catch you, who can deliver the jungler, and if you are in that late game power, or like kind of position of strength, right?
Yeah.
And so that's something that he has to keep in mind. Obviously the tough early game, but even as he gets to that point where he can 1v1, he needs to be very wary of long-range engage from Bard.
Long-range engage, things to watch out for. Of course, speaking of engage tools, Kennen, Braum, no slouches in their own right. And it's not like Bard or Jhin have great escape tools either. So a fun one to watch for as the coaches shake hands, and we'll see if Team Dignitas can wrest control from Immortals for first place, or it's going to be IMT taking down the other two #1 teams to close out their 4th week of play.
And a lot of this game for me is kind of comparing a split push squad versus this much more kind of standard team fighting 5v5 squad for Immortals. You know, when you look at the success case for Kennen, very often it is in a side lane. For Fiora, very often it is in a side lane. Yes, they can win team fights, but they're
try to.
Yeah, exactly. Mostly they're looking to win the game through 1-3-1, whereas Immortals wants to group up, wants to force engage, and they have a lot of ways to do that. If you do try to split push too heavily, not only can you collapse on the side lanes, you can hard engage on the 3-man squad that is wave clearing with a Jhin ultimate plus the Bard ultimate. You have Gragas with the engage. There's a lot of ways that they could get caught, and Dignitas is going to have to play very well around that.
We'll see if they can play around that indeed, because different comps means the games are exciting to watch because they have different goals in mind. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 is here. This Team Dignitas once again hopes to be the #1 team in North America, and Immortals hopes for the same after they took down Counterlogic Gaming yesterday.
And Dignitas, while they would take possession of first place if they win here today, they still do have another game left in the weekend, which they could lose because they have a really tough weekend themselves. They're going to be going up against C9 tomorrow, another very good team. So there's so many teams at the top right now that actually feels pretty wide open. Yes, some of them are out to slower starts like C9 and TSM than you would normally expect, but you're looking at least, I think, 5 teams right now that arguably could be around the top at the end. You know, you have TSM, C9, the standards there, then CLG, Dignitas, Immortals, all right near the top and all competitive. And you can make an argument for any one of those squads that they would end up as the champion.
Absolutely. So let's see what comes through into this one tied game as we wait for minions to spawn and wait for the lane assignments. No crazy jungle shenanigans, no deep wards, so you have to infer where the starts are. Keen is going to leash for Shrimp. Loud will do the same, but there's always a chance it's a fake leash, but he is going to do Raptors for real.
I think they're going to do the super leash, where the bot lane then goes down and actually starts leashing the red as well. So they're going to do this super fast double leash. While Smithy got no help at all, this is going to be an almost dead red buff that Shrimp can just come over. You can actually immediately smite it if you want. He's actually, okay, so he's going to leave the big Raptor, just take the little ones, then he can go topside, and you can set up for a very early gank topside if you want to do that, or even look to go mid.
And we'll see how long it actually takes, because we went back for the big Raptor, so at 2:09 that camp is done, and Nick Smithy, when he gets 7 minutes, or 7 CS, we'll see how different the number is, and right now it's already 10 seconds apart.
And I do think it's a little strange they didn't actually finish off the little Raptor if he was, or sorry, the big Raptor if he was going to do that anyway.
Yeah.
You know, obviously you do want to get over to the leash, but you can still use your smite and really speed it up and actually kill off the big Raptor immediately, then go away to another camp. But either way, it's still going to be efficient, and this way you have your smite up in order to contest something if you want.
And personally, I do like smiting the big Raptor. Actually, I think it's faster myself because it has so much armor and MR, but Shrimp instead has gone for the Scuttle. He's level 3 in the top side of the map. Smithy is near. He actually went for Krugs himself, so that Gragas is there for the counter gank. And I think it's smart pathing by Smithy, though, to be around in case that play is made.
And they do know now that Shrimp was topside. They saw that ward poke over, so they have that information. And you know, while Immortals certainly don't want to opt into this 2v2 right now, they don't have to. I mean, the wave is pushing towards Flame, so he's just being patient. He's not going to step forward at all until it crashes into his turret. And sure, he'll lose a CS or two, but he's playing it safe, and he's making sure that if Shrimp were camping in that bush, he wouldn't get taken down.
Absolutely here. Immortals, though, with the push lead in the bot side of the map. Range supports tend to be better laners, and certainly that's going to be the case when you've got a bot against a Braum. There is a soft counter here. Of course, you can collapse the Cosmic Binding with the Unbreakable Shield to prevent some of the stuns if they go for big first. Sometimes that does matter, but either way, it's a nice early lead for Immortals on the bot side.
Yeah, and if it does kind of keep going this way, if it is heavily in the favor of the Jhin and the Bard, that is something that's a bit concerning for an AD carry that you want to get into the side lane. You know, Ken, if he gets too far behind, can really struggle against anyone who's going to be assigned to him. So you really do like to try to focus on this Kennen lane, get it ahead, get him to that point where he can be in a side lane, 1v1ing people, pushing turrets, and really starting to take hold.
Absolutely. We'll see if that comes in later on to this one. Shrimp, of course, has been outfarming Smithy in the early game, and the gold lead right now is somewhat in Team Dignitas' favor. Flame just now finally catching up on the minions that he had lost earlier on in the laning phase, but Someday does still have the early lead against him.
And this is actually very interesting. So the pathing and also kind of the matchup is very reminiscent of yesterday's match between CLG and Immortals, where Flame actually got dove and killed off twice early against a Fiora top lane yesterday. This time he actually played it much more patient, did not take any trades, because yesterday he had been chunked down, and as the Elise got topside around this timing, he was at about 20% and they could easily pull off that dive. So Flame, you know, kind of learning from the matchup yesterday, playing it more passively, and as a result, not under threat of that gank.
Yep, playing it pretty smart for himself right here. And now you can see the gold has swung back in Immortals' favor thanks to the fact that their bot lane is just doing so damn well right now. Huge credit to how well this duo is playing here. Cody Sun and Oli looking angry. You took my champions away. Let me show you my true one trick, the Bard. Oli keeps going back and forth. No first recall just yet. Gonna wait for the next big play. Big just takes a little shot to the shoulder, but he's gonna be fine.
Should be totally fine, and we're gonna have to wait and see where these junglers make their first mark. You know, where is Shrimp going to look to go? Because while in a passive 2v2, the melee support may get bullied out, when the gank comes in, you have strong gank assists. If you can proc that Braum stun, follow it up with Elise Cocoon or vice versa, you're definitely going to be looking towards that kill.
That's the case, so we'll wait to see where the follow-through is. Nice little slow right there, and Nothing yet to be had as they kite back and forth and look for trades on Ole, who is just getting more gold out of this regardless. Lod wants to go in for a bit more. They're going to find the Q, and actually it forces the flash out of Cody's son. That would have been the chance at a kill.
Whoa.
And the fact that Shrimp was there also means that Ole flashed away from possible Cocoon.
Yeah, and that seemed maybe a bit too defensive. I mean, I guess if you get stunned, you're perhaps guaranteed to get Cocoon and then die. So the early flash, but definitely seemed a bit preemptive with how far away Shrimp was. Either way, the time pays off big time as he goes bot and gets 2 summoners pretty quickly.
It's a pretty big lead for a team that was certainly losing out in farm, but it's looking better now. First recalls came in for the top side, the TP back to lane, but it'll roam down for Ari.
And he is 6 very early. Pobelter is here.
Can he find the play? Has the ulti, of course. Looking for this one. He's going to find some damage, and a big exhaust comes in early, and they shouldn't be able to land much more. Jukes through the minions to make sure Charm can't land, and out they go.
Still, nice roam, you have to say. You know, he gets 2 summoners for the ultimate. He is going to lose some farm mid lane, but Smithy should be able to cover and soak up most of that. On the top side, fighting breaking out. They're both level 6, so all-ins can be pretty scary.
Definitely the case right here. Looks like Immortals want to go for the recall. It's going to be actually not too bad, of course, because they were able to shove the wave out courtesy of Pobelter throwing a Q in there, so they're not going to miss out on much gold or XP. They got a pretty quick recall. Now it's up for Dignitas to shove that bot lane in, and it's, you know, not that easy to do. Cody's going for the Yomus first, as you expect with the champion. Honestly, pretty solid for the Immortals duo. Catching up in summoners by that roam is a really big deal.
I think it's a very smart roam for Pobelter. He had kind of gone back to buy first. He had pushed out the wave first, so he has some time. Yes, he loses a wave, but that is worth it for a couple summoners. I definitely think, especially when this is a lane that they're trying to obviously focus, and if you have that flash still up on Lot as he hits level 6, the all-in potential is very high for Kennen. So that is certainly a high-impact summoner that Pobelter has taken down and really helping to relieve the pressure.
Certainly important stuff right here. Nice shockwave, going to buy some time. Of course, Pobelter does not have an ulti. Akin just wins that trade. He's happy to burn the cooldown just for some damage. It's a TP-less mid lane, so that damage might stick.
Yeah, Ari has some healing from the passive, though, and a couple potions are available for Pobelter, so he's not too perturbed. We'll be able to heal that back up, and because it's a pretty passive lane, right? But that's fine for Keen. You know, he's using the ultimate not necessarily to get a kill, but hopefully just to establish lane dominance, kind of use it more for poke, and that's often how the Orianna ultimates are used early on.
Sure. And even if all it does is force 2 potions, that's 100 gold. Right? That's almost an entire wave worth of last hits right there. So, I mean, if that really does burn 2 potions, that's just like denying an entire wave. Nice pickup right there. Keen gets the most of them. Doing a pretty good job here on this one on the Orianna.
Smithy at least able to grab the big raptor, which is kind of the major prize there as far as experience and everything is concerned. And he is level 6 on the Gragas. Definitely a big power spike there. They're heading bot side. Perhaps looking to force something. Lot is not 6 yet. Remember, has no flash. Smithy has his available.
But Cody-san is, so the threat of that ultimate into the follow-up dive is enough for threat. Look at the damage up on that turret. It's going to be rushed back here, but Flame,
though.
Not sure if Flame is killable, though. He's going to try to hug the wall, get away from some of these.
Oh, that was so well done.
All the CC. Now Shrimp's going to force the dodge the aggro. All the vitals do get proc, but Flame by a lot more time gets the first kill, and someday almost dies the turret as well. The significant outplay out of Flame in the top lane.
Oh, that was insane from Flame. We're going to have to see that replay again, but he played that so incredibly well. The early ultimate clears the wave exceptionally fast, which puts the turret onto his opponents. Then the very fast flash on almost a point blank Cocoon out of Shrimp, and that was beautifully done from Flame. This guy has been doing it all split long, surviving in the 1v2, thriving in the 1v2.
Beautiful stuff. We can watch this one again. Even though the vitals get proc, he still makes it all happen.
So this is actually pretty smart from Someday. He uses the ultimate there to just try to get him to react too early, but then dashes back, immediate flash. That is very low time to actually be able to do that. The clear on the wave meant that the turret is on them very early here, and then the HP coming out gives them survivability to take down Shrimp, and almost got Someday there too.
Really beautiful stuff out of him. So huge stuff, and it means that it's a 1,400 gold lead for Immortals. Of course, that bot lane play worked out. They got first turret, they got all that gold, they got the solo kill 1v2 in the top lane, so nothing wrong at all for Immortals right now.
Yeah, I mean, now it's like you kind of want to repeat gank because Flame at least doesn't have flash, but that is risky, and Shrimp getting caught out.
Forcing the flash away to get out from the charm. Flash for flash, though, with Pobelter did flash in himself to find some more damage. And now we'll see what the follow-up play can be, as they've already sent Flame to the bot lane, and he's in a 1v2. You wonder if he can make the outplay happen again. This time he is flashless. Ulti down for a few more seconds, and actually big damage on a Flame that doesn't put a lot, but can he really survive the turret? Big gonna have to get away after this one. few more attacks from Lob, but he's going to lose like 2/3 of his HP just from turret shots there.
Ooh, they're going to try to redive, though. They're corralling him here with Shrimp.
Holds up.
I don't know if anyone can actually get down to help him out, so he's trying to clear the wave aggressively. This makes it so Shrimp can't walk through the turret, and the collapse is delayed. Now, he's going to have to play this very well, though. There's a ton of CC and the turret reset. He needs to dive down towards the bottom members.
Holds up, means he's going to land a stun here on a Shrimp, buying a bit more time. Stun's going to land there, gets the big heal lick. It's going to be Big, who's okay, though. And now the float's back on a Shrimp, and again, he just crushes down the spider. Itsy bitsy, the water spout is gone. The flash, the chase, Someday wants him, the stun's going to land. He's put in a grand duel, and there's no damage to be had. Flame is unstoppable.
What a monster. If the 1v2 wasn't enough, how about the 1v3? How about the delayed 1v4 with Someday committing 2 summoner spells? Flame gets out without even having his flash. This guy's a monster.
He is a monster. They cannot extinguish him, and Immortals getting all of the rewards for this top lane. Lost 2 turrets already. Flame TP's back, and everyone else runs in fear. This man cannot be pushed around, and Immortals, oh my word, winning everywhere.
Oh. That is just so well done. Flame has been managing these so well on these dives. You know, he has the red buff, so it's giving him some regen. Diving down forward, he dodges the cocoon. He's trying to clear out the minions. Then he pulls back towards Shrimp. The turret aggro has to be dropped because he'd already chunked out the duo lane, able to kill off Shrimp. And not only that, he's able to get out here. So well done. Has the patience, the parry gets used, knows he can land the guaranteed stun. His slicing dice comes back up. He steps into Someday during the stun to make sure the slice actually connects with Someday, gives him the reset for the dice.
Yeah.
These little plays have to be done so well, because even if he didn't get that reset, he would have gone down to Someday afterwards.
You likely expect that because he gets the move speed out of the Grand Challenge.
Exactly.
So just perfection. If you want to see how to play League of Legends well, just play that clip over and over again. And
Just do that.
Just do that. Why can't my top players do this? It's perfect. It's so easy. Not easily the case, of course. Flame, certainly awesome. And yeah, you can say they're misplays by Team Dignitas, but still, very rarely does a play go like that. And props to Flame for making some good things happen.
Of course. I mean, this was not a perfectly executed dive. Obviously, the cocoon missed. You know, they didn't layer the CC perfectly. But that said, Flame deserves a lot of the credit for forcing mistakes out of his opponents through reacting to situations so well, right? And any play like this requires a little bit of both. If it is perfectly executed in 3v1, yes, of course, you always die. But they make a little mistake and you play great, you have a play like that.
And now Lod, hey, can he outplay the 1v2? Can he do what Flame did? Lod gets the stun and a Poe Belter, and now he's got some damage up, but he flashed thrown away, but Body Slam is there, and he can't do what Flame did. 3-0 Immortals.
Yep, not much chance there. He does expend the summoners. Does a lot of damage on Poe Belter, but Poe Belter was just holding his charm the whole time, waiting for Smithy to guarantee it with a Body Slam, and looked probably a lot closer than it really was.
Yeah. I was trying to be like facetious with the hardcore play-by-play, but the fight ended up being close, so I was like, oh, I guess he's almost going to kill Poe Belter now. Either way, it's Flame in a 1v1 of Someday. I've seen this go, you know, closer before.
The funny thing will now be watching Fiora, because it's Fiora, just win from this situation. I've had so many games where it's like, I outplayed the Fiora, I got 7 kills on her, and then she kills you.
Yeah, well, speaking of kills, though, Smithy running low on
Oh,
my
Smithy!
God! That ball, like, the freaking explosive cast was insane!
Bow down to the new jungle god! Smithy with the predictive Gragas ultimate. That was absurd!
Immortals can do no wrong this game. Player of the game to everybody in this one. The turret should just fall in awe about how well this game is being played. There's just nothing left to do.
That is absurd. That is... I'm trying to think. Have I ever seen a better Gragas ultimate? Like
a Mad Life Gragas ult.
Like, that was sick. And I mean, last game, Smithy hits the Body Slam flash redirect on a Someday. How about this? Predicting the flash, knowing his opponent will go on the cast animation, predictive cask there. That was absurd. That was so good.
Shusha himself couldn't have explosive cast that good. I mean, he's wearing the skin, but really, we've got a new Gragas god in town.
Oh, that was nuts.
That was insane. That was just all kinds of ridiculous.
I mean, there are, you know, all the Sejuani Smithy memes. I feel like there should be some new memes here about the Gragas, because that was like, this is nuts.
Look, this has been the weekend of Dignitas having good Barons. Smithy is now the best tank jungler in North America. It's no overhype. He's just amazing. And let's see if Immortals keep it going right now. I mean, and they're playing so well. Like, this is, I'll curse it, the chance to get a perfect game right here, because there's not a lot Team Dignitas have been able to do so far in this game. They've gotten very little turret damage, no kills so far. I want to see how much more they can do.
I mean, it's definitely looking grim for Dignitas, but there's always a chance when there's a Fiora in the game. If you can delay this game, the Fiora can take over in a side lane. Someday is one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league at playing this champion right now, I would say. I think he excels in the split push style. He has still stayed relevant as far as farm is concerned, and you give this guy enough time to get a couple items, he can maybe make something happen for you, but it's going to be tough to get to that point because you have this AD Kennen who's actually kind of behind, and you know, where is he going to be effective? He can't go to a side lane.
Yeah, I mean, Team Dignitas going to try to win through this Fiora, but it's going to be a project. Here comes the stun, and oh no, Pole Belter, he's going to die! He's running, but okay, he's not going to die! He's going to land the charm, and he's going to get away with it! Immortals has refused to actually get killed by anything. Nice block by Dig, the flash Q, now he is going to be going down, maybe, yes? Barely gets it, despite the charm coming in, and finally a kill on the board for Team Dignitas.
That actually got pretty close there at the end. Big wanted to give the kill over to Lot, and I was getting worried for him that he was... Oh, that was so well done. They spotted. They actually guessed where the TP was going to be coming out, and Olay catches
Gets the stun as well, so Someday's now out of time, and he's out of places to go for. He's going to jump across this one. He does have flash available. The root is in. There's no way out. Flame gets himself a killing spree.
Olay with a really good guess there. May have just thought he was using the base, but not only did they get the kill, they get the TP because Someday was trying to TP out of the bush, and that was blind. There was no word on it.
Yep, he just had to put in the cancel. So it is the shorter cooldown of the teleport, the 3-minute version, but still, of course, pretty relevant here on this one. Is Ole going to get, ooh, a nice flash, gets away from the shockwave.
Smithy is flanking now. Jhin ultimate's up. They are looking like they're going to get corralled here.
He puts in the shield, puts up the defensive stats, only 230 damage on that one, but the body stem's going to be there. Another shield from Orianna, but Explosive Cast going to put her against the wall. They're going to get the one picked up, though. Shrimp makes it happen. The trade route is in, Smithy gets himself a kill. Now Dignitas sequestered on the wrong side of the map. Can Immortals make the rest of the dive happen? Someday is in base right now. He's far away. Lod wants in, going to dodge away from the charm. Ulti comes in, going to find the stun on a Pole Belter. Going to get a few more auto attacks in, but not the damage, and that's going to be 2 more picked up out of that one. The chase is on, and Orianna gonna fall away as well and turn into pieces there. Double kill, 5-0 for Flame, and he deserves every single one of them.
Yeah, this guy is so strong now. 5 kills on this early, really powerful champion like Renekton. He can definitely take over this one someday. Back in base, didn't have TP to join the fight. Wouldn't have wanted to join, I think, even if he had it. And Immortals cleaning up turrets, cleaning up fights, are so far ahead. The question with a lead this big is usually how clean can you make it look? And here's the initiation again. They use the Jhin ultimate, land the slows, able to catch up to Big here. And you know, Keen does a good job kind of taking out Olay with Shrimp over the wall, so that was nice for them, at least able to trade something back. But all of Immortals are here, and there's really no way out. They just come in from all sides. Flame is extremely strong, and Cody Sun has flash.
Flash to get away with that one, and out they go. And I gotta say, what an amazing split so far for Immortals. They're just kind of in control of this game. And they're gonna find a kill on a Big. Body Slam's gonna land, there's the slow, and actually they can't kill him just yet. Here comes Tempered Fate. But there's no follow through. Cody's gonna try, gonna land the root, but the shield's there. And there's not enough damage to have him, so no kills in just yet.
Yeah, and they don't want to force it too hard because Flame is not with the team and Pole Belter's in his side lane, so no use risking that. Oh,
that one not as flashy.
Oops. All right, we'll give him a pass because the first one was so good.
I mean, literally not as flashy. Keen didn't go for it, so the Explosive Cast not going to land. But but yeah, 5,000 gold up right now, 5.5. I want to tell my version of the story of Immortals though, because
all right, let's hear it.
It felt
Once
like
upon a time.
I mean, basically just this year though, because it felt like the team was scrapped together. Where it's like Huni left, and like, oh crud, we're like missing our entire lineup now, and they're, you know, signing. It's like, well, you think
about Rainover? He was the MVP.
Well, I know, like, sure. I'm abridging it because they're currently sieging mid lane. We'll maybe do this more a little bit later because we're looking to knock this turret down right now as Big wants to fight them. Charm back and forth. All right, no fight. Okay, there is a fight. I take it back. Flame's there, and he turns around. No fight. It felt like a scrap together lineup though, because they lost basically everyone except Pole Belter. You know, Pole Belter, who had been benched off of CLG, went to a new team. You had Smithy, benched off CLG, went to a new team. Cody Sun's a random rookie. Ole kind of shows it from the LMS, but he was only on like a, you know, a playoff caliber team and not a top team really. Flame was on his way down, right? This was a guy who has a farm lead named after him, the Flame Horizon, and he rode the bench the entire season in China. It's like, well, okay, he's a has-been top laner. And then within half a year's time, they're now looking like maybe the #1 team in North America. They're smashing this one. Flame himself is incredible in this one. And just such a quick turnaround of an unlikely bunch of players to be this good, as Someday is He's going to riposte a root, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to drop for that one. Cody Sun getting his second kill of the game. It's just such a great meteoric rise by players you would never expect any of these players to be #1 in NA right now.
And I think while they are playing well individually, it also highlights the importance of team play, of macro, of cohesion. I think because they're playing and they're working so well together. There have been all-star performances like this one from Flame, but certainly, especially because of the history of Flame, people felt like he was in the twilight of his career, and then disappointing spring split from him certainly reinforced that. Made people think even more so that there was no chance this guy really had anything left in the tank, and now they come in and they're doing so exceptionally well. They're proving everyone wrong, and it's very, very exciting to see, and I'm hopeful that it will continue over the course of the split, because it does not feel like FlyQuest last split where perhaps people are saying, oh, the wheels are going to fall off. They're taking risky calls. That was what a lot of people credited a lot of FlyQuest victories for, was these crazy Baron attempts and things like this. Immortals is playing very, very standard, right? They're playing very well as a squad in macro play, in vision control. They're checking all the boxes, and that's why it doesn't feel like something to me that is just going to go away.
Right. They're just playing straight up good League of Legends. And as you said, checking all the boxes. I mean, like, just down the line, it's good League of Legends per player, per shot call, per everything. And we will see if that can continue here into this one. It's interesting. Every time TSM wins a spring split, there is a new champion in summer. TSM won spring 2013, Cloud9 wins summer split. Cool. TSM wins spring 2015, CLG wins summer split.
Oh, they're looking. King gets caught. Here comes Smithy.
And they're going to look for the stun. There's Big putting up the shield, preventing the stun to come through at all. Nice knockback on it too, though. It's a couple of squishies. Flash coming out. They're going to land the charm, and down he goes. Cody Sun lands a snipe. He wants a bit more shots at a Big, as they've also picked off Shrimp. That support is low on HP, but a 2 for 0 quickly picked up right there. And Immortals continue control.
Olay just so good on these playmaking supports. This is why they banned him out in game #1. They were not able to kind of have this sort of effectiveness. He starts so many of their plays. He's very proactive. He didn't have that on the Nami. He does here on the Bard, and now they are going to the Baron. No jungler up here for Dignitas. 3 men alive, but this would be a very risky contest. We'll see if they can make the magic happen.
They might just try it. Big is in the front line, lands the knock into this one. No smite is around, but maybe it's going to come through. They're going to go back in for the re-engage, and Big's going to drop. That's a 1 for 0. 5v2 inside the Baron pit. The health bar is healthy enough. They're going to find the stun and a Keening cleanses. The drop's not going to land just yet. Can take him down before the spell comes up. Smithy is low. He smites it. He's going to stay alive. He takes down the Baron, and Someday is next up. That's the delayed Ace plus the Baron for Immortals.
Very well done. Dancing back and forth, knowing they can take not only the kills, but the Baron too. As much as you could hope for there from Immortals. They're up over 10,000 gold at 23 minutes, and they are in complete control.
They've only given up 2 kills in a single turret. It's been a great game for Immortals here when they play this fight so nice.
Yeah, it's a really good job. The balance between the Baron and the fight, they're able to turn. They know that Keen doesn't have Shockwave because he used it mid lane. It's almost up. It just comes up pretty much as he is actually dying. He goes down without really having much of a chance to use it, and it's so hard for somebody on the Fjord to really get involved in the 5v5.
I'm gonna look for a little bit more here. Magical journey over the wall. They want
Ult's up.
And they're gonna land it yet again. Can they take him out? They're gonna find a stun. They're gonna find a root. They're gonna find all the damage they need. Cody's under the number. Snipey is dominating. And Big next up on the chopping block, and he has chopped down a kill for Poe after his second of the game. Bot lane tier 2 is gone. They've got a Baron buff. They can push for more.
They could actually potentially just push towards a win here. I mean, they are so strong, so far ahead. Keen and Someday trying to shove out the other lanes, but Immortals are not going to be able to be contested on this inhibitor turret whatsoever, so they're going to have minion waves for the Nexus if they want to go for it. We'll see if they're looking to make that play or if they want to play it a little bit more conservative.
We'll wait to see. Big up in 6 seconds, Shrimp in 8 now. The inhibitor is definitely happening, and I expect them to walk back afterwards. You see Cody sending towards the back.
Flame is just already pushing out mid, so they just want to go around, take out the inhibitors. Going for a Nexus play, obviously much more risky. I think they're in such a position of power that they could, but there's no reason to risk that. Just expand the gold lead, collect these extra turrets, make it sure that you are in an insurmountable position.
Yeah, it's kind of checking the boxes right now, pushing down the mid lane. They know Someday was top right now. He's recalling, but they land the charm. They land the kill on the Big. Flame gets his 6th of the game now onto this one. 1/3 of the kills all belong to Flame, and rightly so. Mid lane gonna fall here quickly. 5v4 slow on the Key, and they look for the root. They force the flash out. Now can he get the charm? Nope, King gonna juke up, and he's shot down, but the big stun is there, and Shrimp dies without being able to act at all. Flame, though, running out of health, but a Tempered Fate buys a bit more time onto Lot. They're gonna land nothing, actually, too early in the CC, but here comes the re-engage. A big hit comes in for 2 kills, and Team Dignitas looking for signs of life, but they can't quite find any more of the 2 kills, all they're gonna get.
That was an amazing shockwave from Keen that does save the game for now, allowing them to push Immortals back out of the base. So critical for them.
A little bit more time bot right here, but it's
you need a lot of time.
13,000 gold is a lot to gain back.
Yeah. I mean, Flame is over 3,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. So is CodySun. Here's the fight again. And watch Smithy, he's just tanking this turret for so long, allowing them to actually, just train down big. They're able to not get a perfect ultimate on Keen, and that's what kind of buys some time. They do knock down the turret. They are in a position of power, but they can't actually land the charm. They can't take down Keen. And Flame getting chunked out here. Sunday's playing pretty well, delaying on the side, and then this shockwave really is what turns it as they all go forward to try to collapse on Laud, who had been ulted by the Bard. They got baited out a little bit by that. So Sunday able to move forward, pick up a couple kills there. They do hold on for now, but they're still enormously behind. I mean, this is a 3-item Renekton at 26 minutes.
I mean, he's huge. Guardian Angel's in there. He's a big boy. Level 16 on the Crocodile. Highest level on really the game right now, so good luck dealing with him.
And even if he is not doing as well, like, CodySun is massive. CodySun is on 3.5 items as well. Like, this Jhin is going to be so hard to deal with. But we have not really even talked about him that much because everyone has been performing very well, but he's just at such a strong point. I mean, compare his itemization over to the Kennen, who's sitting on, 2.5, never going to be able to get into a side lane at this point and really get work done.
A lot of his major gains, the fact that Flame was sitting in 1v2s, because they were cross-map plays, right? They're going for the Flame on, or sorry, the dive on a Flame, as Immortals goes for the turret play, and while Dignitas backs up, Flame just kills his opponent, and the turrets keep falling on the other side of the map. Now Someday going to be in a bad way right here. Jukes around, tries to buy a bit more time. Will drop down to the Spirit Rush of Pobelter, 1-for-0 on that one. Now missing a top laner for 40 seconds. Team Dignitas looking for the 28-minute win. Immortals going to push in for a little bit more. No regen, no Ocean Drakes, just the stats. One turret shut down, a bit of damage and a big. I'll have to wait a little bit longer here as Baron Buff has timed out. It's just wave through and waiting for the next minion wave. Bot lane is here. Maybe the fight comes in. Flash gonna land the double stun. Here comes the body slam. There's explosive cast. One picked up. Shotgun catches 3 though, and the follow-up from the Braum as well. They're gonna look for damage on Big, then on Strip. The crit is in 750, and the shutdowns come through thick and fast and furious, and it's only Keen left alive, and he's gonna find himself stunned up inside the fountain steps. And the chase down is there. CodySun with the flourish at the very end gets the kill. A TP for Swag. Flame saying we got this one in the bag. 24-4, under 28 minutes. A smashing from Immortals.
Oh, we are going to a game 3. Dignitas looking very dominant in game number 1, but Immortals answer back with just an amazing performance across the board. Everyone doing very well. You have to look at Flame though. Not only holding on in a 1v2 and a 1v3, getting kills, turning around fights. And that really unlocked the rest of the team, but the rest of the team ran with that. I mean, Smithy with one of the best Gragas ults I've ever seen. CodySun going off. Ole back on the engaged champion, playing incredible on the Bard. Pobelter was all like, there's nothing really to criticize here from Immortals this game. They were so good.
Absolutely agree. It's funny, the joke I made to Stunt was when they were going to 3-0 the team, it was one of your wins will look so good it'll count as 2. That win counts as 2 wins in my book. Like, they dominated in so many places for so long, so quickly, to close out in under 30 minutes. Under 28 minutes, I mean, that is one of the most smashing games I've ever seen in League of Legends. And these are against 2 #1 teams right now.
Exactly.
Immortals lost the first game pretty hard, and they did this to Dignitas in game 2. It means game 3 is going to be very fun.
Yeah, it really will be. And the question is now, how does Dig bounce back from this match, right? Do they have the confidence in their practice, in their strategies, to be able to come back and play a really strong game 3? Or will Immortals have kind of shaken them?
And I imagine that usually the answer is no, you're not shaken. Usually players with a lot of experience, and honestly, right, this is a split of no rookies, right? Everyone's played a lot of games of League. They played a lot of LCS. They played a lot of pro games overall. You expect them to bounce back, and that's what I expect to see here. I think it's going to be a fun game 3, but now for a deeper dive on how Immortals did type that series, let's send it over to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, guys. A crazy dominant 28-minute victory here for Immortals over Dignitas, extending the series to a 3rd game. And Mark, I mean, look, we could dive into all of this, but let's be real. This game,
a couple plays, that's all that matters here, and it's those Flame out plays that you've been hearing so much about.
All right, so let's pull them up. Let's take another look at Flame in the top lane, avoiding this initial turret dive with a beautiful flash, just completely outplaying both Shrimp and Someday in the top lane.
Really nice that he clears the creep wave early. It forces the turret onto them a little bit. You see the cocoon come out right away. He's been saving his E for it, then flashes And it's just immaculately played. You could say Shrimp should have came down further away from where he repelled up and just flash out, but you know, at that point, you really want to convert on that dive because you're losing so much on the bot side of the map. And then this one, same exact thing.
This time without his flash.
This time without the flash, ease the cocoon. They try and get onto him, is able to chunk out multiple members. He already had destroyed the bot lane, basically, 1v2, now 1v3.
Excuse me while I 1v3 pick up a kill and also get out completely.
Yeah, and then this stun into the stepping a little bit closer just to guarantee the second part of his slice and dice is just like immaculate play. I love seeing it, and that's the thing, is like the game's over at this point. I mean, barring some massive mistake, the amount that they're getting off on the flip side of the map is so important, especially when you're comparing the fact that they're getting kills here.
And I think that's the key point there, is that initial turret dive that you saw, the first one that you saw, was while the rest of Immortals is actively making moves on the bot side of the map. So he is not only avoiding this gank, but actually getting himself a kill in the top side while his team garners more advantages in the bot lane. And then you just flip that scenario 3 minutes later, and boom, all of a sudden you can see here on the gold graph, right around that 10-minute mark, they're off to the races, and there's no stopping Immortals at this point.
I mean, to be fair, the rest of Immortals was playing well.
Yes.
Cody's Sun got massive. Smithy had that insane insect with the Gragas ultimate. Like, there's so many plays throughout this game. It's like the game itself was a highlight reel.
Yeah, very much so. So it's wonderful to see all those guys operating well on a mechanical basis, and that, hey, with a victory, once again, this Immortals squad clearly knows how to close games, and they as a group of 5 have worked some kind of magic between spring and summer split to all of a sudden have Flame be entirely in tune with the team, where previously, you know, late on TPs or going in when the rest of the team is going out, they seem so much more in sync this time around.
I think part of it that you have to talk about a little bit is the addition of the coach Song. He joined the team after a pretty extensive coaching career in Korea as well. So the combination of having a better team environment with potentially a coaching upgrade, everyone's listening more now, getting on the same page, wanting to work together, these kinds of things, it can't be overstated how important good team synergy can be for a roster.
Yeah, very much so. Now, while Flame will pick up player of the game for his performance on the Renekton this time around, I want to dive further into that top lane matchup, because it was very clear from Dignitas's perspective that this was what they wanted to attack here in Game 2 for a potential advantage in the way of Someday and the Fiora to win the game. It didn't work out that way, but they're clearly thinking about the top lane matchup as where this series as a whole will hinge.
Almost a little bit disrespectful in some regards, where they take the Kennen early on, and then before they really need to at all, they show that, like, yep, that's a flex, that's going bottom, we're taking Fiora for Someday, and he's going to smash you guys. And Immortals was just like, no, you can send as many people as you want up there. You know, Flame's a total tank in the top lane. You don't destroy this guy that easily, and if you don't play your dives perfectly and set them up at the right times and play with the minion wave and all that stuff, he's going to get out.
Now, that said, they do move back to the red side here in Game 3. So if they want, they could potentially save Someday's pick till last and actually get a counter pick and maybe create...
James is so excited about the games.
I'm beside myself right now because of how exciting this series is. No, but, you know, maybe they can create a more advantageous matchup for him, as opposed to playing the scaling Fiora into the early game powerhouse of Renekton. Maybe they can create something a little bit more lopsided, or at least pick a jungle top lane, champions that synergize well between the two of them, that they can contest the 2v2s throughout the next game.
Honestly, if I'm Dignitas, I'm not walking away from this game pulling away too much from it, because we said that this game was decided by a couple plays, and I wouldn't call them freak plays, it's just monster plays out of Flame. And if you took the same exact draft back, you're not necessarily going to lose the game this way. You don't need to send that many resources up to Someday, because he was doing fine in the 1v1. And if you're actually down there protecting your bot side and scaling up until the Fiora really comes online, because at the end of the game, Fiora's at 1.5 items to 3 items on everyone else. If the game's even, this comp does make sense.
Yeah, to that end, though, in terms of what Dignitas can take away from it, I want to go back to the flex pick point that you brought up. One, they didn't even flex it very well, because they just took the Fiora before a top laner was chosen on the other side. But I'm also not convinced by the Kennen for Laud anyway. Just because as a team, I don't feel like they need a Kennen ADC to be successful, right? Put them on something longer range in the Varus, the Ashe, or even the Caitlyn. Caitlyn was banned this time around, but fine, the Varus or the Ashe the likes of still having some kind of engage and CC tools, but a little bit more safety. I'm not really sure why they're trying to stretch to the cannon to begin with.
I assume it's because they didn't ban the cannon. The other team didn't ban the cannon, so that means if they don't take it, there's a chance Flame's grabbing it. So you take it early on, so that kind of enables the Fiora because the cannon smashes Fiora, and you basically say, we don't really care about the swap value between the two. We're looking at denying the pick away, and that's what they were going for. And you can say, yes, that is not that great of a draft strategy. If you don't want to deal with the cannon, maybe you look at banning it away instead of a LeBlanc or something. But at the end of the day, like we said, it came down to the fact that Flame is just a god in the top.
Yep, Dignitas grab game 1. Immortals strike back in game 2 in a very dominant fashion. Meet us back here for game 3 to see which team can end the day alone in first place. Don't touch that browser.
Not sure if Flame is killable, though. He's going to try to hug the wall, get away from some of these.
Oh, that was so well done.
All the CC. Now Shrip's going to force the dodge the aggro. All the vitals do get proc, but Flame by a lot more time gets the first kill, and someday they're going to get a few more artifacts in, but not the damage, and that's going to be 2 more picked up onto that one. The chase is on, and Orianna going to fall away as well and turn into pieces there. Double kill, 5-0 for Flame. Find the stun and a healing cleanse. The charm's not going to land just yet. You can take him down before the spell comes up. Smithy is low. He smites it. He's going to stay alive and takes down the Baron, and someday is next up. That's the delayed Ace plus the Baron for Immortals. And the follow-up from the Braum as well. They're going to look for damage on Big, then on Shrip. The crit is in 750. The shutdowns come through thick and fast and furious, and it's only Keen left alive. Welcome back, the Legend fans. We are heading into the deciding game between Immortals and Team Dignitas. Both these teams have had fairly one-sided victories. Team Dignitas with a slow grind with a comp that would outscale, and then Immortals with one of the most one-sided affairs I've ever seen. Huge outplays out of Flame, and overall a great team victory for them in Game 2.
And Smithy, too. Smithy had some sick Gragas plays. The whole team seems to be on point, but we are going to be back to the original sides that we started on, right? So does Dignitas look for the same sort of ban strategy? Do they try to target Olay? Because that did seem pretty effective in Game 1, you know, taking him off the playmakers, picking away the Morgana, and they're going to have the opportunity to try to attack him in the same manner that they did the first time around.
Right. Of course, you'd imagine several things would change the Immortal side, like not giving away Zac. You have to imagine being an important one. That the tanks clearly were too much to deal with, and the triple tank comp not one of the better ways to deal with tanks. You don't kill him very quickly, so we are heading into Champs League now for Game 3, and we'll see just what strategy these teams have in mind for the final game. This is going to be Immortals' last game of the weekend. Of course, they played yesterday. Dignitas still has Cloud9 to play tomorrow.
So banning away Cassio, that was what Keen played in Game number 1 against their tank strategy. We have to see what kind of adaptations they will make. You know, if they leave Zac open, are they going to be the ones to select it on this side?
To see right here, Fiora also off the table someday. Haven't played that champion, and one that Immortals doesn't like to play too much themselves. More Thresh bans away from Olay. And there is that Zac ban. So Immortals really not willing to play Zac themselves. They really seem to not like it.
Now, they may be going for the Galio here. If you're Dig, you have a few options. You can ban out something like Galio or Kennen if you're concerned about that, or you can leave both open and look for a trade, and that's likely what we will see coming out. Whichever gets selected by Immortals, probably the other gets grabbed by Dignitas. And
they like Galio a whole lot more. Flame only has one Kennen game all split long, and it's like they're not going to go for that one. Someday, though, actually much more likely. Actually, he hasn't gotten to play the champion to take it back. The Kennen hasn't been played so far by Someday, according to the stats I'm looking at.
Everyone is playing this in solo queue.
I mean, you imagine.
Like, when you look at pretty much any of the high elo LCS top laners, they play a lot of Jace, they play a lot of Fiora, they play a lot of Kennen, because those are all dominant solo queue champions that you can spam and you can climb the ladder pretty easily on, and they're also ones that have relevance in competitive play. So if somebody does not know how to play Kennen, that is a big failure on his part, but I'm very confident that he will be able to play it well. Rek'Sai also up. That's going to be a pretty big pick. Elise, you know, people obviously are going to have the debate between which you want, but if you do have like some AP damage coming out of the top side, obviously this is, you know, going to be an AD Kennen, but still it's mixed damage. Having a physical damage dealer from your jungle can be smart, because Keen likely wants to draft a magic damage dealing mid lane too, right? And if you grab the Elise, then you're stuck with kind of a lot of AP on the top side.
Sure, absolutely. So the picks come through for Immortals. The Galio remains a flex, as Xfinity goes for Olaf, actually, so Elise left on the table. Even team going to play that champion here. Cody Sun's Jhin. You tend to consider Jhin a low damage champion because he doesn't have quite the same auto attack speed, but it frequently does plenty of damage over the course of a game, so you don't want to malign it too much. But look at this lot actually on a heavy auto attacker here off the Ashe, even though the chance is there. Kennen will be going top lane, Someday's first of the split, and it's going to be high damage, double Zeal, Infinity Edge, Hurricane, plenty of damage output from Lot.
Yeah, I mean, Cody Sun, you know, speak a little bit about the Jhin, just played it, and he actually did the most damage in the game. He was very successful on it. He has been having a great season for himself. You know, this is much less about kind of the supportive style, like Essence Reaver type Jhin. This is a damage auto attack, more centric Jhin, right? And with the buffs and stuff, like he's doing a lot of damage, and certainly not going to maybe compare to a late game carry like Tristana if you get a 6-item type situation, but at a couple items, he's going to be very relevant, very powerful, plus has that long-range engage still.
Yep, has a very smooth power curve. We'll see what comes in next for this draft, as Karma's off the table from Olay. And again, the fact that this Galio is still a bit of a flex, maybe they want to consider banning some top laners, banning some mid laners, who knows which. Neither team has played a support so far. Sorry, picked a support so far.
You know, I would be looking at an Orianna pick here for Keen. If it doesn't get banned away, I think that Orianna, while it's also a very good kind of standard mid lane pick, it works really well in combination with like a hyper carry such as Tristana, to have that shielding power, to be able to speed him up as well. That's going to be very good for a lot if they get to those stages. You do sometimes want a bit more of that supporty style, especially when you don't have a massive front line if you're going to run this sort of AD carry.
They're going to leave Orianna up. The Syndra is available to counterpick if Immortals wants it, or vice versa, of course. Talia off the table instead.
Blitz is up there too. Morgana's up, so a couple of the picks that we do like to see from Olay, that he really does prioritize. So you can look to take that away. I mean, Morgana makes some sense if you're saying, okay, well, what are the ones left that he has? Well, Blitz, Morgana, those are the ones in his wheelhouse. Morgana works well into Blitz. You can black shield the hook. So I think that the drafting strategy in general to try to counteract Olay is pretty intelligent. We know Olay has other picks, though. He may just go back to the Nami. You can deal with Morgana on the Blitz, but it's more difficult.
What's strange to me, though, is the fact that Xmithie grabs the Olaf this early. If you are concerned about Olay getting banned out because you saw it in Game 1,
yeah,
it's not like Olaf is the most sought-after jungler. Maybe he still really believes in it very much, but it's going to be, again, a very heavy melee comp right here. This time it is more damage, though. Jarvan is going to add a bit more in the front line. Olaf generally going to be nice as well, but it's going to be that tank mid laner here of the Gallia once again for Pobelter, so putting a lot of pressure still on Cody-san.
And to be fair, just because we think that there's some concern about him getting banned out, he may be very comfortable playing all these other champions.
Sure.
And I don't think that the Nami was really like the point of failure for their Game 1 composition. They only had one real source of damage, and they lost out mostly because they didn't get ahead, and then everyone could just focus Cody-san. Yeah. So this is a little bit different. But that said, I mean, it's still just like, if you do not get ahead with this composition, I feel like you get outscaled very hard. This is not a hyper carry with Lulu. This is, J4 and the Olaf and the Galio. Most of their damage is front loaded. Most of their damage is kind of working off of base damage. You're not building pure DPS the whole way through. Yes, you're going to pick up some damage items, but still, it's like, it's much more of an early mid-game type composition.
And I'm still concerned about the Immortals comp right here because you've added some wave clear now for Team Dignitas, the Victor in the mid lane. You assume Kennen's going to keep doing well in this top lane matchup. You don't pick that champion blind unless you're confident in him taking any matchup into the mid to late game right here, and I've seen Kennen succeed. But Victor's got wave clear, Morgana's got safety, Rek'Sai's got some safety, and then Tristana's really safe under the turret as well. It's going to be hard for Immortals to make that dive really work under a turret.
Yeah, that's fair, but I mean, one person you certainly can attack, with something like the J4 Galio combo, and even the combo with the Olaf and the Galio, like those are both very powerful. You can attack the Victor. This guy does not have a move block. If he doesn't have his flash, there's no way out of the J4 Galio combo. That can take you down very quickly. You can also look to collapse in the side lanes because while Kennen can bully J4 somewhat, you don't have a move block either. You need your flash to get out of the Cataclysm. If you get caught by Jarvan, Galio can come in. You can look to snowball. So there's lots of ways they can get ahead. But I will say, if they do not get ahead, if they are even or behind in the earlier stages of the game with a composition like this, you're looking to get outscaled by Tristana, by Victor, by the split push of Kennen.
We'll see if that happens right here because the hard dive is there. It's the draft for Immortals. They're going to come back to the same comp they ran in Game 1, and they're going to try to go hard and dive into the turrets here for Game 2 and in Game 3. This time it's going to be Team Dignitas hoping they can withstand that yet again and make that late game scaling happen once again with Keen on the Mage. Game 3 is here. Who's going to take over first place? Immortals or Team Dignitas? It comes down to this.
I definitely feel like, while we have to talk about some of the ways this can work for Immortals, I would have liked to see something kind of other than Jhin, because at least if you have someone who's like a higher DPS AD carry, then you have like a little bit of late game insurance policy with Lulu plus said high DPS AD carry.
Right.
Because Jhin is not really that teamfight god late game. But they will have their opportunities to get ahead, and they are going to have very powerful early and mid game. So it's just execution based, right? Sometimes I just don't really like watching teams kind of paint themselves into a corner, because why leave yourself only the one kind of victory condition if you could have multiple?
Right, and it's always interesting. The way I think about it is expected value, where if you're like 99% of the time, you're going to win laning phase. And then if you have a win in laning phase, you win 9% of the game from there because of what your comp looks like, then your win rate's super sick. And yeah, you've got, this 80-something% win rate to win, like it's going to happen for you. But if your chance of winning lane is 52% and it's an 80% closeout from there, that's not a very good comp rent. And it really comes down to the confidence in getting that early game lead. That if that corner you paint yourself into is most of the room, it's a very big corner, then you're okay. And I'm stretching the metaphor at this point, but that's what it comes down to, is how confident are they that that condition is met?
Yeah, and Jhin is going to help a lot with the engage of these three champions, right? If you can slow someone down, if you can root someone up, that can allow the J4 or the Olaf to get on top of them and then deliver the Galio in. So a lot is going to depend on the early game, but also just on the playmaking, on how well can they find these picks, how well can they make those flanks happen.
Absolutely, so we'll see what comes through into this one, as it was the standard Raptor start for Shrimp, and not too crazy of a leash otherwise. Going to finish out the rest of the camp. Xmithie, of course, going to be very fast in the Olaf, and in fact, going for a nice little cheeky invade. Doesn't actually want to steal away the blue buff. He's afraid of getting jumped on, because in fact, Big did leave the lane, so Good bit of coordination there, saying, hey, Borg left, you can't, and out he goes.
Yeah, they actually spotted him because they had a ward over by his Raptors. So he does just the Raptor camp, and he starts running over. They know immediately what he's trying to do, right? There's no other reason to path in that direction if you're not trying to steal the camp away. So because they have that warding, they're going to put him a tiny bit behind. It's not really a big deal because Shrimp didn't even do his own red buff. He just went straight over to the blue in case he had to contest Smithy.
Yep, and despite the time lost, Smithy actually finishes his buff first. Olaf at low health obviously clears very quickly. And so despite, again, all the time back and forth, he is ahead on this one. Shrimp, 7 health left on that blue buff. We got a quick pause. Don't know what it is, but I will hear what it is shortly. Of course, our lovely production staff will tell us what was up with that. So we wait to see what comes through.
And hopefully no major issue, and we can just get underway here pretty quickly. Sometimes it can just be a sound issue, some little thing like that can get solved very, very quickly. Seems like it's an issue with Laud.
Yep, he says he cannot hear game sounds, so he's going to restart his game client. I assume he checked the box saying, yes, I do have game sounds. I assume the headset's plugged in.
And Laud actually has 0 CS right now, so maybe it was a little bit distracted by that. Obviously, you know, they lost the push on the wave, so you do kind of have to step back at that point. But certainly not something you want to play with.
No, not exactly the case here. I actually know of a few players who purposely play without sound. I don't believe in that. I think that's very silly. There's plenty of game cues that have sound attached to them that you want to hear, like MF Ultimates. And of course, Laud in the same boat. He likes his sound, and I agree. I do always turn off ambient sounds, by the way, in any game giving me the option.
Yeah, I turn off music, I turn off ambient. I always listen to my own music while I play.
I actually don't use my own music because I actually find it a little bit distracting.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to like sing along and like forget. I actually like when DJ Sona came out, I listened to DJ Sona for a while, but I realized that
I was into a wall.
Well, I played worse with it. Like I would turn on the checkbox and I was like, but I like the song so much, I'm losing focus in the game. So it actually sold to inverse power. I never play with DJ Sona music on my team.
Kept taking your hands off the mouse, had the glow sticks out.
Just start raving.
Just going nuts at the desk.
You don't even know. In 7th grade, I definitely tried to learn to rave. Me and my friends, we'd bring
7th grade.
In 7th grade, me and my friends, we'd bring glow sticks to the school dances. And we would, we'd learn to do figure 8s and stuff. I mean, I'm
follow-up question: are there any videos of
no.
7th grade David Freak Turley?
I mean, that would have been right 2001, right? Smartphones weren't out at that point, so there was no YouTube. There was no video evidence of my raving.
That is very unfortunate.
I know. Unlucky for you. Sorry, buddy. But you can't find it. But we are ready to go back into this one. Team Dignitas ready to go, and of course, Immortals the same. And it's worth noting, by the way, Laud has 2 CS right now. He's got 3. He is scaling up massively in the
skyrocketing.
Skyrocketing.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so we are back into the game, and we'll have to see exactly how these guys are going to play it out.
We're going to pause real quick for the broadcast sake this time around, because we weren't able to switch up. I don't know what caused it exactly, but because you guys can't see what's going on, we play League of Legends for you at home and you in the audience here, not just so I can, talk into the ether. So once we do get that sorted out, we'll be back into the game, and I blame Laud. Is what it comes down to.
I will not blame Laud. I will defend him.
All right, Laud, you're my homie. I'm just kidding, man. You're playing one of my favorite champions in Tristana as well. It's interesting. It was something that I brought up a little bit before. I've just been very interested in the evolution of the bot lane champions because there have been some item changes, right, with Ardent Sensor moving around and Redemption moving around and Locket moving around and Zeals being cheaper and whatnot. New champions shown in the bot lane. And a lot of people credited the rise of Tristana with, well, we're seeing tank supports all the time. And Triss is considered a weaker laner, especially against poke supports. So when you stop seeing poke supports, like, wait, Triss can get a free lane and can now scale up. So the metagame says we're seeing tanks, so now I'm allowed to play Trist. And this is what I like seeing. This is, in my opinion, like the right use of the term playing with the meta or the metagame. What everyone else is doing is giving you free lanes because they're playing Tahm Kench, they're playing Braum. So I'm allowed to play a greedy champion like Trist that I couldn't in a Zyra world, but I can in a Braum world. And so Tristana is a reaction to the metagame of tank supports.
Yeah, and Doran Shield going to help out with that as well,
of
right?
Course.
That's certainly
they all matter.
Something nice. Plus, we are in a world where lane swaps are happening more frequently now, right? And if you send your bot lane top pretty early on, if you can get the jump on that, Tristana crushes turrets very, very fast. So this is certainly another area where the champion can be very, very useful. Yeah. And as we all know, it is extremely powerful in the late game as a team fighter.
Yeah. And what it seems to be, though, as well, is as I unpack that situation a little bit more, the reason to even bring Triss in the first place is it feels like she's a surrogate Caitlyn. Caitlyn is the most sought-after bot laner right now in League of Legends because Infinity Edge is deeper, because Zeal comes online sooner, because Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon are all buffed. you want to play IE Double Zeal users. Like, that's the best end game build right now in League of Legends is IE Double Zeal, and Caitlyn, of course, loves that build, and there's no surprise that she's so popular. Tristana also loves those items, and when Caitlyn's gone, Tristana's next up on that tier list.
Still going to be getting bullied out pretty hard. It's a little bit surprising to see, more than a full wave down, this early on for Laud, but they lost the push, and how much of that is to do with him being distracted about the no sound, and how much of that is to do with the matchup and the way it was played, would be up to debate.
I think a lot of it is Lulu, honestly. We missed a little bit of it, but again, we talked about how Trista's not a strong laner into range supports. You have no skill shots, you have no long range abilities. Ole and Cody-san can just 2v1 the guy against what a rank 1 Dark Binding that does 80 damage and nothing else. And so he has to take the back foot because the matchup here comes to play on the top side, though. Ghost is on. They want Someday. He's got Flash. Doesn't dodge the axe. Now there's no way out for this one. Someday, who gets the kill? He's going to toss it over to Flame. No, it's going to be...
Oh, Shrimp's going in. That's going to be a one-way
Shrimp is just going to die. He's going to flash for the knockup. But the damage just isn't there. He gives away the double buffs to Flame.
That was not a good play whatsoever from Shrimp. I mean, as Someday goes down, you have to leave. You cannot go forward on that. And that was just completely throwing away his life and his summoner. There was no chance, really, of actually having that be a positive trade once somebody had already died.
And it wasn't like it was a sick flame. Oh, wow, the damage is there right there for Ole. Doesn't even need the ignite. He flashed, then the champion is gone.
Yeah, I don't think the heal was actually in time. It looked like the health picks was so fast on Ole that Big died before that could come out, and things going really wrong for Dignitas across the map.
This is 2,000 gold in 5 minutes. This is insane. You don't see leads like this very often.
I mean, top lane, this is, again, it's one of those things, right? You're pushed up, you're trying to harass the guy under the turret, but if you cannot react to the gank, the blast cone has not been cleared, so Smithy just easy blast cone over, pop the ghost, he is dead, and then Shrimp, what is the decision from this point? There's no way you can win this, and you're not even really going to do enough damage to burst him down. Maybe if you can get your max rage E off and get true damage, maybe you can trade a kill, but even then it's not worthwhile because you're giving up your life and the double buffs for potentially, at best, a trade.
Right, you're guaranteed to die when it comes through.
Yeah.
I want to shout out Flame, by the way, who went for the Flash W just to slow Someday as Smithy was coming in. The extra slow helped guarantee that the axe landed, forced the early flash. Very smart by him to flash for a 12% slow.
Exactly, because if the axe hits, somebody is dead. That's what it comes down to. And landing that, very big. Smithy forcing another summoner, actually double summoners there out of Keen.
For just walking in. He didn't burn anything, he just walked there.
That was really well done. And Smithy off to a great start. I love the early Lucidity purchase. This is something we used to talk a lot about when Olaf was more meta, and players may not know about it as much now if you're a newer viewer. Basically, this reduces your summoner spell cooldown. So you take the defensive tree talent Insight that also reduces your summoner spell cooldown. Then Ghost is already lower than Flash as a cooldown. So you can trade this out very aggressively. And a smart ward here actually from Flame in the brush. Catches Shrimp coming in on that gank.
It's a 2 minute and 50.
Oh, they're going to look for a 2v2 here.
Smithy's back for it.
Maybe too early, though.
The Cataclysm's going to buy a bit of time. The shield is there. Here comes Galio, though. The heroic entrance buys a few more seconds, and Shrimp going to get a knockup, but there's no follow-through to be had. Here comes the damage. Smithy gets one for himself, and Shrimp, where is he going to go? It's 13 seconds. The tunnel cooldown. The kill comes in. A double for Smithy. 3-0 on the Olaf.
Everything going wrong for Dignitas. They were just getting slaughtered. Smithy moves up. It's already a double level 6 against level 5. Someday level 5. Shrimp, and the experience makes the world of difference here.
And now they can go for an early turret kill. Flame maybe, or sorry, I should say Keen. I misread the name, sorry. Wants to come down to the bot lane, but he can't do it. There's nowhere to fight. First turret going to be a 7-minute kill.
And we talked about, game 1, how they had to get ahead with this sort of diving composition. It didn't work, and it looked very bad. This game, they're enormously ahead, and we're going to see how dominant it can look when you have that lead, because these sorts of heavy frontline diver-type compositions can make you feel very, very hopeless when they are this far ahead. It feels like you can't return damage. There's nothing you can do. We'll see if Dignitas can kind of weasel their way out of this one.
They're going to have to try, and I think their scaling, again, still looks very good. They just have to weather the storm.
Someday maybe going a little bit early, as Smithy's still pretty far away here. It becomes a situation where they have to get this big save. If he waits a second or two, it's probably not even close. But they are able to pull it off. Good roam up from Pobelter. Smithy knows he can dive and finish off Kennen, who's not even level 6, and then Shrimp has no chance to really get anything done here. And Olaf, at 7 minutes, 8 minutes now, has a completed Cinderhulk plus the Lucidity. Like, this is one of the best early game snowballing champions. You're so strong, your base damages are very high, and you're really, really tanky for this stage of the game.
Not only is he 800 gold over any of his teammates, he's over 1,300 gold over any of his opponents. He is ridiculously, stupidly ahead right now. Smithy can do anything he wants this game.
He's actually, you know, closing, not quite, but near double the gold value of Shrimp.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually absurd. And he can solo anyone in the game right now. As his Ghost comes back up, he can just run at someone. I mean, he doesn't have summoners, right? Like, pretty absurd.
Man, even Jesse Pairing would be afraid to be Smithy right now into this one. Shout out to old school memes. Shrimp gonna look for something. Oh man, he got like every one of them right there. Smithy can do no wrong this game. Taking a cue from Flame in the previous one, just goes wherever he pleases and nothing can stop him. Looking for Shrimp. He was standing still. Shrimp's been slow. Does he have a tunnel? No, not for 5 more seconds. He gets a knock-in to buy a bit more time, but Smithy is on the hunt. He wants someone. But the tunnel gets him away.
This is smart from Smithy, though, not committing the ultimate or the Ghost. He just wants to bully him off and take away this red buff. Waits for the smite to come back up, pushes Shrimp out. Now he collects the buff. Now he can threaten to top side. He knows that Shrimp went down to the bottom side. Like, you could very easily dive someday, or you can even 3-man mid. Like, they're very, very precarious in the positioning for Dignitas.
And right now, nothing just yet. Of course, somebody with ulti and flash available makes it a hard dive to be had. They're not going to go just yet into this one. It's going to be the quick bot lane push here. The serrated Dirk was already in for Cody's son. Nice bit of damage. You can see what Someday can do in the matchup. Like, Someday's actually up in farm right now, despite being down on items and such.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a very favorable matchup early on. It's also interesting to note that Flame decided to go very offensive with his masteries, going for Thunderlords. Very few people do take that. It's almost always Grasp in competitive play. You have the defensive masteries, which help you kind of survive that laning phase a little bit more, but this is a more bursty, heavy style, right? So this is not about surviving. He is looking to all in, and he is looking to kill his opponent, because that is a way that Jarvan can take over in the 1v1.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, honestly. I like really Jarvan a lot as a champion because he has so many ways you can build him. You can go full tank, you can go bruiser, glass cannon, whatnot, and I agree. If you're going to win against Cannon at all, it's burst damage, and I think it's very smart by Flame to go for this kind of build.
It can make a lot of sense. That said, you need the confidence to do it, and if you mess up this sort of build, like if you are going more offensive with your masteries and very aggressive with your playstyle, has the potential to go very wrong. So that is often why people do take the more defensive, kind of conservative route.
And Ole winning his 1v1 with Lod. Curtain call makes him run away. Oops. Back on cooldown. Yeah, that was just a rocket attempt to get to safety, so maybe a bit more than needed, but it means turret damage here. Pavelther waiting in the wings, but no fight to be had. And unfortunately now for Immortals, there is no spells up, and they're just going to kill off Key, and that's Flash and goes down once again.
Smithy debating whether he should go in there, and getting double summoner out there, that's a big win already, so no real need to actually risk going for that dive. Flame is looking to catch Keen with the lazy recall, but Keen backs all the way up, so we'll get out safely.
He's going to lose a lot of farm and a lot of turret damage for this one as Pavelther keeps playing the push game.
Yeah, bot turret's done.
Yep. Everywhere on the map, Immortals are winning right now. 16 farm for the mid lane. That's the least impactful lane right now. You've got 42 minions up for Cody Sun and Ole.
Yeah, almost 5,000 gold ahead was their lead at 10 minutes. Like, they are ridiculous, absurdly ahead. They are now closing in on 6K. Just past 11 minutes into the game, close to knocking down that mid lane turret, which would give them another injection. Plus, they're grabbing up the mountain, even more late game and objective control insurance. So they really can go everywhere. They can do whatever they want here. Have every option under the belt.
And here we go. Mountain Drake is gone. So they cannot myth a smite. All is well for him. Beautiful stuff.
Gonna try to take away his Scuttle, and at least if you can fight for the Scuttle, you can hope to deny the Rift Herald access. Flame may be getting collapsed on here. We'll see if he can get out.
One versus
spotted
three.
now.
Flag and drag, jumps over, not gonna be caught up by Big anymore. Black Shield was late.
Nice.
So he couldn't flash to follow, but honestly, if Big just Black Shields himself, he can flash follow and Flame's dead there, I think.
Yeah, very likely at least. But I mean, Flame still does have his flash, and you don't necessarily know where everyone is on the map if Smithy is coming. That is a risky follow. But that being said, you have to make risky plays now as Dignitas. You need to make something work. And oftentimes, these low percentage plays are the best you're actually going to get.
Right.
So you're more willing to commit to those sorts of things.
But at this point, you go for any play where the chance of it working is higher than your chance of winning the game. And if you're down the most gold anyone's been against Immortals all split, your chances are about 3% right here. And now the nice knock up there. Lot's still getting to jump away, but he's on the wrong side of this. He's got flash, but it's not going to mean anything. shut down, and Cody Sun gets his first kill of the game.
I mean, Lod was like not even really doing that well 1v1 against the support Lulu at this point.
Yeah, 2 more, and it gets worse.
Rough.
A couple more snipes on a Shrimp. He's going to stay alive on this one, though. Minion falls down the curtain call. Maybe we see some more in the mid lane. Quick axe toss. Undertow.
Smithy again, just everywhere. Just he can farm his opponent's jungle full time. Really, there's nothing that Trim can ever do to contest him, and they're looking to set up a siege here in the mid lane. Poelter can always threaten the roam down. If he starts to walk down into the jungle, he'll be very quickly in ultimate range towards that mid lane, so they can threaten dives.
Another shot right there on Akean, losing him 300 health, but we'll see if that dive does come through, if the threat comes in. 6,000 is the gold difference here. Nice snipe by Shrimp, takes away the big wolf. Consolation prizes through and through right now for Team Dignitas. That team is squishy, though. There is no tank on the lineup. Rek'Sai is now more of a fighter. It's a warrior enchant type item, or type champion, I should say. Mid lane outer is gone. Gold lead stretches a bit farther. Local gold all goes to Cody Sun.
And that's exactly the play that they were trying to set up. You have Povelta roam down, Smithy's threatening the flank from the other side, so you have people on both sides, and you really can look to threaten that. Flame should just be able to walk out, as long as he doesn't get bound here. Not really too much threat coming in on him.
I think he was respecting a possible flash bind, and didn't think that he might be able to do it on reflex, so he's like, if he goes for this, I'm juking sideways, and doesn't come through in the end, he's going to be fine. Back to the farm game they're going to go. Well, worth pointing out, though, that Someday does have quite a bit of farm. He very much focuses on getting farm. He'll often leave his team alone if he doesn't think he can turn the fight around to hope to power up for another time. And him getting some golden XP could be a way to get back in the game.
And I think that's the intelligent play when you are split pushing. Very often you have to play for yourself, for the team that way. But that being said, because of the turrets that have gone down, because of the kill and the assists and stuff, even though he is up quite a bit in CS, he's down quite a lot in gold, right? So, you know, that is maybe the bright spot for the team, but even that is kind of burning out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Mortals are going to look to even extend that lead further. You can grab up the Rift Herald. Not much threat from Dignitas besides maybe some sort of miracle steal, but you can then use this to crack the inner turrets and just continue to extend that advantage.
Going to make that happen right now. Rift Herald picked up by the Olaf. Smithy taking everything on the map right now. Ocean Break going to be up in maybe 2.5 or so minutes. Yeah, Cody Sun, geez, 50 minions up. I mean, everything just going as well as it possibly could have for Immortals. And the question just is when they close it out versus Dignitas making some kind of miracle play to turn it around.
And for Cody Sun, I mean, this is his best game as far as that CSD by far. His highest this season earlier was against Arrow, a 27 CSD at 15. Now this time 50 up on Lod. And yeah, sure, Trist has great late game skilling, but how are you ever going to get there? You are so far behind. They need to delay forever.
Ooh, nice taunt flash going to be there on Nakeen. He's going to go for some damage back. This one, the knockups are there. The Wild Growth makes the kill come through. Ole finds that one. Shrimp squishy, but gets some decent damage to Poelter. He's not going to ult for it. Had the chance to go for more damage. Doesn't want the kill, though, here. And the taunt's going to land. Black Shield buys some time. And Lod is losing all of his health bar right there. Flashes, jumps away, heals, staying alive on this one with Big. Next up, and it's going to be the Rampage now for Xmithy. The curtain call is in. The first shot's going to land. He only needed 1 bullet. Cody Sun can't count to 4. He doesn't have to. Gets the kill in the top lane, and the inhibitor turret's going to fall. Dignitas still nothing on the board here.
It's getting so much with the Rift Herald, cracking an inhibitor at 16 minutes in. They are still on base for what could be a perfect game. 4-0-4 on Smithy. He is massive. They just collected a ton more gold. This lead is just absurd, and they have so much gold in their pockets to spend up. You know, Smithy is going to be basing with like 2,200 gold. He can complete another item.
Yeah, holy moly, just what a snowball of a game.
And this is just very well done from Poelter. He channels the taunt, follows flash for flash. Smithy more than enough damage to finish off the first one. And yes, this is a low chance of this working for Dignitas, but they feel like they need to force a play. Big looks for the big ultimate. Lod is trying to get as much damage as possible out, but it's very difficult for them to ever fight back in a situation like this. You need to have odd number fights. That's really your only hope. If you can have like a 4v2 or something like that, quickly kill them off, maybe you have hope, but in even number of fights, you have to misplay so badly as Immortals to ever really lose.
I am sad that Shrimp did not ult in for the kill into Poelter, though. That guy was pretty low and he was magic because of stacking. I feel like the Rek'Sai ult actually could have gotten the kill, but perfect game still intact right now for Immortals, as even Ole is giving some farm in the bot lane.
He may have not had the tag on Poelter. I'm not actually sure
He definitely did.
That.
I was watching for it in the replay. He had the mark on him. He just Initially, he was only like 1/3, so it's like not quite in kill range. Then we got super low, the tag had fallen off, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing it and it wasn't quite going to be there. But mid lane under fire now. Pavelter just way too tanky to care about any of this. Looks to take some turret shots. Xmithie going to push him around. Down to half HP, but the turret's going to fall with a shield thanks to Ole. So far, it's been amazing for Immortals here. 10,000 gold now, 18 minutes in. They have just smashed this game now.
And Xmithie already with the stone plate completed. He's building towards the locket. Gonna have that incredible shielding combo on his side, and they're gonna be looking to close this one out very, very quickly. The last of the outer turrets has fallen. We'll see how aggressively Immortals wants to play it. If you want to play it really safe, you can just grab the dragon, keep farming the jungle, look for a Baron, and then close out with that. That is kind of the more guaranteed win. But they still could look for opportunities to dive and just close this one out really fast.
We'll see what it ends up being. There's the Ocean Drake picked up, which means you can stay on the map for longer. Right now, Dig just gonna keep the farm going in the top lane, and to a certain extent, this is almost what you want in a game going this badly, because no one's farming top lane from Immortals, and La just gets solo gold, gets solo XP, and even gets the extra money that comes in from the super minion itself. As long as the turrets stay alive, I mean, losing an Ocean Drake is not the worst thing.
Yeah, certainly not. And sometimes in situations like this, the game can stall out from this point, but this is not a composition that doesn't have easy ways to dive, right? Yeah. Like, they have so many ways to dive, so many ways to start up the fights. You Jhin ultimate to zone them off the turret, you send in the Olaf, you send in the Galio, and it's very clear-cut.
Yeah, and the Trico doesn't say Fox right there, so you imagine this team... as sad it is, it's true. This is like every Echo Fox game ever, and then it takes them 30 more minutes to win the game. Immortals definitely have had good shot calling, though they are traditionally a mid to late game team that wins off shot calling. You give them this kind of lead, and it's probably going to be a slaughter, and it has been so far.
And I think that they shouldn't really try to overforce. If they can get a fight outside the base, take it, end the game, great, right? But otherwise, wait till you have your locket. Wait till you have some of these items coming in. Get the Baron. Secure that victory, because it's only getting better for your team for these next few minutes since you're farming both sides of the map.
That's the flash out for Someday. I'm going to get away from the tag. So ult for flash. A worthy cooldown trade so far. We'll see what comes in next for Immortals.
And scaling, like, while it is going to go in favor of Dig, they're so far away from that mattering. Like, this has to be like a 50-minute game for that even to be a conversation, because Immortals is farming both sides of the map. So when you are just getting so much less income, scaling is not really part of the discussion, right? You just can't actually get to the point where that matters at all. I mean, you're looking at Lod, who has pieces of some items versus 2 completed from Cody's son, and he's on his way to his 3rd.
Yeah. Game 3 is a lot of season highs right now for Immortals. 10,000 gold lead at 20. Yeah, good luck meeting that one again later on in the season here on this one. Immortals.
This is just gone.
Just, yeah, 20-minute Baron take, not even a problem. Big is around. The Miracle Bind. There's always a chance. You never say never. And it goes down to Xmithie, of course. He can never miss a smite this game. He's been perfect. Immaculate, and now Big is running out of options. Redemption for the kill! Get him! Oh! Yeah! Ole! 3-0-3 in the swag dance for Povo to make it all right.
Bovelter's feeling it. He's dancing on the corpse. They know this one is all but over. They're going to look to close it out, pushing in on the top side. They want to get all the waves going. Then you can easily set up the dive. Then you can easily siege. Dignitas has maybe one more fight left in them, but Immortals, they still have the perfect game going here. Have not lost anything. Not a kill, not a turret, not a dragon, or the Rift Herald.
And how happy are Immortals fans right now? This game is, I mean, guaranteed to be over at this point. They are the #1 team in the LCS. This is after Huni left the team, after Rainover left the team, after Wild Turtle left the team, after Adrian's been gone as well. The entirely new lineup of rookies and unlikely pickups here. And they are the best team in North America. They've beaten every defending champion. They've beaten every 5-1 team in this week specifically.
And here comes the play from Dig, the last fight.
The last stand for this one. Shrimp in the back line, the flash to follow they want, and they're gonna pick off early. No, they can't. The Wild Growth in, the shutdown finally comes through thanks to the Rex side. But the trade kill is already in as he's fallen off for this one. Pavelter buying a bit more time, a double kill in for Cody's son himself, and Someday just doesn't have the damage. Galley with a heroic enters back into the front line, but it's already 3 missing. It's a 4v2. The perfect game is gone, but I'm sure the fans are okay with the win coming through all the same. It's only 2:20. It's only 22:20 into the game, and the Nexus turrets are already falling right now. 4 versus 2 inside the base. The knockup once again for Flame, who did so much work in Game 2 this series. The big plays in Game 3 as well. Some days are numbered. Big's gonna fall flat. He's gone on this one. Xmithie refuses to die. He is immortal himself. fitting in so well in the new lineup here. 14-1 in kills, but maybe the Nexus actually won't die just yet. The chase in. Lod gets the one auto attack, but the trade kill is in for the taunt. The knockup on a strip. They might trade that one back in. He's trying to make it happen, but he's going to fall. And now once again, it is 2 versus 4 inside the base as Ole runs down the mid lane to join back in again. Top lane inhibitor to fall pretty shortly, but it looks like this will be a bit of a delay of game. The Immortals will not win just yet.
They are staying around, though, looking for someday.
Over chasing a little bit, one more shot. He gets the armor, the flash to follow, but this could be a trade. A slight overstay, and the shutdown comes through. Welter taunts a black shield, but it is still an open Nexus. It's a trade of focus. Do you go for the Nexus? Do you go for the champions? And finally, they do go for the major objective there as Vig is going to limp back to the fountain. And Immortals waiting to close it out. They are savoring their victory. One more kill in for Flame. The Thunderlords triggers. And Immortals close week 4 as the #1 team in North America.
The undisputed best team. Close it out with the fastest game this split. Dignitas hardly could have got out of this one faster if they surrendered. Immortals dominated them so badly, and sure, they gave up a couple of kills at the end, but how much more can you ask for? These last 2 games were complete and total domination from the Immortals squad. They got bested in game #1, but they came back with a vengeance. And these guys are on fire. I mean, not only are they #1 in the standings, but they just look like the best team, period.
They really do. Everything working so well. Flame, the front runner right there, had so many sick plays. But they're having a nice game in the tanks. And some hugs from the Xmithie clan right there. I believe his entire family in town right here for this one. We had a picture on social media earlier, if you guys seen that.
It's fantastic to see the support for him and doing so well after the trade. It has to feel very nice to have a family here watching him succeed. A 2-0 week for Immortals against back-to-back 5-1 opponents who were previously tied for them in first place. Xmithie and co are now in sole possession of first place and will remain in sole possession of first place regardless of the rest of the results this week.
Absolutely the case. Beautiful stuff out of this squad. And Detective Xmithie yesterday saying, well, is it gonna be an Immortals logo up there as the next team to win North American LCS? And he gave you this sort of haphazard, yeah, maybe. He wasn't ready to get hyped up about it just yet, but certainly this is a squad worthy of giving support to. These are deserved wins, and some of them have looked so incredible, absolutely. You can see even the subs coming out here, Stunt on your screen. And the rest of the coaching staff, everyone else. Immortals can just do nothing but feel happy now. They're done for the week. We'll see them back in week 5 as the #1 team.
And I mean, anyone that they're going to be facing has got to realize how good this team is, how much you have to prepare for them. I just think that they're so impressive. You know, even with so much focus on Ole. Again, he had a very good game. Across the board, it just feels like when they succeed so well as a team. You know, you look down the line, yes, there are standout plays, there are standout players, but everyone is doing well. I mean, you know, deathless game for Flame, 6-1-4 for both Xmithie and Codyson. Ole getting very involved, Pobelter having a strong game. It's hard to really look at one piece and say, okay, that's where you attack. This is the weakness. This is how you beat Immortals, because they play as such a cohesive unit.
Yeah, they really do. This is the team right now. This is the North American best team. And yeah, we'll see as other teams get better and as they improve over the course of the split, who can kind of match this. We've always seen teams start hot and then come back down. There's always the chance that, you know, something goes wrong, of course, but we won't be seeing Immortals at Rift Rivals. It was not a very good spring split for them, but basically the goal is we have 0 championship points. You missed playoffs. They have to keep this form. If they want to go to Worlds, and it looks like this is a team that is good enough to do so, they need to make that run go quickly. They have to win the split. They will not qualify automatically on championship points. That's basically impossible. So they've got to either run the gauntlet or win the split. And so they have to win a lot of best of 5s to close out the season to make that trip to Worlds.
Yeah, they certainly do, but they're looking like they are on form to perhaps do it.
We'll see if it comes through. But now to get some thoughts on that series, let's hear from Kobe and the Immortals mid laner.
Thank you, Freak. Yes, we are here with Pobelter after their victory. I'm not going to ask you any questions about that specific game because that was over in like 5 minutes. Instead, I'm going to ask you about, because you've been a player for a very long time in the North American LCS, and you've experienced being first place before as well as being last place. What is the biggest difference, do you guys feel, you know, as a team? Just what does it feel like as a player as opposed to being, you know, last place to first place?
Well, I mean, being first place feels pretty good, and then being last place just feels really like extremely bad, because as a pro, you know, you spend your whole day, your whole life just committed to pretty much performing on stage, and then if that doesn't happen, it's just really tough. Like, you know, you're like, what am I even doing this for? Why do we suck so bad? This is so like demoralizing to work so hard, but still be, you know, last, to keep losing for whatever reasons it may be. But I would say even if you're first or last, there's a lot of pressure. Like no matter what, when you're first, there's pressure to stay on top. When you're last, there's pressure because you don't want to get relegated. Well, that's not really happening anymore, but you know.
All right, and as far as the improvement that you guys have had, everybody's going to bring up, you know, the Smithy trade over and over. What, as a team, do you guys feel like was your biggest improvement? You know, barring you know, the actual change in players from spring split to summer split.
By biggest improvement, do you mean like some difference in our play from last split, or like something that happened outside of the game, like, you know, us getting Coach Song that improved our play? Like, which do you mean?
Either of those options.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, Coach Song is also a really huge factor in our improvement from last split, I think. I think both him and Smithy have really contributed a lot to really transforming how our team plays. So we play a lot more calm and collected now. We're like actually moving around the map and out-rotating people, which is like, whoa, couldn't even imagine this last split. But yeah, it's hard to say, like, you know, how much of it goes to who the credit goes to. I just know that both of these two people coming in really had a big impact on the team.
All right, well, armed with these two new people, how do you guys feel like you're going to do against TSM next week? Because even though, you know, they're not classic TSM at the top of the standings, #1 place in North American LCS, still definitely a team that a lot of people have eyes on as far as expected improvement. Do you guys think that you're definitely solidly in first place and easily going to be able to defend yourselves?
I think we take a pretty cautious approach to most games. So we know that TSM has a history of being a really strong team, even when people count them out. And actually, when we played against them at the beginning, they didn't have much practice coming off their break after MSI. Now they've had some time to come together as a team more. So I think we'll just have to prepare.
All right, well, good luck in that match, and congratulations once again. Now we're going to send it over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Kobe. Immortals moves to 7-1, solidly in first place, alone at the top of the table with the fastest game of the split. The biggest gold leads at 10 and 20 minutes this split. I mean, that was just utter destruction there in Game 3 by
Playing
Immortals.
angry or something, and you gotta say, Dignitas kind of walked into it a little bit. They obviously want to play around topside, and it feels like Immortals kind of knows this and knows how to either play around it or play straight into it and to come out on top.
Yeah, it's very interesting, kind of the contrast from Games 2 to Games 3, where Flame was the one who was charged with, you know, dodging the ganks and the tower dives in Game 2, and ultimately was successful in doing so. And then here in Game 3, Smithy, he flips the script and says, I know I typically spend a lot of time bot, but this time around I'm going to go top and help Flame get off the ground.
And overall, it's a great time to do it. This time around, they take the Kennen, or excuse me, they're playing the Jarvan into the Kennen, which doesn't beat it straight up, but does have really good gank assist into it. So while the Kennen pushes in, tries to harass you into the turret, you send the tension up there and try and get the kills because, like we said, at Pre-6, good gank setup, and then at 6, it gets even better with the ultimate.
Right, and it didn't stop there. That's, again, the thing, and why this game ended so quickly, is that gank 1 comes through in the top lane, but that kill turns into, you know, a 2v2 kill in the bot lane on its own, and it really was a team effort, again, from Immortals here to close it out in 23 minutes.
Yeah, there you see Flame going for the EQ combo. Kennen flashes out, starts running away, realizes he needs to flash to get the slow from his W proc off, which allows Smithy to get in range. They get that kill, and then Shrimp loses his mind or something, keeps chasing in, wants something desperately, doesn't get a kill to trade back, give up 2. And in the meantime, on the bot side, we talk about why Smithy likes playing around his bot lane is because they're pretty good.
They're real damn good, but again, this shows that they don't need Smithy's help in order to be successful. That time around, picking up the 2v2 kill for themselves. Another counter gank here, as well as the roam from Pobelter to get that ultimate coming in and keeping Flame alive, which is a sliver of health here again in the top lane.
A little bit like an Olaf with how Jarvan plays into the Kennen. The escape that Kennen has is just a dash, or a speed up, excuse me. So as long as the flash is down, you can just ultimate at any point and set up a free gank. A little late on the Galio, got it a little closer than the Immortals probably wanted, but works out just fine, getting 2 kills, and it's off to the races. That steady, straight mountain climb for the gold.
Very much so. They were on track for the perfect game. We did see some messiness in those closing minutes where they took the skirmishes and let a couple people drop, so not quite getting a perfect game.
Why didn't Pobelter ult Ole? We're waiting for the first one. There's been so many close, perfect games.
It was close, but hey, this leaves us room to hope, right? It's something to strive for. You can't give us the perfect game in week 4, then what are we watching for? are in all seriousness. But really, this Immortals squad has just continued to impress, and we saw Pobelter talking there a little bit of what they attribute that success to. You know, in part Xmithy and in part Coach Song, but the two of them have really brought a level of calmness and direction to the team so that they can start out macroing people and not just like the old Immortals outskill people.
Well, even Pobelter admitted, he's like, I don't know how much credit to give to who. Clearly something just clicked with this team when they came together. Similar to old Immortals, actually, in 2016, that they kind of just got together and instantly started dominating the North American split.
Yep.
And it seems like a somewhat similar case this time around where they just have some kind of synergy that makes them all improve each other.
Now, that said, Xmithy will pick up player of the game, so at least within the microcosm of Game 3, he was the top performer. And if we are going to try and put, you know, some kind of value to what he adds to the team to some degree, I would say that for Xmithy, what I've noticed is his understanding of how to support the different carries on his team. Once again, making that change from Game 2 to Game 3 and saying, this time around, I'm going to put my attention to the top side because I know that's how we win this game, where in previous games he's been able to largely ignore Flame and know that he'll do fine on his own.
I think that's the big thing, is whenever you give him a comp, he knows how to execute in the early game to get it off the ground. We've seen him play Elise or Nectin, goes up there and gets a dive off. This time around with the Olaf Jarvan combo, get up on that cannon early, shut him down before he can really bully out the lane.
Now, Dignitas here, of course, still remains at 5-2, so it's not a score to scoff at necessarily, but, you know, within this game, they got off to a good start, picking up Game 1. Things kind of fall apart in Games 2 and 3, so still some struggles for them in terms of responding to the clean macro play from Immortals.
And this is one of the things that people kind of held against Dignitas, was that they play around someday all the time. And in Game 2, they kind of circumvent it. Dignitas can't get them going, they fall apart. Game 3, they aggressively attack it, shut him down, build a lead on your top laner, and once again, fall apart.
All right, well, Dignitas will move to 5-2 while Immortals closes the week already at 7-1 with our matches in the books. Let's go ahead and see how the standings have shifted. Immortals, they solidify their hold of first place with their victory today as Team Dignitas drops to third place alongside TSM. We'll be back tomorrow to see how standings further shake out. Coverage kicks off with TSM versus Echo Fox on NALCS1. Then Team Dignitas aim to defeat Cloud9 in the Battle Arena. Over on NALCS2, Team Liquid take to the Rift opposite Phoenix 1, followed by FlyQuest versus Team Envy later in the day. Now, before we sign off, a reminder that tickets for our summer finals go on sale next week. Pre-sale bundles are live this Monday, June 26th, with a general admission opening up on Tuesday, June 27th. So for more information on registering for the pre-sale and how you can join us at the TD Garden in Boston, head on over to LOLesports.com. Now, while you can book your trip to Boston of your own volition, Mark's fate here has been left in the hands of the fans. And in just a few hours, we received a swarm of tweets not only detailing... I'll let you know. We received tweets not only detailing, you know, whether or not you wanted Mark to come to the summer finals, but what he should be allowed to do if he does join us. So first up, TT, Paradigm, and Bezelbaum made clear they love Mark on the analyst desk, but not so much when he's serenading the audience on the big stage. While, hold up, there's some support for you as well.
Okay.
Don't jump the gun here in the defense. Now, MPR35 and DEX Factor practically begged to have Mr. Zimmerman's voice grace the TD Garden, especially if we go to a Game 5. My question would be to you, are you prepared? Do you feel like you're even more prepared this time around? Would there be a remixed version or something?
I feel like that's what makes you a great artist. I'm not doing that. You can't bait me, production. Get out of here.
I was there.
No. I was going to say, what makes you a great artist, James, is being ready to go at the drop of a hat. And even though they tried to bait me here, you need to know when to pick your
Who's got a hat? Somebody give me a hat so I can drop it.
No.
All right. Well, votes are still neck and neck, and we don't want you to wait. So the polls close tomorrow at noon. We're still going to go ahead and track these, and the fate of Mark's September travel plans are in your hands. So tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag #LeaveMark or the hashtag #TakeMark, and tune in for the results tomorrow at the beginning of our show. For now, though, and myself, the cast, and the entire live broadcast crew, we're going to thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
As TSM takes on FlyQuest. And for FlyQuest, they're looking to break a funk that's been clouding them since halfway through the spring split. Towards him, but also caught out. He's going to burn down first blood. Goes to limit his spin, assassinates move, but he's going to go down as well. Fly started it all, but TSM are going to end a total force suspense. Tag onto elimination. Double is going to move through his...
Let's Garrett looking for position.
But Garrett kicks him back. Oh, that's so tough for Rumble. Dive comes down and Balls is going to go down. But Garrett, no. Sweeping on a ramp. Rampage takes the next one down, and Bjergsen finally going to join the fray. Stun not going to connect with Sven. Able to tower dive through a double kill there for double lift, as it's just chaos under these turrets. And TSM are going to sweep them. FlyQuest go down.
Down and all of Envy lives. The flag and drag coming in with the flash from Darshan, trying to make it look good, but there are too many shields. There's too much CC. Seraph's going to go down. One last lick. Apollo looking to get the kill over. It's a lot of damage going on to Dardoch, and he's still able to stay alive as they get bounced around left and right. The chaos in favor of Envy. Finally going down. A retribution kill coming in there from Apollo as the fight continues. 6A alive in the fight. 6A taking down Seraph.
Rainover comes through with the ulti, not able to find the kill. It's turned around, and Jensen is godlike. Smoothie getting the pull over the wall. They're going to bring Morlo right back in, and he is a pair of alligator boots. Jensen going to be tracking the ace the hole. Can't even break the shield. Slushy is dead, and that will likely seal the deal. Cloud9 will 2-0 Team Liquid.
Not sure if Flame is killable, though. He's going to try to hug the wall, get away from some of these.
Oh, that was so well done.
All the CC. Now Shrimp's going to force the dodge the aggro. All the vitals do get proc.
Oh, that was insane from Flame.
Here gets the big heal lick. It's going to be Big, who's okay, though. And now the float's back on the Shrimp, and again. Well, speaking of kills, though, Smithy running low on
Oh,
my God.
That
ball, like, the freaking explosive catch was insane. Options, redemption for the kill. Get him.
Oh.
Yeah, and Immortals close week 4 as the #1 team in North America.